Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the show. Today we are live. I am your host, Matt Morris TV. Right now we are live on Rumble at Matt Morris TV and YouTube at Matt Morris TV. Everybody, thank you for tuning in today. Today we are deviating from our regularly planned schedule because today we are doing a little bit of an emergency breaking news broadcast. You see, in about 19 minutes, President Trump's press secretary, Carolyn Leavitt is her name, is going to be stepping into the White House press room, and she's going to be talking to the media as she sometimes does for about an hour or maybe 90 minutes, and she's going to be taking all types of questions from the press and also giving us news from the Trump administration. Now, we don't know exactly specifically what she's going to be talking about, but there's some rumors we can kind of speculate. The new TikTok deal, Tyler Robinson, and the ongoing investigation into Charlie Kirk's assassination. We heard from the FBI that they have 7 other individuals of interest that they think might have been involved in this assassination. So we're going to hear about that, I would presume. We're probably going to do a little bit of a recap of the beautiful Charlie Kirk memorial. Who watched that yesterday? We were here live all day. It was like a 7-hour long broadcast. The memorial yesterday was just it was great. It was great. That's my opinion. It was just a really beautiful show that they put on. I liked it a lot. We were here for that all day yesterday. And also, I think we will probably be talking a little bit today at this upcoming press conference in 17 minutes, probably about this bombshell news. We're going to be getting a little bit later on today at 4 p.m. Eastern. 4 p.m. Eastern, President Trump himself is going to be showing up in the Oval Office. He will be having an Oval Office get-together with the press. All of us, we are invited. And he's going to be talking about autism. Allegedly, rumor on the block has it that Trump and RFK Jr., the Secretary of Health, the Trump administration, they have put together a very compelling case. They have figured out maybe what has been causing autism in the country. Autism rates are through the roof. I believe these days 1 out of every 14 children in the country is autistic, is on the autism spectrum. Okay, so it's a fair question. What is going on here? Well, the Trump administration maybe has figured it out. So today, guys, I have a big announcement. We are going live early today. We're going to be covering this press conference with Carolyn Leavitt in 16 minutes, and then we're going to keep the show going. We might have 90 minutes of kind of this interim downtime. We're going to keep the show going. I'm going to stay here with you guys, and we're going to roll the show right into President Trump's Oval Office announcement talking about autism. So today, guess what? Yesterday, we did a 7.5-hour live broadcast. We were here all day. Today is going to be 5 hours, 6 hours. I don't know. Anyway, I'm going to be here so much, you guys are going to get sick of me. That's my worry. You guys are going to get sick of me because I'm here so much these days. But we're going to be here all day again. So, folks, everybody, thank you very much for tuning in today. Like I said, we are live right now. Matt Morris on Rumble, Matt Morris on YouTube, Matt Morris TV on YouTube and Rumble. Ladies and gentlemen, why don't we just kind of get into the show? Once again, thank you all very much for tuning in. Make sure to like and to subscribe. In fact, what I like to say, feel free to follow me everywhere other than in real life. You want to follow me on Instagram? Okay. You want to follow me on YouTube or TikTok or Rumble or Twitter or X? Okay, that's fine. You follow me there. Just don't follow me in real life, okay? And everything is going to be fine. All right. Thank you guys for tuning in. President Trump, on his flight back to the White House late last night on Air Force One, he talked about he's rekindling his relationship with Elon Musk. And he gave some thoughts. We saw them up there in their private booth, their private box in the stadium last night. They were shaking hands. They were being nice to each other. Okay, listen, these guys have been maybe not so friendly for a couple months now. Seems like, it's kind of poetic in a way. Charlie Kirk himself, for the last couple months, has been one of the biggest advocates. Listen, guys, we got to get Trump and Elon Musk back together. Okay, these guys are too powerful. They're too great. They have too much potential to help make the country great again. I apologize. That's on my end. I apologize for that noise. These guys have too much potential to work together and make the country great. We cannot let these guys be at odds as they have been for the last couple months. Well, in a very almost poetic, beautiful way, you know, it would seem as if Charlie Kirk's memorial service yesterday has brought these two guys back together and has rekindled that flame, which is exactly what Charlie Kirk would have wanted. So take a look at this. This is footage from Air Force One late last night.
You and Elon back together. Is that true?
Well, Elon came over and said hello. And no, it's nothing to do with that. I thought it was nice. You know, he came over, we had a little conversation. We had a very good relationship, but it was nice that he came over. Dana White was there, the great Dana White.
So as it would seem, folks, man, there's a lot to break down here. And by the way, I think you guys are going to like this. We're going to work through some stuff here while we wait. By the way, folks, 13 minutes until Carolyn Leavitt is going to come on out. So we are on standby. We're doing a bit of a recap. Elon Musk allegedly requested, hey, I want to go talk to President Trump. Is it okay? Can I go up there and say hi to him? I just want to go kind of break the ice a little bit. Say, hey, sorry. Hey. Can we do water under the bridge type of deal here? Can we maybe move forward? Okay. So Elon Musk actually personally requested to go up there and talk to Trump and kind of break the ice again. Now, as it would seem, guys, we are seeing some pretty interesting personal development, perhaps, with Elon Musk. Take a look at this. Elon Musk, it seems like this death of Charlie Kirk has invoked the spirit of God inside of him. Elon Musk has been posting scripture on Twitter. This guy here, his name is Matt Von Swole. He said, I'm pretty confident everything started going dramatically downhill in America once Christianity started being replaced by secularism, which is non-religiosity, no religiosity. He goes on to say, that fact alone might be the strongest argument for Christianity. What did Elon Musk say late last night? He said, you're probably right. He said, you are probably right. And you know what? Is it fair? Do you think this individual here, Matt Von Swole, you think he's right? Yeah. I think there is a one-to-one correlation here between kind of this downtrodden state the country has found itself in, spiritually bankrupt, maybe you can say, and this decline in Christianity. And I'm not going to say, you know, maybe I'm going to be a little bit controversial here. I'm not going to say decline in religiosity. I am going to say a decline in Christianity, because it was the Christian spiritual and philosophical and theological framework that helped build this nation and make it what it was. It was that backbone, that foundation. It was not Islam that made America what it was. It was not Judaism that made America what it was. It was specifically Protestant Christianity. And that's just a historical fact. It was not Hinduism that made America what it was. This is just a historical fact. In fact, I looked into this. I think out of all of the people, by the way, no offense to anyone Catholic, we love our Catholics. I believe out of all of the people that signed the Declaration of Independence, I think only two of them were Catholic. So when we say America was a Protestant nation, I mean it was like definitively a Protestant nation. That's just like historical fact. Elon Musk goes on to say, look at this, the official White House page last night, actually this morning said, may God bless America. Elon Musk retweeted this. Has anybody ever known Elon Musk to be a particularly godly man or godly person? Is Elon Musk going around quoting scripture or anything? Not really, not a whole lot. Not that I've seen ever. And now he is. I mean, if you start scrolling through Elon Musk's Twitter page, he's getting a little bit religious here. He's getting a little bit Christian here. And I think a lot of people are these days. In fact, I have, you know, if I can make this about myself here for a minute, I've been going down a process here. I think you guys are going to like this. I've been going down a process here that I've been totally open about. About a month ago, I bought a Bible For the last month, there has been a Bible in my house for the first time, like since I was a kid, 25 years. I've had a Bible in my house now. And 2 weeks ago, I went to church. This is the first Sunday following the death of Charlie Kirk. So 2 Sundays ago now, I went to church for the first time in 20 years. I'm 31. I hadn't gone to church, a Sunday service, since I was like 11, like just a kid. I went to church for the first time in 20 years. Last night, after I ended the broadcast, after Charlie Kirk's memorial, I actually opened the Bible. I had to finish some other books I was reading. Last night, I actually opened the Bible. It had been in the house for about a month. I actually opened it and I started reading. I said, you know what? I've had a lot of advice from all different types of people saying, you got to read it this way. You got to start with the book of Matthew, start here, start there. I said, you know what? I'm just going to read the thing cover to cover. So last night I started reading Genesis, and I read for about 45 minutes last night before bed. So I'm just doing cover to cover. So, you know, I think, and this is just kind of testament to Charlie Kirk. I think a lot of people, the events over the last week and a half, almost 2 weeks now, have really kind of awoken. Have you guys noticed? I mean, we watched this memorial service last night. Does it seem like, you know, the word not awoken, revival? That's the word. That is the word everybody's using right now. There is a revival that is going on in this country. I think everybody is kind of aware. And I'll tell you what, I think the far left, a lot of these people are godless. You can tell they're getting a little bit worried. Steve Bannon gave his thoughts on this on the memorial yesterday, and this he says, Charlie carried the Holy Spirit into the populist nationalist cause, fusing it with masculine Christianity. I'm going to let this play here.
Charlie had something else he was bringing, the Holy Spirit, to a Trump rally, essentially. The merging of the populist nationalist with this informed, lived Christianity, this muscular Christianity. As he said, not the soft part of Christianity, but the hard part. That was the power, and I think you saw it develop and be revealed every day since Charlie's assassination. And it culminated yesterday. The reason I say this is such an important event is, you remember on the show yesterday, I teed it up with, it was historic in itself. Never has a government of the United States ever brought as many cabinet people and others. I think you had Cash and Dan Bongino and others, Johnson. You had so many other congressmen. You had so many others that couldn't even make the stage because you had to keep the stage part fairly succinct.
Folks, by the way, we know for a fact, we got the numbers are in. Charlie Kirk's memorial was bigger than JFK's memorial, president, after he was assassinated, and also MLK Jr., his memorial. Charlie Kirk's memorial. This is actually, I think it's fair to say, Charlie Kirk's memorial service yesterday is the single biggest memorial service that this country has ever had. Actually, when you think about it, try to find one that's bigger. He beat out MLK and RFK. I don't think anybody, yesterday, folks, we witnessed the single biggest memorial service in this country's history. Yes.
Still ran to hours.
Yes.
Is that not only did you have, for the first time, to travel out to a non-elected officials or, senior military, senior general, winner of wars, to pay respects to that individual, but the entire program, from the first moment the first moment that the Christian singing started at 7 o'clock in the morning or 8 o'clock in the morning Pacific time, all the way through, was incredible. Revival.
The entire show yesterday was probably 9 hours. I was live here with you folks for 7.5 hours, and I was about 90 minutes late because they started off, it was kind of a Sunday service, right, with music, and they had people coming up. They got pastors coming up, reading scripture, and then they transitioned into they had the big name speakers come out. Yeah, it was probably a 9 hour long event yesterday, just massive.
Yes, the revival is definitely a term of it. They expected a funeral and they got a revival, and that the left was not prepared for that. But it was in the government officials, and I said this earlier, like the Kennedy thing, the powerful part is the way they set up with the Christian music and the Christian worship and the altar calls and all that. But then the government officials and people like Don Jr. and President Trump revealed a part of themselves that is absolutely in tune with the underlying message of Charlie Kirk.
I have to say real quick, I've seen some people be a little bit critical of something specific that President Trump said yesterday. So remember the order. You have Erica Kirk get up there, and she gave her very heartfelt message. She forgave. In the most Christian sense, she offered forgiveness to the young man that killed her husband. President Trump got up after and said, "Listen, Erica Kirk, you know, I forget word for word. I'm going to butcher this, but President Trump said, you know, something to the effect of, you know, I can't forgive my enemies in the same way that Erica Kirk can, or that Charlie Kirk could. I can't. I do. In fact, he said, I do hate my enemies. I hate my enemies, and I wish terrible things on them." And people were saying that, oh, President Trump is undermining Erica Kirk's message. He's watering down the beautiful message that Erica Kirk gave. I take this the other way. I say this is actually President Trump maybe admitting a fault of his. He's actually giving credit where credit is due. He's saying, Erica Kirk, you are a more forgiving, maybe a better person than I am. You are a more godly, Christ-like person than I am, because I do not have that strength that you have, Erica Kirk. That's how I kind of interpreted that. He's not trying to steal the credit from her or steal the spotlight. He's saying, Erica Kirk, you are a more powerful person than me because I am not as forgiving as you are. And you know, I posted something like this on X. I said this on X or Twitter last night after the show. I said, you know, thank God we've got Christ, because I also find myself not having the forgiveness that Christ has, or that Erica Kirk has. I don't think I could offer forgiveness given the circumstances. I don't think I could. And you know, that's not me saying I'm so badass or I'm bragging about it. That's actually almost admitting a fault. That's saying I am imperfect. I don't think I have that depth of forgiveness in my heart. Not now. Maybe someday. I can pray someday, maybe, but not right now. And so I think really that is what President Trump was trying to say. That's my opinion, at least.
And it's now for we, the living, to propel that into the future. Obviously, with the guidance and the infusion of the Holy Spirit. And it took probably one of the youngest speakers up there channeling Charlie Kirk and talking about Charlie Kirk.
Well, who is going to be better at channeling Charlie Kirk than Charlie Kirk's wife, Erica Kirk? You know, another thing that just popped in my head, I have to say, I am happy that they kept the kids off the stage. I know it would have been okay to bring those kids out there and put them up on stage and everybody's cheering them on. I think it is good. I think it is smart to keep the kids out of the spotlight. I have a big thing. I just don't think that young kids need to be put up in front of the entire world, put on the, you know, plastered all over the internet. Everybody's looking at them, looking at their faces. I think it's good to keep children, you know, kind of out of the public eye. And so I think this is my opinion as a father. I've got 2 young kids. I think it was a good decision of theirs to keep those kids off the stage, probably. That's another thing. But it was one heck of a show. And I want to show something to you folks here. Little comparison. This is what the left do when they don't get their way. This is what we do when we don't get our way. And by we don't, I mean they assassinated one of our top figures, one of our top guys who did nothing wrong. George Floyd dies during an arrest. $2 billion in property damage, 200 federal buildings damaged. 2,000 police officers injured, at least 25 Americans killed. Charlie Kirk assassinated in cold blood. 0 rioting, 0 looting, 0 injuries, peaceful vigils and prayer, $0 in property damage, 0 Americans killed, other than Charlie Kirk, who was assassinated by one of these far left freaks. I want to keep on hammering this point home, by the way. Many of whom, these far left freaks, these radicals, they have been celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk. They have been trying to destroy the vigils. There were protesters outside of the memorial service yesterday. They were protesting. They had their signs that said Charlie Kirk deserved it. You guys saw the videos. These people, imagine you are so spiritually downtrodden, you're so ethically bankrupt that you are protesting a memorial service. There's something wrong with these people. We have a super chat here on YouTube. I want to take a look at this. This is Irrelevant One. Hey, I think you're relevant. Thank you for the $10. Thank you. Good morning. Happy Monday. It's Monday. Forgiveness is not absent accountability. The forgiveness is in acknowledging the shared state of peril of your soul with your enemies. You still hold them accountable for the actions. Yeah, I understand the dynamic. Yeah, I've seen a lot of explanations for this type of forgiveness. Yeah. And thank you very much. And thank you very much. Thank you very much. You know, I did find myself, I said this to my wife last night after the broadcast. Erica Kirk, during the show, she said that she actually does not want the death sentence for this young man. She doesn't want the death. She does not, she's not pushing for that. In fact, she has said to the contrary, she doesn't want it. And, you know, maybe once again, maybe I am admitting a fault of myself when I say this, but my first thought was, thank God that decision is not up to her. Thank God it's not her decision whether or not this young man gets the death sentence. Because between you and me, I think he has earned it. I think he deserves it. I think he has earned that. So Erica Kirk might not want it for him. But you know what? Thank God it's not up to her. Because I think our society does demand justice. And I hope that young man receives that justice. That's my opinion. And, you know, everybody is welcome to disagree. That's fine. But all I can do is express my opinion. Okay. Another little message here. By the way, hold up, folks. I need to go ahead and I need to pull this up because any minute now, the official White House page is going to be going live here and we're going to have Carolyn Leavitt come on out. Okay, folks, right now we are waiting for President Trump, White House Press Secretary Carolyn Leavitt. She's going to come on out. The press conference is scheduled for 4 minutes ago. So they're always a little bit late, 10, 15, 20 minutes late. That's okay. We've got stuff we can talk about, but we are going to keep tabs on this. She's going to come on out. And once again, what is she going to be talking about? Well, we don't know for sure, but we have a couple speculations. The new TikTok deal with China, okay, probably. The ongoing investigation into Tyler Robinson and the very complex Charlie Kirk assassination. We will probably talk a little bit about the Charlie Kirk memorial service that happened yesterday. I believe Carolyn Leavitt was there. I think she was there in person. And also, this is kind of a side story, but folks, 3 hours from now, President Trump is going to be speaking to us, to the nation, from the Oval Office, and he's going to be talking about autism. The Trump administration believes, this is word on the block, that they have figured out one of, if not the single most causal factor in autism. As you know, the rate of autism in this country has been skyrocketing. 1 out of every 14 young Americans now has been diagnosed with autism. I kid you not. The autism rates are through the roof. And so Trump, this has been one of his top priorities with also RFK Jr., Secretary of Health. They've been trying to figure out what is going on here with this rapid surge in autism. Well, as it would seem, they think that they have figured it out. And so they're going to have this bombshell conference, Oval Office conference 3 hours from now. So today we're doing a mega show extravaganza. We're going to be live here for Carolyn Leavitt, and then we're going to keep the show going. And then we're going to I'm just going to be here all day with you guys. We're going to cover the Oval Office autism stuff here in a couple hours likewise. So today is going to be another long show as a little bit of a heads up. And once again, thank you all very much for tuning in and being here. We have a super chat here. This is from Christy, says, may I ask again if the puppy finally devoured the other hat? You know, the other hat, I think it's out in the living room right now. Yeah, the hat, it was getting a little bit much. The hat, it was literally just falling apart, as you might have noticed. And I think it might be time. It really pains me to say this, Christy, but I think it might be time to retire. It might be time to retire the hat. So I might need to find a new hat or something. I'm not sure. Maybe this is going to do. It'll suffice for now. Thank you, Christy. I appreciate that. Yeah, that hat might be long gone. This is Jesse Bear. I appreciate that. You would be surprised just how many physicists believe in God. It would be difficult for Elon to look at the universe and not see a grand design. You do see that, man. I wish there was some. There's a quote that I can't remember word for word right now from some famous scientist. I'm sure somebody here in the live chat is going to remember. But he says, you know, the more you drink from the cup of science, the closer you get to God. You know, if you've only taken one sip, you think you know everything. Oh, God doesn't exist. You know, it's this and it's that, and we have an answer for everything. But the more you sip, the further you drink down that cup, you're looking at the bottom, you say, yeah, whoa, right? Anyway, that's kind of the idea. I butchered the quote, but anyway, that's kind of the general idea. And you know, I think there is truth to that. To your point, to your super chat here, I think there is truth to that. I think it makes a lot of sense. Little fun fact about me. Long ago, I was a microbiology student at Portland State University. Portland State. I used to be a big science guy. I always aced my science classes in high school, and then I went on to university and I was pursuing my microbiology degree. And then I was about a year away from getting my bachelor's of science, and I dropped out. You want to know why I dropped out? I dropped out because I started becoming successful on Twitch. I became a Twitch streamer. And so I actually was a Twitch streamer for 8 years. And, you know, I have to say dropping out of college was actually one of my better decisions because things have ended up going pretty well. But anyway, long ago, I came this close to getting my microbiology degree a very long time ago. But hey, I appreciate the super chats. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Right now, folks, we are waiting for Carolyn Leavitt to come on out. Now, there's another little message here from Bannon while we wait. Take a look at this.
Charlie working with Sergio, and that's why he was back there so much, particularly in the first 6 months of the administration. Getting ready for the college tour, he got more focused on that, but man, he was every day there in Mar-a-Lago and then later. And it is a great loss to this nation, as everything he did is a great loss to this nation. But now it's for we the living to continue his work. And when I say his work, both the spiritual and the secular, which in Charlie Kirk's world was inextricably linked. And that's why 100 million people turned in to view it yesterday.
I have to say something real, folks. Prior to Charlie Kirk's passing, and really prior to yesterday's memorial service, frankly, I had no idea that Charlie Kirk was such a beast. I had no idea that he had the impact that he had. Of course, I knew he was doing TPUSA. Yeah, I knew. But I didn't know that it was as big of an operation as it was. I didn't know that it was as influential, that he was as influential as he was. I didn't know that TPUSA was as influential as it was. Are they coming out? Is that her? No, that's some different woman. I really didn't grasp how big of a movement it was, how influential it was. And then we have this memorial service. Charlie Kirk passes away, and you realize, man, yeah, wow, no, this deal, it was a big deal. It is a big deal. It was. And as it would seem, it seems like TPUSA might even end up becoming an even bigger deal. It might be an even bigger deal going forward. We have some audio from inside of the White House press room here. little bit of white noise. So once again, folks, this press conference here with Carolyn Leavitt is scheduled for 11 minutes ago. They're a little bit late, a little bit behind schedule. That's fine. So literally any second now, Carolyn Leavitt is going to be coming on out and letting us know what's going on. She is kind of the voice of the president. There she is. All right, folks, I'm going to shut up a little bit now.
Good afternoon, everyone. Happy Monday. Good to see all of you here. I want to start with a preview of President Trump's very busy schedule for the week. Later this afternoon, the president will be making a major announcement focused on the childhood autism epidemic, alongside his top health advisors who are working to make America healthy again. This will be a powerful display of how the entire Trump administration is committed to addressing root causes of chronic conditions and diseases, embracing full transparency in government, and championing gold standard science. Tonight, the president will depart to New York City ahead of the 80th session of the United Nations General Assembly. He will be joined in New York City by the First Lady. Tomorrow morning, President Trump will deliver a major speech touting the renewal of American strength around the world, his historic accomplishments in just 8 months, including the ending of 7 global wars and conflicts. The president will also touch upon how globalist institutions have significantly decayed the world order, and he will articulate his straightforward and constructive vision for the world.
Okay.
The president will also be hosting bilateral meetings with the UN Secretary General and the leaders of Ukraine, Argentina, and the European Union. The president will also later in the day hold a multilateral meeting with Qatar, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Indonesia, Turkey, Pakistan, Egypt, the UAE, and Jordan. After these important meetings, the president will attend a reception tomorrow night with more than 100 world leaders before returning to Washington, D.C. On Thursday here at the White House, President Trump will welcome President Erdogan of Turkey for a bilateral meeting. And on Friday, the president will travel to Long Island for the Ryder Cup golf match between the United States and Europe. This event is one of the greatest sporting events in the world, and it would not be taking place this year without President Trump's help. President Trump signed an executive order last week preventing a strike that would have crippled the New York City area ahead of the tournament, and at the request of the 5 labor unions who all represent workers on the Long Island Railroad. One of the greatest golfers in the world, Bryson DeChambeau, praised the president's critical intervention, saying, quote, "When the possibility of a strike threatened to disrupt transportation and attendance, President Trump stepped up and took the action needed to protect this world-class competition." Thanks to President Trump's decisive leadership, the Ryder Cup experience will be everything fans and the golf community deserve. Again, that's a quote from the great golfer Bryson DeChambeau. Now let's all hope the American Ryder Cup team can take home the trophy. In other news, positive economic data continues to pour in. Brand new polling shows that Americans' faith in the economy and the direction of the nation is back on track and shooting even higher. Home ownership is more affordable, with mortgage rates dropping to a 3-year low. For new home buyers, this represents a $250 decline in your monthly mortgage payment, or nearly $3,000 a year. And President Trump has made it very clear he wants to continue to see mortgage rates decline to a record low, just like they did in his first term. Thanks to President Trump's unleashing energy dominance, gas prices are dropping, and Americans are spending the smallest share of their disposable income on gasoline since 2005. Additionally, the annual cost to own and operate a new vehicle is down by nearly 6% over the last year. Americans are earning more and they are spending more than ever before. After inflation outpaced for 26 straight months under Joe Biden, real wages have increased nearly every month since President Trump took office, with wages for blue-collar workers rising at the fastest rate in 6 decades. Retail sales are also booming, up 5% over last year. And the stock market is booming, and Americans' retirement accounts continue to do well, with the Dow, S&P 500, and NASDAQ all hitting new record highs. In fact, the S&P 500 is up nearly 15%, and the NASDAQ is up more than 21% since Election Day. As part of President Trump's mission to restore America as the manufacturing superpower of the world, he has secured nearly $9 trillion in U.S. investment, nearly 9 times more than Biden attracted in his entire 4-year term, and we expect that number to be upwards of $15 trillion very soon. We're already seeing the initial economic benefits of these investments, with industrial production recently rising to an all-time high. President Trump built the greatest economy in the history of the world in his first term, and we are witnessing him do it all over again. Now, before I open it up to questions, I do want to speak on the heinous political assassination of Charlie Kirk. As President Trump powerfully stated yesterday, this assassination was an attack on everything that makes the United States of America the greatest country on earth. But that attack has completely failed. The heartwarming response from the overwhelming majority of the American people over the past 2 weeks is all of the proof that you need. The assassin who took Charlie's life can destroy flesh and blood, but he can never destroy the values that Charlie stood for. All across the country, millions of Americans have prayed, hosted vigils, attended church services, became politically engaged for the first time, and honored the legacy of Charlie and the ideals he died speaking for. The beautiful memorial service attended by President Trump and 100,000 great Americans in State Farm Stadium yesterday was just the latest example. And Erica Kirk's mercy was one of the greatest acts of grace this world has ever seen. May God continue to watch over Erica and their beautiful children. Unfortunately, there have been some jarring exceptions to this unity. This past Friday, 58 House Democrats voted no, and 38 voted present on a resolution that simply stated, condemning in the strongest possible terms the assassination of Charles James Kirk and all forms of political violence. There were no strings attached to this vote. This was a simple gesture of human decency to denounce political violence. I wish I could say that this was only a fringe group, but 96 votes is nearly half of the entire House Democrat caucus. And they didn't just vote against this basic resolution condemning political violence. A number of those same Democrats took to the House floor to smear Charlie Kirk's name. The man wasn't even buried yet, and Democrat members of Congress were denigrating his memory on the floor of the House of Representatives. This was truly a sad moment and a clear reflection of how radical the Democrat Party has become. Many Democrats in elective office have now been totally captured by a radical fringe of the far-left base who want to dehumanize every person they disagree with. We must continue to call this wickedness out. It's the only way that our nation can heal. For too long, past leaders have offered platitudes while political violence has been allowed to fester and harm innocent Americans. There has been coordinated campaigns dating back years, spearheaded by radical left-wing organizations centered on dehumanizing, intimidating, doxing, and even attacking Americans whom they disagree with. These groups have radicalized impressionable individuals to foment violence. An attempted transgender assassin traveled to Justice Brett Kavanaugh's family home with plans to end his life. An attempted assassin came within an inch of ending President Trump's life in Butler, Pennsylvania, and on the campaign trail, another attempted assassin tried to kill the president at his golf club in Florida. A left-wing assassin shot United Healthcare CEO Brian Thompson right in the back in the heart of New York City. ICE agents are facing a more than 1,000% increase in assaults for simply doing their jobs. Violent radical left-wing mobs engaged in illegal behavior, targeted Jewish Americans, and shut down America's college campuses under the previous administration. Left-wing mobs burned down Tesla dealerships out of, quote, protest of Elon Musk and his policies. In May, a left-wing activist shouting "Free Palestine" murdered 2 innocent Israeli embassy staffers outside of the D.C. Jewish Museum here in Washington. These are just a few examples, prominent examples, of the growing left-wing political violence in our country. Enough is enough, and as President Trump has promised, he will directly address the dark sources funding and supporting this domestic terrorism to finally restore order in our country.
Do it.
The American people can expect further, very strong action on this very soon.
Okay.
Everyone, Republican, Democrat, everyone in between, we all deserve to live in a country where we do not have to fear for our lives simply for stating what we believe in. With that, I will take your question. In today's new media seat, we have Monica Page, who is the White House correspondent for Turning Point USA's news organization on the front lines. Monica, thank you for being here. We're so sorry for the loss of Charlie. I know you work for him, you were very close to him, and we appreciate your being in the new media seat and also your commitment to covering the White House. You are here every day, just like the rest of everyone in this room. So why don't you kick us off today?
Thank you so much, Caroline. I don't think you realize how much it means to me to be here in this seat, especially on behalf of Turning Point USA and Frontlines. We greatly appreciate it. We also greatly appreciate the outpouring of support and just really kind words that we heard yesterday at the memorial service. That means more to us than I don't think anybody ever knows. And even the global support that we're seeing for Charlie has been overwhelming, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank you so much. I have 3 questions, if I may, on the horrific murder of Charlie Kirk. Government and local officials said that Antifa inscriptions were engraved in these bullet casings that killed Charlie Kirk. It appears to be a trend, especially after what we saw in the Annunciation Church shooting, Catholic Church shooting. Additionally, Stephen Miller recently commented on the rise in this kind of violence, saying there is a domestic terrorist movement growing in this country. The president is designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. I'm wondering, what is the approach to holding these people accountable, just to ensure that violence like this just is eradicated moving forward?
All right.
Sure. Well, Antifa is going to be designated a domestic terrorist organization. The president intends to sign that executive order very soon as it's drafted, as soon as today, later this afternoon. And this is something the president campaigned on, because we have seen a rise in violence perpetuated by Antifa radical people across this country who subscribe to this group. And unfortunately, it's gone widely uncovered by many in the legacy media. It also went completely ignored by the previous administration. Not anymore. Not only, as you mentioned, were the bullet casings subscribed with Antifa mottos, if you will, in the heinous assassination of Charlie, but there have also been more examples than I could read off for you here in this briefing room today of violence from Antifa. I will just read a few. In July 2025, several members of an Antifa cell ambushed and opened fire on officers at an ICE facility in Alvarado, Texas, shooting one officer in the neck. Also in July 2025, 3 Antifa members were charged with assaulting a police officer during a violent riot outside an ICE facility in Portland, which for weeks prior had been under siege from the local Antifa terror cell. In February 2024, a transgender Antifa terrorist detonated an explosive device outside of the office of the Republican Attorney General of Alabama. In July 2023, Antifa members linked to abortionist group Jane's Revenge firebombed pro-life facilities and vandalized churches. In January 2022, a suspected Antifa member was arrested for bringing a pipe bomb to a pro-Trump event. In January 2021, an Antifa supporter threatened to shoot police officers and Trump supporters outside of the Florida State Capitol building. Again, I could continue to list many more examples for those in the room who don't believe this is a serious threat to American safety and our national security, but this administration knows that it is. That's why the president will be signing this order. And we will also be, most importantly, looking at who is funding Antifa and who is funding these other violent left-wing groups that we've seen perpetuate so much crime and mayhem across our country.
Thank you. And Charlie Kirk died exercising his First Amendment right, willingly debating, conversing with everybody and anybody. That was what he did. So what message does this White House have now to all Americans who feel like they are too afraid to express their beliefs, their values, their morals in the wake of such horrific violence?
I think the president has answered this, and I will leave it to his response, Monica, where he so beautifully said, we have to keep fighting. We have to keep speaking up. We have to keep speaking our mind. I know that's what Charlie would want us to do. And we have a right to free speech in this country. The president supports it. It is protected by our beautiful Constitution. And Americans should not cower in fear. They should rise up in courage to continue speaking the truth.
And to end on a lighter note, Caroline, I'd love to know what your favorite memory of Charlie is.
Sure. Charlie was a great guy, and he was, of course, a very influential person in the conservative movement, in the MAGA movement. He was so helpful to the president during the campaign and to all of us who worked on that campaign, that historic campaign. I myself had many great memories going on Charlie's amazing podcast and his show. He was always willing to text people with words of encouragement. In fact, my last text exchange with him was the day before he died, and he was asking for my husband and I's address to send a children's book to our son. And I think that just speaks to the type of person that he was. And I know so many of us here at the White House are going to miss him very much. Thank you. Gabe.
Carolyn, thank you. Regarding the autism announcement,
Sure.
Why now? Does the administration have new data that hasn't been published previously showing a possible link between acetaminophen and autism?
I know there's been many reports about what this announcement at 4 o'clock will be, Gabe. The president is very excited about this, so I don't want to scoop the president of the United States and our Secretary of Health and Human Services, but what I can assure you is that Robert F. Kennedy and the incredible health team that this president has put together are really viewing things in a much different lens. And they are paying attention to studies and the gold standard of science and research that many in this city for far too long have turned a blind eye to. So I think Americans are going to be enlightened and proud of what they hear later this afternoon, but I won't get ahead of the president on exactly what that announcement entails.
On a different topic, going back to the president's social media post from over the weekend, regarding the DOJ and his seeming frustration that they hadn't taken action quickly enough. I want to point to something that the president said during his inaugural address. Never again will the immense power of the state be weaponized to persecute political opponents. We will not allow that to happen. Is the president going back on his promise?
No. In fact, the president is fulfilling his promise to restore a Department of Justice that demands accountability. And it is not weaponizing the Department of Justice to demand accountability for those who weaponized the Department of Justice. And nobody knows what that looks like more than President Trump. We are not going to tolerate gaslighting from anyone in the media or from anyone on the other side who is trying to say that it's the president who is weaponizing the DOJ. It was Joe Biden and his attorney general who weaponized the DOJ. Joe Biden used this sacred American institution to go after his political opponent in the middle of an election year. And you look at people like Adam Schiff and like James Comey and like Letitia James, who the president is rightfully frustrated. He wants accountability for these corrupt fraudsters who abused their power, who abused their oath of office to target the former president and then candidate for the highest office in the land. And I think the president is reaffirmed in those frustrations and his hope for accountability by the millions and millions of people who reelected him to this office with a mandate to demand accountability. And the president has not been shy about this, Gabe. In fact, when he traveled to the Department of Justice earlier this year, all of you were there to cover it. He said, quote, "I demand a full and complete accountability for wrongs and abuses that have occurred. The American people gave a mandate to investigate and root the corruption out of our system," and that's what the president wants to see done.
Carolyn.
Ed.
That's what I want to see done.
Issue again. There are reams of scientific research that suggests there's no clear link between autism and acetaminophen usage. You're suggesting today they may have new information on this. A lot of it, and this entire debate, has the potential to confuse women, especially pregnant women, about what to do. What do you say to those that say what you're doing today potentially just introduces more confusion into the debate?
I think women for many years, in fact for decades, Ed, have been confused by the rapid increase in autism in this country, in the childhood epidemic that is chronic epidemic, disease epidemic that is plaguing America's youth. Women are confused about that and they want answers to that. And that's exactly what this administration is focused on finding. And before you jump to conclusions based on reports that the White House has not even confirmed, I would encourage everyone in this room to go into the 4 o'clock announcement with some critical thinking skills and with some open ears to actually listen to what the president and his team of outsiders have to say about this. And there will be a number of things that will be announced and discussed. And I think, I know as a mother myself, I speak, I believe, for many mothers across the country who really want answers to what is happening to our nation's children. So again, I won't get ahead of the president, but I think everyone in this room needs to tone down the judgment before you even hear what people are going to say. Sure.
Thanks, Caroline. So too on the Holman investigation, I mean, can you just speak to, did the president ask the Justice Department to close the case, and does Holman have to return the $50,000?
Well, Mr. Holman never took the $50,000 that you're referring to, so you should get your facts straight, number one. Number two, this was another example of the weaponization of the Biden Department of Justice against one of President Trump's strongest and most vocal supporters in the midst of a presidential campaign. You had FBI agents going undercover to try and entrap one of the president's top allies and supporters, someone who they knew very well would be taking a government position months later. Mr. Holman did absolutely nothing wrong, and even the President's Department of Justice, even Kash Patel's FBI, looked into this just to make sure. They had a number of different prosecutors and FBI agents who looked into this. They found zero evidence of illegal activity or criminal wrongdoing in the White House, and the president stand by Tom Homan 100% because he did absolutely nothing wrong, and he is a brave public servant who has done a phenomenal job in helping the president shut down the border.
Destroyed.
Mary.
Thanks, Caroline. I have two questions on far-left violence.
Sure.
The first one, the president said yesterday that the bullet hit Charlie, but it was aimed at every one of us. Do you and your colleagues have a heightened sense of fear following this shooting and this far-left violence we're seeing across the country?
I certainly think there's a heightened sense of awareness by conservatives across the country, by all of us here at the White House. Again, as I said to Monica, many of us were personal friends with Charlie and had involvement with Turning Point before we came and served our government in this way. So certainly it's a very shocking incident, and I think, it's very unfortunate that those of us who work in this movement have to think about violence just for speaking our minds and for supporting President Trump.
And as a follow-up on that, I asked the president last night on Air Force One about this pattern of transgender violence we're seeing. Charlie's killer lived with his boyfriend who identifies as transgender, and then we had the Annunciation shooting, the Covenant shooting, all of these incidents. The president said that we're looking into transgender violence. Does that mean the FBI is looking into it? And can you give any more clarity on how the administration is viewing this uptick in specifically transgender violence?
It's definitely something worth looking into, and I think anyone who denies that at this point is being willfully ignorant. And the administration is taking it seriously, all causes of violence, and why these people would be driven to such evil and such hatred. And there's probably many answers to that question, but the administration is really focused on all of them. For individual investigations and cases, of course, the FBI and the Department of Justice are leading those. But as for this overall violence and domestic terrorism that we're seeing, the White House and the president's policy team will be leading the charge, and that really begins with designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. And I can assure you there will be additional actions to come. Sure, in the pink.
Thanks, Caroline. Liz Landers with PBS NewsHour. I just wanted to follow up quickly on something that the president had said yesterday. So we heard from Erica Kirk. She said she forgives the man who shot and killed her husband. And then right after that, we heard from the president who said, I hate my opponent and I don't want the best for them. How does that square with bringing down the temperature of political violence in this country? And then, if I could, I had a follow-up on Venezuela, too.
Look, the president is authentically himself. I think that's why millions of Americans across the country love him and support him, including Erica Kirk, who you saw so beautifully was on stage with the president in an unthinkable moment, in the midst of an unthinkable tragedy, and was leaning on the president for support during that time. And he was there to give it to her, as well as the vice president and many other top-ranking cabinet officials. Kayla.
Thanks, Caroline. On TikTok, the deal. How much is the deal? And if you can't give an exact number to how much the deal is, when can we expect to learn how much the deal is being valued at? And then separately, who are the members involved in the deal? Like, can you share any more details there?
So I don't have a specific number for you, nor am I going to confirm the specific individuals and entities in the deal, Kayla, but I do have several details I'm happy to run through for all of you, and the president will be signing the deal, the official deal, later this week at some point. Under the terms of this deal, TikTok will be owned by a majority of American investors and controlled by a board of directors with extensive national security and cybersecurity credentials. In partnership with the U.S. government, Oracle will serve as TikTok's TikTok's trusted security provider, and they will independently monitor the safety and data security of all U.S. user data on TikTok's platform. Americans' data will be stored securely in the United States without access from China. All U.S. user data will be stored on servers operated by Oracle in the United States, protected from surveillance or interference by foreign adversaries. And the algorithm, I know this is a question many of you have had, will be secured, retrained, and operated in the United States outside of ByteDance's control. And TikTok will remain globally interoperable, meaning TikTok users in the US will be able to see videos posted by users in other countries and vice versa. While I don't have a number on the specific deal, we do expect that thanks to the president's leadership and the securement of this historic deal, businesses using TikTok will generate as much as $178 billion in economic activity within the US over the next 4 years. So this is great news, not just for the millions of American youth who use TikTok. Their data will be safe and secure with this new deal. They'll continue to use this very fun app, but it's also great news for all of the small business owners who have really been able to make a living off of the use of TikTok as well.
And if I could just get one more as it relates to China, on crop prices with farmers, as there's still no official trade deal with China, farmers are getting a little bit antsy navigating, prices being weak and not strong. How is the administration, thinking about farmers right now? Is there anything we can expect to see from the administration on, sort of bailing farmers out should prices continue to not work in their favor?
Well, the administration is completely understands the anxiety of farmers. We're very much aware of this issue. It has been a part of our discussions, the trade team's discussions with their Chinese counterparts. As for any specific actions, I don't have any news on that for you today, but I can fully assure you the entire National Economic Council in this building, as well as our Secretary of Agriculture, Brooke Rollins, have been talking with the trade team about this. There's been many meetings on this, and they are on the ball, but I don't have anything specific for you today. Sure, Selena.
Thanks, Caroline. But the case against Letitia James was extensively investigated for 5 months, and President Trump's handpicked Attorney General Eric Siebert could not find any evidence that he committed a crime. So is the president saying here it doesn't matter if there's a crime, he just wants his political enemies to be charged?
Well, let me just walk you through Letitia James. Letitia James completely abused her oath of office. Letitia James was actively and openly engaged in lawfare. You talk about weaponizing the Department of Justice. What was Letitia James's campaign slogan? It was prosecute Donald Trump. She was saying she was going to prosecute Donald Trump before she even knew if Donald Trump committed a crime, which of course we did not. Those are not the words of a serious prosecutor. Those are the words of a corrupt politician who is abusing their power. She actively campaigned on that. She also led the witch hunt, the financial fraud investigation against President Trump and the Trump Organization, and an appeals court tossed that case out, a $500 million civil fraud penalty in August, which was another win for the president and exonerated him of this witch hunt and showed that this is an individual who is corrupt and abused her oath of office. And we also have evidence of her mortgage fraud. An April report from a white-collar fraud investigator found that there was documented evidence that James engaged in a consistent pattern of financial and property disclosures that raise serious legal questions.
But why won't the president accept the conclusions of his Justice Department to not bring charges against Letitia James? In fact, you had Bondi and Blanche top DOJ leadership who were against ousting Eric Siebert, who again was picked by President Trump.
I just answered that question for you, and the president has every right to express how he feels about these people who literally campaigned on trying to put him in jail, who literally tried to ruin his life and ruin his businesses, and he wants to see accountability for those who abuse their office and abuse their power. And Letitia James absolutely did that, whether you want to admit it or not.
Is that not retribution, though?
Jeff, it's accountability.
Thanks, Caroline. 2 foreign policy questions. President Putin has offered President Trump a 1-year extension of the most recent treaty limiting nuclear weapons. Does the White House have a reaction to that? Does the president want to accept that offer? And then one separate issue, just generally, what is the president's response or reaction to the number of countries this week who are planning to or have recognized a Palestinian state?
2 great questions, Jeff. to your first question about Russia, the president is aware of this offer extended by President Putin, and I'll let him comment on it later. I think it sounds pretty good, but he wants to make some comments on that himself, and I will let him do that. As for all of these Western nations that are recognizing a Palestinian state, the president has been very clear. He disagrees with this decision. He spoke about that in the UK, standing right next to his friend, Prime Minister Starmer, and he feels this does not do anything to release the hostages, which is the primary goal right now in Gaza, does nothing to end this conflict and bring this war to a close. And frankly, he believes it's a reward to Hamas. So he believes these decisions are just more talk and not enough action from some of our friends and allies. And I think you'll hear him talk about that tomorrow at the UN. Kristen.
Thanks, Caroline. Just going back to this Letitia James story. What does President Trump plan to do if the Attorney General, Pam Bondi, tells him that there is not enough evidence to bring his political opponents' cases or to charge those cases?
That's a hypothetical question, Kristen. That hasn't happened at this point.
But we did see one U.S. attorney not be able to find enough evidence, and now they no longer have a job. Is that something that you would consider?
Look, the president stands with Pam Bondi 100%. He made that clear this weekend. He answered questions from all of you last night on Air Force One. He said the same, and that's how he feels at this moment in time.
Just one more thing on the Attorney General.
Go ahead,
Pam Bondi.
Caroline,
Pam Bondi.
would the president support designating Russia as a sponsor of terrorism if it doesn't return kidnapped Ukrainian children? And secondly, we just found out through questioning that Hunter Biden sat in on the discussions of his pardons. What's the White House response to that?
Unfortunately, I think it's unsurprising. And it's also very telling that one of the only pardons Joe Biden signed on his way out the door was the pardon of his son. Everything else was signed with an auto pen, but that one was clearly his own signature.
Yep.
To your first question about Russia,
Yep.
I have no news to share with you on that. Sure, in the yellow.
According to media reports, Maduro has sent a letter to President Trump, but President Trump avoided saying whether he has read it. Did he receive it?
We have seen this letter. Frankly, I think there were a lot of lies that were repeated by Maduro in that letter, and the administration's position on Venezuela has not changed. We view the Maduro regime as illegitimate, and the president has clearly shown that he's willing to use any and all means necessary to stop the illegal trafficking of deadly drugs from the Venezuelan regime into the United States of America.
Context of the letter?
Gilbertson, go ahead.
The admin.
To you and then go ahead. Sure.
Thank you, Caroline. Whitline with Borderhawk News. The admin has openly discussed taking legal action against officials in sanctuary jurisdictions. Just this last weekend, we saw Mayor of Evanston, Daniel Bliss, rioting and protesting outside of an ICE facility near Chicago. Are there plans to start arresting sanctuary mayors or governors going forwards?
Unless they commit a crime, I don't see them being arrested. But if they are violating federal
aiding
law,
and
if they are
abetting.
violating state law, then of course they should be arrested
Yes.
by state and local law enforcement. If they're violating federal law, then they can expect the consequences of that
Yes,
behavior.
they are.
Nick.
Thank you, Caroline. Would the president like to see Congress pass a national holiday honoring Charlie Kirk annually?
That's an interesting question. I'm sure he wouldn't oppose such a thing. But you can pose that to him yourself next time you get the chance.
Sure thing. And to follow up, too, I know the president is honoring Charlie with the Presidential Medal of Freedom. Is there anything else that we don't know of in the works to honor Charlie?
Not at this time, but we do look forward to that Medal of Freedom ceremony very soon. Daniel.
Thanks, Caroline. This past Friday, Adam Schiff, Tim Kaine, they introduced a resolution on Capitol Hill aimed at stopping the successful kinetic strikes against narco-terrorists in the Caribbean Sea. What does a move like this, what type of message does it send to families, specifically families who have suffered at the hands of deadly narco drugs like these?
I definitely think it sends the wrong message. We wish that Democrats would get on board with a very simple idea of ending drug trafficking and securing our homeland. And I saw a report this morning that the Dominican Republic actually helped us seize a boat that was on its way from Venezuela to the United States of America with lots of deadly drugs on board. And so if you actually hear from Caribbean nations in the region, they are thankful and grateful for the administration's efforts, and they're working alongside us to end this plague of drug trafficking through their seas. Sure, Karen.
Over the weekend, Democratic leaders Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries sent a letter to the White House asking for a meeting with the president to talk about government funding. Has the White House responded to that letter, and will the president sit down with them to talk about this, given that deadline is now 8 days away?
Discussions are ongoing with both Republican and Democratic members of Capitol Hill. I don't have any meetings or any scheduling updates for you today, but what I will share is that what this White House wants and what Republicans want. We want a clean funding extension to keep the government open. That's all we're advocating for, a simple, clean budget extension, a straightforward, responsible solution to keep the government open to November 21st and allow the full year appropriations process to move forward. And I will add, this is the same budget that the Democrats approved 6 months ago, just adjusted for inflation. And unfortunately, all of a sudden now, they want to shut down the government. And if the government is shut down, it's only going to, it will be the fault of the Democrats, and it will only hurt the most vulnerable in our country, our seniors, our veterans, our military families, and increasing security for members of Congress, which is something this White House and the administration supports. And if you look back at the statements made by Chuck Schumer and Hakeem Jeffries in the past, they too have advocated against a shutdown and for keeping the government open. Democrat Chuck Schumer himself said a shutdown would mean chaos and pain and needless heartache for the American people. He said once, avoiding a shutdown is very good news for the country, for our veterans, for parents and children, for farmers, and for small businesses. Hakeem Jeffries also said it's about the harm. Families will be hurt if there is a government shutdown. Farmers will be hurt. Holiday travel will be impacted. Democrats clearly know what the right thing to do is here. It's to join with Republicans to pass this clean funding extension. That's what the White House and the president wants. And with that, we will see you all at 4 o'clock for this big announcement later on. Thanks, guys.
All right. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, real quick, before we start breaking stuff down, we are going to keep today's live coverage going. President Trump, we're going to meet up with President Trump in the Oval Office around 2 hours from now. Here's my idea. Why don't we just keep the show going? We have a lot that we can talk about. So I'm going to change the headline at the top of the show here. Right now it says press conference at 1 p.m. Eastern. It's going to now say Trump Oval Office at 4 p.m. And I'm just going to be here all day with you folks, and we're going to wait for that, and we're going to continue breaking down everything that she said and everything else that is going on around the country. So, folks, first off, thank you all for tuning in today. Make sure to like and subscribe. And today we're just going to do a special all-day coverage. That was pretty good. Man, a lot of these, can you call them journalists? I'm not sure exactly what you'd call some of these people. Very, of course, just... It's almost like entrapment. They're trying to ask the most, what's the word? You know, I guess the proper word is it's just gotcha question after gotcha question after gotcha question. And I have to give credit to Carolyn Leavitt here. She's pretty good at navigating a lot of these, right? I think you have to give credit where it's due. She knows what to say. She's a pretty nimble navigator. Journalists. Yeah. Now, folks, President Trump's big announcement later today, and in fact, this is something we can talk about real quick for a moment. President Trump is going to be talking about the childhood autism epidemic that has been sweeping across the country for the last couple of years. 1 in 14 American children are autistic now. That number just continues to go up and up and up. 1 out of every 14 has been diagnosed with autism. This is a problem. What is going on? And so Trump and RFK Jr. and various other members of the Trump administration have been working to figure out, okay, what is causing this issue? Why is everybody autistic these days? And so it seems as if they have put together an idea. They're going to give us that information later today. One of the leading theories right now, people are speculating all over social media, is that it's going to have something to do with Tylenol. That when women are pregnant, if they're taking Tylenol, that it is making the babies autistic or something like that. And so they actually brought that up during this press conference with Carolyn Leavitt. Carolyn Leavitt kind of shut that down. She said, despite what you guys are seeing in the media, because she knows everybody's talking about Tylenol right now, she's saying, despite what you are seeing in the media, just wait, come back in 2 hours. And I think what President Trump is going to have to say is going to blow your socks off. So it might have something to do with Tylenol. It might have something else to do with something else. Maybe it's a little bit of Tylenol and other stuff is involved in this as well. So we're going to find out. It might be bigger than that. That might be a component. Might be bigger than that. There's something I want to show you folks here. We saw the other day, this is what Carolyn Leavitt was talking about, that there was a vote in the House to condemn the Charlie Kirk assassination, and 90-something of the Democrats actually refused to condemn Charlie Kirk's assassination. Jasmine Crockett, one of the Democrats who refused to condemn the assassination and all of the political violence, chimed in and gave her thought on this. But first, I do want to say real quick, there was a massive super chat during that press conference. I want to take a look at this one, of course, from Kevin. Thank you, Kevin. He says, this turning point is not a wave, but a change in the tide, not an administration change, but the start of a change in direction for the next century. It is the end of the progressive secular century and the start of the regressive Christian century. I always like to call myself a regressive. Sometimes I have people in the chat, they say, Matt, you got to stop calling the far left progressive. Don't call them progressive. I'm totally comfortable calling them progressive. And similarly, I'm totally comfortable calling myself a regressive. I do think our country should regress to kind of how it used to be a couple decades ago, maybe a couple generations ago. I think their progress has not been good for the country. I do want to regress a little bit. That is how I feel. You call me a regressive, I'm happy. I'm happy to have that title. Doesn't bother me in the least. And so, hey, I appreciate that super chat. I appreciate that a lot. German Shepherd siblings also became a supporter. We've got a lot of German Shepherd owners in this community. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm totally fine being a regressive. Thank you, folks. Jasmine Crockett, what'd she have to say about this?
You know what? One of the things I do want to point out that's not been laid out that honestly hurts my heart is when I saw the no votes, there were only 2 Caucasians. For the most part, the only people that voted no were people of color, because the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk continuously put out there was rhetoric that specifically targeted people of color. And so it is unfortunate that even our colleagues could not see how harmful his rhetoric was specifically to us.
Oh my God. Why are we cursed to deal with this stupid hood dumbass in our Congress? Why? How have we ended up here? This stupid hood race baiting idiot is a sitting member of the United States Congress. How did we get here? George Washington is spinning in his grave right now. Absolute idiot. Her entire career, by the way, the district that she represents is incredibly racially gerrymandered, which is probably going to get overturned in the U.S. Supreme Court soon. You guys know what the Democrats do. Can I draw you guys a little bit of a picture? Okay. You guys are going to be exposed to my beautiful art skills here real quick. So this is what the Democrats have done across the entire country for decades now. They say, okay, there's a minority black neighborhood here. There's a minority black neighborhood here. Imagine this is a map. And there's a minority black neighborhood here. Here's what we're going to do. We are going to draw our congressional voting district like this. And so they will just like draft up these ridiculous districts meant to exclude everybody that is not a black Democrat. This is called racial gerrymandering. So you have just literally dozens of Democrat congressional voting districts just like this all across the country. Illinois is actually one of the worst. It's terrible. There's a couple of these in Texas as well, which is where Jasmine Crockett is from. And so, yeah, they're just playing a game of connect the dots, connect the Democrat minorities. And so these are called racially gerrymandered voting districts. And these are this case, the constitutionality of these racially gerrymandered voting districts has actually been elevated to the Supreme Court. By the end of the year, in the next 2 or 3 months, the Supreme Court's going to take a look at this, and the Supreme Court might overturn all of these extremely racially gerrymandered voting districts, at which point, if the Supreme Court did that, the Democrats are set to lose, if I remember properly, 24 seats in the House. If the Democrats have their hyper-racially gerrymandered voting districts taken away from them, and they have to redraw district lines that are not like this, they are genuinely set to lose 24 seats in the House. And by the way, what does that mean? Jasmine Crockett, bye-bye. Her entire political career is piggybacking off of pushing black racial grievance. That is her entire persona, as you just saw. And she comes from a radically racially gerrymandered voting district in Texas. She would be bye-bye. She's going to have to go back to her previous job. I don't know what that was. But anyway, yeah, we might be getting rid of her here pretty soon because she might be kicked out of the House if the Supreme Court does what we want them to do. Okay, now we have a super chat here real quick. This is in YouTube. This is from Man Samsung. He says, Trump needs a loyal DOJ that will go after his enemies without question. I don't care if they plant evidence or lie, just like they did to him. You know what? Here's the thing with the Democrats. We don't need to plant evidence or lie about what they're doing because they are just genuinely doing so many terrible, illegal, unconstitutional things. The Democrats have spent the last 10 years making up this narrative that Trump is a this and he's a that, and they're fabricating evidence and just spewing all this bullcrap. We don't have to do that for them because they genuinely are doing all of this terrible stuff. We don't have to lie about it. Now, it does seem like Trump is a little bit at odds with Pam Bondi right now. I'm gonna try, if you guys can just bear with me here for 1 minute. Trump made a Truth Social post about Pam Bondi. No, that's not it. 2 days ago, and then he deleted it. He deleted the post. And Trump 2 days ago kind of went a little bit scorched earth on Pam Bondi here. I made a YouTube short about this. Maybe some of you guys saw that. I found the post. Trump posted this and then he deleted it. Maybe he regretted posting it, but we got the screenshot. Take a look at this. I'm going to read the entire thing. Pam, I have reviewed over 30 statements and posts saying that essentially, same old story as last time, all talk, no action, nothing is being done. What about Comey, Adam Shifty Schiff, Letitia? They're all guilty as hell, but nothing is going to be done. Then we almost put in a Democrat-supported U.S. attorney in Virginia with a really bad Republican past, a woke rhino who was never going to do his job. That's why two of the worst Democrat senators pushed him so hard. He even lied to the media and said he quit and that we had no case. No, I fired him and there is a great case and many layers and legal pundits say so. Lindsey is a really good lawyer and he likes you a lot. We can't delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and our credibility. They impeached me twice and indicted me 5 times over nothing. Justice must be served now, Pam Bondi, now. They're guilty as hell, but nothing is going to be done. We cannot delay any longer. It's killing our reputation and our credibility. So Trump posted this on Truth Social 2 days ago. Then he quickly deleted it. But people, we got the post. Trump is obviously a little bit unhappy with Pam Bondi. Does that mean that he's going to fire her or get rid of her immediately? I don't know. Maybe he's still willing to give her another chance. I do not know. But yeah, it is fair to say kind of nothing is being done. The DOJ, listen, hey, I shouldn't even say this. Okay. Here's what I should say. We need accountability. We need justice. Okay, these people, these radical far-left freaks that not only weaponized our legal system and our justice system to criminally pursue Trump for no reason. They did that for 4 years, for longer than 4 years. Those people need to be held accountable. All of these radical far-left grunts, these foot soldiers, these Antifa freaks, they need to be held accountable as well. I'm with President Trump. Do something now. Accountability now. It is ruining the credibility. It is. Do something now is what has to happen. Ilhan Omar. She gave her thoughts 2 days ago on Charlie Kirk. Take a look.
I just think it was the video where it called him Dr. Frankenstein and said his monster shot him through the neck. I mean, obviously this is a person, and looking at this is someone who was a husband and a father.
You guys hear about that? Ilhan Omar said that Charlie Kirk was Frankenstein and that Frankenstein's monster shot him in the neck. What does that mean? Ilhan Omar, this disgusting Somalian immigrant freak, the insinuation here is that Charlie Kirk deserved it, that Charlie Kirk deserved to be assassinated.
And in the days after his shocking death, that happened as a result of his views, or it happened as a result as he was sharing his views publicly with people, that people found it jarring to hear such criticism of that in the immediate aftermath of
what I find jarring is that there are so many people willing to excuse the most reprehensible things that he said, that they agree with that they're willing to have monuments for him, that they want to create a day to honor him, and that they want to produce resolutions in the House of Congress honoring his life and legacy. It is one thing to care about his life, because obviously so many people loved him, including his children and wife. But I am not going to sit here and be judged for not wanting to honor any legacy this man has left behind. That should be in the dustbin of history, and we should hopefully move on and forget the hate that he spewed every single day.
You know what, Ilhan? 100 years from now, people will remember the name Charlie Kirk. Nobody will remember the name of Ilhan Omar. The extent to which people will remember the name Ilhan Omar is when they are saying, Ilhan Omar, isn't that the name of that incestuous Somalian Muslim immigrant freak who came to the country and then just spent her entire professional career complaining about white people? Isn't that Ilhan Omar? That Ilhan Omar? That is the extent to which people will remember you. And hopefully people will say, Ilhan Omar, isn't that the woman whose citizenship President Trump revoked for lying about her immigration status because she incestuously married her own brother, and then Trump deported her back to the third world Somalian slum that she came from? That Ilhan Omar? Oh, yeah, I remember her. God, I hope, I pray, I hope. Deport her. President Trump, revoke her citizenship. She lied about her immigration status. She married her own brother. She's an incest Somalian freak. Deport her back to Somalia. President Trump, if you can hear me, get her the hell out of the country. She does not belong here. She should not be here. She never should have been allowed to enter the country in the first place. Get her out of here. Good God. Right. Sorry. I'm a little bit passionate. Sorry. Am I out of bounds here? Apologies. Then you had this idiot. This leftist, far left radical on TikTok uploaded this video the day after Charlie Kirk was assassinated. Take a look.
The best part of this whole goddamn thing is that he is not martyr material, so his death will mean nothing. It will activate no one. It will impact few. It's just great.
Man. Oh, man. How wrong, generationally wrong. How wrong can one person be? His death, he's not going to be a martyr. His death will mean nothing. Nobody will remember his name. How wrong and stupid and ignorant one person can be. And by the way, once again, this individual uploaded this video onto TikTok within 24 hours of Charlie Kirk being assassinated. Disgusting, these people. And we've seen so many videos just like this. By the way, speaking about what's been going on, kind of as it relates to Ilhan Omar, take a look at this. The mayor of Minneapolis, he's a far-left radical. Imagine my shock. He is now uploading videos addressing his Somalian community in Minneapolis. This guy has been practicing. Just listen to it. Just listen to this.
Maaga Egawa Jacob Fry. Doka Magalada, Minneapolis. Damaan, Shaabka Somaliyed, Kayamid, Mogadishu, Garowe, Hargeisa, Bosaso, Bedabo, Kismayo.
Gibby gabby, dupa, goopa dupa, dumpy dumbo, goopa, goopy kappa.
Wahan Rabah in An Idin Shego.
Okay. So this far left radical is a Democrat. He's the mayor of Minneapolis. This guy, this guy is now learning to speak Somalian so that he can communicate with his voters because there are so many Somalians in Minneapolis. This is my opinion. We just shouldn't have Somalians in Minneapolis or really anywhere in the country. I don't listen, because here's my question as an American. My ancestors showed up in this land before America even was a country. This is the colonial days in 1635. The Morris bloodline has been in this country since 1635. I have my roots here, okay? What do I get as an American, as a founding stock American, as a heritage American? What do I get out of having tens of thousands or millions of Somalians come in the country? This guy has decided that in order to speak to his own electorate, he's got to learn to speak Somalian. I'm an American. I don't want to need to learn how to speak Somalian. I don't want my kids to have to speak Somalian to be able to get by in the United States of America. What do I get out of having 1 million Somalians in the country? I don't think anything. I don't think I really benefit at all by having Somalians in the country. I think they should not really be here. That's my opinion.
Minneapolis, wa Magaladina, Wahad Kamid Tihin.
Minneapolis, Gibby Gamba Goomba Doomba, Goomba Shuba Scooby Doo.
Laf Dabarka, Magaladan.
Okay, I'm done. Okay. Oh, man. We are so screwed. We are so screwed. Oh, this country is screwed. No, we're not. No, we're not. We're taking it back. No, we're not. We are not screwed. We are not screwed. Do not give up. Do not despair. Do not despair because we have Stephen Miller who gave this speech yesterday afternoon.
We will prevail over the forces of wickedness and evil. They cannot imagine what they have awakened. They cannot conceive of the army that they have arisen in all of us. Because we stand for what is good, what is virtuous, what is noble. And to those trying to incite violence against us, those trying to foment hatred against us, what do you have? You have nothing. You are nothing. You are wickedness, you are jealousy, you are envy, you are hatred. You are nothing. You can build nothing. You can produce nothing. You can create nothing. We are the ones who build. We are the ones who create. We are the ones who lift up humanity. You thought you could kill Charlie Kirk? You have made him immortal. You have immortalized Charlie Kirk. And now millions will carry on his legacy.
You know, this is an interesting idea. Listen, he's right. He's right. Why is America the way that it is? Why is Europe the way that Europe is? Why are some countries wealthy and successful with beautiful culture and rich, architecture and art? And why do some countries have philosophers and other countries don't have Everybody, who's your favorite Somalian philosopher? I don't think they have any. I don't think there has ever been a Somalian philosopher. You've got German philosophers, you've got American philosophers, you've got beautiful American architecture and German architecture and French architecture and British architecture and philosophers and poetry and sonnets and all culture. You've got culture, right? So when he says that we build things, that we create things, yeah, he is right. Now, if we take a little vacation real quick down here over to Somalia, which is a beautiful country, we have Mogadishu. Can I take a look? So just real quick, this is how bad it is in Somalia. You can't even actually take a look with Google Maps because nobody has uploaded anything to Google Maps. Maybe we have a couple spots here I can drop in right there. Somebody uploaded one picture. So listen, here's my thing. I just don't really want America to be like Somalia. I don't want America to be anything like this at all, ever. I don't want anything that I am seeing here in my country. This looks like they've got just filth and garbage everywhere. They're peeing and pooping in the water. I don't know. I'm gonna look at one more place here. I just don't really. Once again, what's in it for me to allow? This is like off in the middle of nowhere in the countryside here. You need to sell me on this. What is in it for me, American, with American kids? My family has been in America. They helped build the country. They fought in every single major war. They've given their blood, sweat, and tears to this country. What is in it for me to import 10 billion Somalians? I don't want my country to be like this. I don't know what to tell you. Anyway, so that's that. I agree with Stephen Miller insofar as this goes. President Trump answered the question, what do the Democrats stand for? Aboard Air Force One late last night.
So I ask you, what do the Democrats stand for at this point?
I think chaos, confusion, anger. They're losers. They don't even want to extend the opening. We have a very successful country. If we gave them everything they wanted, they're deranged. If we gave them everything they wanted, they wouldn't extend, in my opinion. They say, oh, they want to meet with me. It's nonsense, but I'll meet with them. But no, they're angry, and they took a big loss, and they're doing worse now than they were during the election. So they're doing very badly. I don't think actually. I think they stand for chaos.
Chaos. I don't know. Maybe they have just suffered such a never-ending series of catastrophic losses that now they are just flailing. You guys, you ever have a toddler? Do we have any parents in the audience? You have a toddler, they do something bad, they're 3.5 or 4 years old. You take away their toy. Hey, listen, you're not allowed to do that. I'm going to take the toy away. Or, hey, we're not going to watch the movie. Hey, no more movies for the day or whatever, right? And what do? They might just flail. They have a petulant toddler meltdown. And there's no logic behind it. There's no critical thinking behind it. It is just flailing, right? That might be the case. I don't know. It's just a total petulant Democrat meltdown. Now, I'll tell you a funny story. You guys know my wife is German. She's an immigrant from Germany. She's been here for 5 years. We have a beautiful 4-year-old daughter and a 2-year-old son, little German-American babies. And our 4-year-old daughter is learning German. My wife we speak a little bit of German around the house. My wife is teaching our daughter German. And this must have been 6 months ago. We had a 3.5-year-old toddler meltdown in the middle of a Costco. In Costco, we're doing our shopping at Costco, and I forget even what set it off, but our 3.5-year-old daughter, it was time to have a meltdown, a temper tantrum, and she decided that she was going to have this meltdown in German, not in English. Sometimes we have English meltdowns. This was a German meltdown, and I kid you not, our 3.5-year-old daughter, I apologize, it's as if she was channeling the spirit of Adolf Hitler. She was going, 9, 9, 9, 9, 9. Sweetie, okay, calm down. And we're in a Costco. It's a busy Saturday afternoon. Everybody is there. The place is packed. 9, 9. Okay, sweetie, sweetheart, calm down. It's okay. Goodness gracious. Okay. It actually was funny. It actually was kind of funny. But okay, calm down. Okay. Now, Okay, speaking about the Democrats' catastrophically terrible approval ratings, take a look at this. This is CNN earlier this morning talking about that very topic. Take a look.
What do you think?
Yeah, what are we seeing? You know, Donald Trump being underwater, Democrats saying, oh, this guarantees us we're going to fly high in the midterms. Let me tell you, this guarantees you nothing, because at this particular point, the Democrats are the New Orleans Saints of political parties. What are we talking about? Trust the Dems or GOP more on the economy? Who leads on the economy? Republicans.
Wow. The economy has been one of Trump's most difficult issues. Not that he's ever really been underwater on this since getting back into office, but it has been his lowest polling issue topic, the economy. Now, what are we, 8 months in? 8.5 months in, almost 9, +7. Who do you trust more, the GOP or the Democrats? +7, Trump, the economy.
By 7. Immigration, Republicans by 13. How about crime, a big issue for Donald Trump and the Republicans? Look at that, lead by 22 points. So the bottom line is this. At this particular point, the ball may be on the ground, but the Democrats have not picked up the ball and running with it. If anything, at this particular point, it's the Republicans who are running with the ball on the top issues, the economy, immigration, and crime.
As it would seem, people across the country, they love what Trump has done with Washington, D.C. In fact, any time we have the Washington, D.C. conversation, Trump, National Guard, he cleaned up the streets. Okay. The first thing everybody says is, man, I hope he does that to my city. Man, I live in Portland, Chicago, Atlanta, whatever. Hey, I live in this place. Man, I want Trump to come clean up my city too. I want whatever he did to Washington, D.C. He reduced the crime, the violent crime, the robberies. Hey, bring that to my town. That's what I see. So people, +22 points on crime. Yeah, makes sense.
Give some context on this. Compare this when Republicans last took the House.
Yeah, let's compare it back to 2022. I think this kind of gives away the game right here. Okay, the GOP is more trusted than the Dems on the economy. It was 12 points in 2022. Slight decline in that lead, but still 7 points. How about immigration? It was Republicans by 3 back in 2022. Look at this. The Republican lead's actually gone up by 10 points. What are you doing, Democrats? My goodness gracious. And on crime, the Republicans were up by 13, and now they're up by 22. The lead, again, expanding by nearly double digits. So whatever Democrats are doing, it ain't working.
Trump is snowballing. You know what's actually astounding here is that now that Trump is actually in office and he is implementing a lot of his policies, you know, there was a lot of fear-mongering for a long time. If Trump gets into the White House and he does that and he does this and he does this, it's going to be terrible. It's going to ruin the country, blah, blah, blah. He's in the White House. He's implementing a lot of these policies. And people are saying, wait a minute, nothing bad is happening. In fact, things are getting better. Things are actually getting better. Wow, hold up, wait. The border is closed. There are fewer illegal aliens in the country. It feels like my city is a little bit safer now. You know, there's this and that. The economy, okay. I think the economy still is in a little bit of a turbulent phase because we're still early on in kind of the tariff era. Things are still kind of in flux a little bit. Immigration, really. People are loving what Trump is doing. And in fact, the only criticism I see of Trump's immigration policy is that it's not enough. Have you guys noticed? It's not that people don't want deportations or a secure border. It's that people want more deportations. People want an even more secure border. People want fewer H-1B visa Indian workers in the country. People want fewer Somalians coming in the country or whatever, right? People want more. Trump has given a taste and people say, I want more of this. That's the problem, I guess, if you can call it a problem.
Okay, it ain't working. Republicans have the lead on all three issues.
What's the reason that you are finding so far that's driving this?
Yeah, I mean, look, it's all about the center of the electorate, right? You win with independents, you win overall. And what do we see right here among independents? Republicans still have a point lead on the economy. They got a 10-point lead on immigration. They got a 21-point lead on crime. The bottom line is when you look at these numbers, Democrats should call their offices because at this particular point, even if Republicans or even if the public doesn't like what Donald Trump is doing, they ain't necessarily liking what Democrats are doing. And it ain't just a referendum on one party. You actually have to go out and beat that party at this particular point. Democrats are not able to beat Republicans. They still
and again, this isn't as Donald Trump came into office. These are numbers from this month.
These are numbers from September of 2022. 25, we still find that the Republicans leading on all three of these issues. And of course, this economy will be the key. If Democrats are going to win, they're going to have to likely win on the economy. At this particular point among independents, you see that 1-point lead for Republicans. And overall, at least according to the Washington Post, they hold a 7-point lead on the economy overall.
So first off, yeah, they picked the most flamboyantly gay person in the country, perhaps. CNN. That's CNN for you. Anyway, you know. Look how pissed off she is. Look how pissed she hates Trump. Look how pissed she is. You know, you would think. Does anybody here play games, whether it be some athletic football or some video game or board games? You know, you think if the strategy I'm using to try to win, to try to beat the game is not working, you'd say, man, you would realize, okay, my strategy is not working. I got to come up with a new strategy because I want to win. I need a new strategy because the old strategy is not working. Well, what have the Democrats been doing? Their strategy has been calling Trump and all of us fascist, Nazi, dictator, white supremacist, whatever, Hitler, and nothing else. That has been their sole and exclusive strategy for 10 years now is, you're a Nazi. Hey, Trump, you're a dictator. You're a this, you're a fascist, you're a that. And if you vote for Trump, you're a Nazi also. It very clearly has not worked. It doesn't work. In fact, I would say it's backfiring at this point. They've been trying the same thing, the same tired, played out, ineffective rhetoric for 10 years. For 10 years. And it doesn't work. It's like, okay, hey, Democrats, maybe it's not enough to call people names. Maybe you actually need to put together a coherent political agenda. What are you going to do? Right? This is a form of democracy here. We have elections. You need to be able to provide results for the American people, and you just don't do that. It's not enough to criticize the opposition, which is what they've done. They're calling us Nazis and whatever. You actually have to provide results, and they just have not done that ever, not for a very long time at least. And yeah, the American people. I gotta say, 3 months ago we were having concerns about, are the Republicans going to win midterms? Who's going to win midterms? Maybe it's going to be rough for the Republicans. I don't know. We might lose the House. I'll tell you what, folks. Right now, are we scared about losing midterms? I don't think so. I don't think so. I think the Republicans have the midterms on lock. Of course, we are still a year away. We're 14 months away or so. So, things could change. I don't know. But I think for the Republicans, if you want to make this political, I think the Republicans are looking pretty good right now going into midterms. Now, Hakeem Jeffries, the House Minority Speaker, he's the second highest ranked Democrat in the country right now. Right behind Chuck Schumer, I suppose, technically speaking. What does he have to say? Take a look at this.
One thing to understand.
I'm going to turn up the audio here, a little bit quiet on this one.
One thing to understand, as people who are flirting with the Trump administration or doing the bidding of the Trump administration or engaging in the pay-to-play schemes of the Trump administration, the statute of limitations is 5 years. Donald Trump and this toxic administration will be long gone, but there will still be accountability to be had. And that process, of course, begins now, but it will not be complete until perhaps there is an independent Department of Justice, certainly an independent House of Representatives in Democratic hands. The Department of Justice.
An independent DOJ in Democratic hands. That's a curious idea.
Is one of the great institutions in law enforcement in the history of this country. And Donald Trump and these extremists have been destroying its integrity. One thing to.
So what is he saying? Really, what is the message here? He's saying that when the Democrats get back in control of the country, in the White House, in the House of Representatives, in Senate, the second they get power, again, any type of power, they're going to abuse it. They will pursue their political rivals, their political foes. Trump, his supporters, that's you, that's me, his cabinet, everybody that's working alongside Trump, anybody that is showing Trump any ounce of support, the second these far left freaks regain any amount of power in this country, God forbid, they will abuse it. They will. He is being, in fact, I'm going to bookmark this. I'm going to come back to this later. He could not be more crystal clear. And by the way, we have to believe him when he says this. We have to believe him because this is what they just did. This is what they did for 4 years when Biden was in office. They were more than happy to use and abuse the DOJ to hound down, to criminally pursue their political foes. You know, they were, and then you can talk about how the Biden administration was putting pressure on all of these tech companies like YouTube, like Facebook, like Twitter. Now it's known as X, but like Twitter, to kick people like us, like me, and like you. Give me, real quick, post a number 1 in the live chat if during the Biden era, you, conservative American, were banned or suspended or shadow banned or blacklisted or something, somewhere on social media. You had your comments deleted, something during the Biden era. If you, to some degree, were censored by big tech on Facebook, could have been Twitter, all these different sites. Because I think it was a lot of people. I was. In fact, I still am. Still to this day. It's terrible. But yeah, I think a lot of people, and you know what? They're going to do it again. They're frothing at the mouth. They want to do it again. They cannot wait to get one shred of power because they are eager to abuse it, just like we saw them do. Folks, it wasn't even a year ago that Biden was in the White House and they were still doing stuff like this. It was less than 12 months ago that they were doing stuff like this. They want to do it again. You absolutely know that they do. Now, let's talk about this Pam Bondi thing. I want to double back to the Pam Bondi thing because I forgot I had this clip I want to share with you guys. Peter Navarro actually weighs in on this. He's talking to Steve Bannon about what's going on with the DOJ and Pam Bondi.
Trump finally, he must have read your book, the president, because finally on Friday he had enough of it. Or was it Saturday? He put out, "Hey Pam, love you, baby, but nothing happening on this stuff." And he made it, I think it was Halligan, he made a decision. He got rid of the guy in they got rid of the guy in Eastern District and put Mary Halligan in there. And he literally went through chapter and verse, kind of the guy's talking about. I just want to make sure everybody understands something. Peter Navarro was the senior advisor to President Trump. And one of the central reasons his philosophy and understanding of China is one of the reasons President Trump won in 2016.
I got to say real quick, this just occurred in my brain here. These two guys here, these two guys, even if you don't like Bannon, I don't care. You don't like, it's your personal opinion, whatever. You need to acknowledge these guys, Navarro and Bannon, these guys are ride or die. When, pardon my language, when shit hits the fan, you want guys like Bannon and Navarro at your back in your friend group. And the reason I say that is because both of these guys, they went to prison for President Trump. Remember the J6 committee? The J6 committee, which was incredibly partisan and corrupt, subpoenaed both of these guys into Congress to come and try to throw Trump under the bus is what they wanted. And both of these guys, Bannon and Navarro, they said, you know what? I'm not playing this game. No. They said, you can take your subpoena and you can flush it down the toilet. And they refused to comply. They both went to prison because they refused to comply with these J6 committee subpoenas. Both of these guys went to prison to protect President Trump. I think they had 4, 5, 6 month prison sentences. They were both in prison. Okay. Listen, you got to give credit where it's due.
He then was in the government, and this brother fought every day for the American worker, every day, and for this country, against the Gary Cohns and the Mnuchins and all the globalists. Every day, Peter Navarro is in the cockpit fighting. What is his reward for that? What is his reward for that? In Reagan National Airport, one of the most crowded of so many prominent people going around, they drag him and his girlfriend, or his fiance now, they drag him off a plane about to board, right? Knowing they could have done anything, gone to his lawyer, anything, dragged him off on the causeway, shackled him like a murderer, By the way, something they didn't do to the kid in Utah, he was never shackled coming in, and then put him in leg irons so the causeway to humiliate him and to show you what's in store for you, big guy, and all the people around you.
I want to hear about Bondi here.
The guy that did that should be in prison now. This is why the book's going to infuriate you, and this is why you need to read it and think about it, because they're coming for you. The point of Navarro's book ain't about him and not about Bonnie.
I went to prison so you won't have to. A love and lawfare story in Trump land.
Peter Navarro's tough enough. Steve Bannon's tough enough. We can go back to prison. Trust me. We'll be fine. It's you. And if you don't think they're coming for you, you are absolutely dead wrong. And 26 or 28, and that's why it has to be a red. Not you.
You guys need to understand. Listen, like seriously, if these far left radicals, if they got their way 100% of their way, you and I, all of us, we'd either be dead or in some prison camp. They would open up gulags in Minnesota, and we'd be crushing rocks while getting whipped on the back by a bunch of Somalian slave drivers. Literally. Okay? And if you don't believe me, look at what they did for 4 years during the Biden era. Look what happened in the 10 days following Charlie Kirk's assassination. They were celebrating. They were cheering on the death of Charlie Kirk. This is a battle. I'm not being hyperbolic when I say it's a battle of good versus evil. They hate you. They hate us. They hate Trump. They want us dead. It's very obvious. Even the top senior ranking Democrats, they have refused to unconditionally disavow this type of political violence. These people are bloodthirsty. All that matters to them is power. That is it.
You say accountability. I understand that. You're in the White House. You need to do that. I'm for much more than accountability. We have to take this thing apart brick by brick, and we have to do it now. And finally, President Trump, God bless him, had a belly full of it. All the excuses, all the tapping along, which I've been saying, getting tapped along, and boom, drop the hammer and say, hey, look, I love you. But, hey, these guys are still walking the face of the earth. Why? And I'm going to start putting some people in there if you don't. So get on the program, and get on the program now.
So, what do you think is Pam Bondi's problem? Like, hey, Pam Bondi, what are you doing all day? Hello, make it happen. These people that sought to criminally pursue, unjustifiably to weaponize our justice system and the legal system, hold these people accountable. This is one of the reasons why we voted for Trump. That's why Trump gave you the job that he gave you, Attorney General. Hold these people accountable. What's the holdup? What is her problem? What is she doing instead of doing this? What's the deal? Right? Get to work. Now, I got to say, somebody in the live chat here mentions Tulsi Gabbard. I'm about to say something here that might be a little bit controversial, because it's kind of tangential to the Epstein stuff. Hear me out. I'm going to piss some people off. Whatever, so be it. Okay. Donald Trump's initial response to the Epstein stuff was terrible. It was terrible optics. Of course, you guys know I'm Team Trump. I'm with Trump. However, I can acknowledge his initial response. It was at that cabinet meeting. It was live broadcast where he said, "Are you guys still talking about that Epstein stuff? Really?" That was a terrible response. He should not have said that. That made the entire situation worse than it had to be. He should not have handled that situation that way. That being said, I hope Trump understands just how much Tulsi Gabbard helped him out during the first week of the Epstein stuff was catastrophic. It was bad. It was bad optics. It was a bad look. The entire nation was talking about it. The entire world was talking about it. It was a rough week. Following the 7 days after he said that, 3 days after he said that, Tulsi Gabbard comes out and she drops the Obamagate bombshell. Tulsi Gabbard, she calls a meeting. She convenes the nation, the media. She says, I have proof that Obama put together this whole Russiagate collusion narrative. He knew about it. He was calling the shots. He was the orchestrator. Here's who was involved. I hope that Trump understands the degree to which Tulsi Gabbard saved his ass. Tulsi Gabbard helped him out so much by putting together that story and also dropping that story at that time. She because what she did, she helped shift the national dialogue. Because at that point, what we could say, because Donald Trump's initial response was that this was a Democrat hoax. The Epstein stuff, it's a Democrat hoax, blah, blah. Tulsi Gabbard poured some water into that cup, because then Tulsi Gabbard came out and she talked about this Obama. She had the proof. Obama did this. Obama's intelligence community did this. We have the proof. And then people can say, wait a minute. If we know now for a fact that the Obamagate stuff is a hoax, well, maybe what Trump is saying about the Epstein stuff, maybe there could be some truth to that. Maybe some of the Epstein stuff is in part a Democrat hoax. Maybe they did modify the Epstein files. I hope Trump understands just how much Tulsi Gabbard helped him out. She did him she provided, she delivered results. She really did. I think, in my opinion, out of Trump's entire cabinet, I think Tulsi Gabbard is probably the number one result provider. She is going to work. She is doing the work every day, and she is giving results. Pam Bondi, I don't know what the hell she does. Frankly, I have no idea what she's even doing. I don't know. And that's kind of what Bannon and Navarro are talking about here. Seems like Trump is a little bit fed up with Bondi also.
Trump's got the weight of the world on his shoulders. Somebody's got to step up and do what I gave. Why did I, at the Student Action Summit in July in Tampa, talk about this very topic? It has to happen now. For the president, for the country, and for you, this audience.
Hold these people accountable now. Bondi, hold these people accountable now. I agree. I couldn't agree more. It's time to get to work. It is time to get to work. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we have about 90 minutes until President Donald Trump is going to step into the Oval Office here, and he is going to talk to us. He's going to give us this bombshell information about what has been causing this autism epidemic. It is an epidemic across this entire country. I'm going to try to pull up a chart here. Autism over time chart. The rate at which autism has been increasing in this country is actually through the roof. Actually, I have a great chart here. Take a look at this. This is from the Autism Community in Action, the TACA. Okay, rewind back to 1970. 1 in 10,000 people in the country were autistic. 1 in 10,000. 1995, 1 in 1,000. Let's flash forward up to, this is 2020. We see this 1 in 36. The most recent number I've seen from 2024 is now 1 in 14. In 2020, it was 1 in 36. Now, 2024, 1 in 14. And so, obviously, something is going on here. You know, what is it exactly? Everybody has their suspicions. I'm not sure. Donald Trump has put together a task force that has been led by RFK Jr., Secretary of Health. And RFK Jr. has likewise, he's been providing results. He's been looking into this. And allegedly, rumor on the block is that Trump is going to go live in about 90 minutes, less than 90 minutes. And he's going to, release his bombshell findings regarding this drastic increase in autism. Some people are speculating it has to do with Tylenol. We've been seeing this all over social media that when a pregnant woman is taking Tylenol during her pregnancy, it can make the fetus autistic or something like that. I don't know. Maybe that is a part of it. And that was actually brought up during this Carolyn Leavitt press conference about an hour ago. You guys were here for that. You saw that. What did Carolyn Leavitt say? She said, listen, I know what you guys have been seeing in the media. I know what the media is saying, The White House has not confirmed or corroborated any of that information, and, you know, there's going to be more to this. So maybe Tylenol is going to be a part of it. Could be. But I think there's going to be a lot more information involved with this autism thing here that we don't know, that we are going to know in the next 90 minutes. So, hey, right now, folks, we're kind of in this interim. I got to say, guys, there are over 10,000 people. We've got 11,000 between Rumble and YouTube, Matt Morse TV, Rumble, Matt Morse TV, YouTube. 11,000 people right here. We're doing our midday coverage. We're kind of deviating from our daily schedule right now because we have so much breaking news. Today's a big day. So I want to say thank you, everybody, for tuning in. If you are new, please make sure to like and to subscribe. And I want to say I appreciate everybody here. Now, here's what we're going to do. We've got about 90 minutes of coverage of broadcast time that we kind of need to fill in here. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start taking a look around the internet, and I'm going to see what's everybody talking about right now. Do we have any breaking news that we can read through, that we can take a look at? I have to say, I really do like doing these all day kind of live coverage broadcasts. I do like doing these. Sometimes they can be a little bit scatterbrained all over the place, but I like it a lot. Uh-oh. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got a new report coming out of Fox News I want to read with you folks here. Can I pull this up here? Now what is this? Conservative Political Action Committee has now turned the tables on left-wing narrative defending teachers who are smearing Charlie Kirk. What I've been seeing from a lot of people on the left, they're saying, Charlie Kirk isn't a protected class. I'm allowed to trash talk Charlie Kirk because Charlie Kirk isn't a protected class. Well, listen, yeah, okay, sure, you're right. Charlie Kirk is not a protected class. Also, though, if you're a teacher or a government employee and you are making fun of the death of this young man, yeah, you can bet your ass that we are going to get you fired. We are getting you fired. Yes, you will lose your job. And we've been seeing a lot of that. That type of disgusting behavior has no place in some of these jobs. A conservative political action committee launched an effort to expose teachers across the country justifying Charlie Kirk's assassination online, and this group is pushing back on claims from the far left that conservatives are being hypocritical about free speech. Listen, let's try to make sense here. What does this American First Amendment idea of free speech, what does that mean? When we say America has free speech, what does that mean? What that means is that the government is not able to criminally pursue you or fine you or imprison you for things that you have said, for expressing your ideas. Okay? It doesn't mean that you are free from, being socially ostracized. You know, if you, random person, if you say something I don't like, I don't have to keep being friends with you or hanging out with you. Okay? And then you say, oh, my free speech. Listen, this is a protection from the government, not a protection from me. If I am your employer, and you come into office into work someday and you start, saying stuff that I don't like and it's terrible stuff, yeah, you can get fired. That's the way it works. It's a protection from the government, okay? Let's keep on reading here. There's still some consequences here involved, just not from the government like that. Stefano Forte, executive director of 1776 Project PAC, spoke to Fox News Digital about the new form live on the organization's website where users can red flag teachers and administrators who have justified Charlie Kirk's killing online, a form he says has already yielded an endless stream of tips. So people are now uploading proof of this terrible rhetoric. Many people are essentially happy that Charlie Kirk has been killed. And these people are in charge of the next generations. These are teachers, right? Would you trust a teacher who is celebrating the death of Charlie Kirk and also justifying the death of Charlie Kirk to teach your children at a public school? Hell no. Hell no. As conservatives online have launched a variety of efforts to expose online hate directed at Kirk, numerous elected officials and pundits on the left have accused the political right of cracking down on free speech. Now you have the progressive left that is complaining about cancel culture. How ironic is that? These purveyors of cancel culture for the last 15 years, now they have a problem with it now that they are facing not cancellations, but the consequences of the rhetoric. By the way, you want to know what is the most extreme form of cancel culture, it's killing somebody. Seriously, I want you to think about that. The most extreme form of cancel culture is not getting somebody fired or getting somebody kicked out of university. The most extreme form of cancel culture is literally politically assassinating somebody for saying something that you don't like, which is, as a reminder, that's where the far left is. That's where they are currently. One of them, a member of the far left, assassinated Charlie Kirk because he didn't agree with what Charlie Kirk had to say. And then hundreds of thousands of similar members on the far left, they have been celebrating it. They've been cheering it on. And they've been, in fact, calling for more violence. So I'm sorry, you want to complain about cancel culture? You freaks on the far left, you are literally killing people. You are literally canceling people's lives. So spare me the melodrama about cancel culture. I'm not going to hear it. Unbelievable. When they had social power, they didn't care about our free speech at all. They didn't care who was canceled for having basic Republican opinions or fired for supporting Trump or even retweeting Charlie Kirk. The only free speech they want protected is their own. And this, I love to bring this up because this is totally true. Folks, never forget this. The extent to which the left is concerned about free speech is the extent to which they can weaponize it against us. Do they have an unbiased, nonpartisan appreciation of free speech? No. We have seen time and time again. The only, like I said, the extent to which they care about it is the extent to which they can weaponize it against us. Okay? So yeah, I'm done. No one is saying they can't talk. They can post whatever they want, but there are consequences. If you're openly celebrating the murder of Charlie Kirk, you shouldn't be teaching children. Yeah, I think that's fair to say. That's not about free speech. It's about judgment and character. These are cruel people, and it is dangerous to have them in our classrooms. I agree. And so that's that article. I want to see if there's anything coming out across the world right now. Hold up. Oh my goodness, folks, we have breaking news. Take a look at this. Turning Point has just announced that they will be continuing the campus tour that Charlie Kirk started, and some big names will be filling in for Charlie himself. Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Governor Glenn Youngkin, Glenn Beck, Mike Lee, Andy Biggs, Jeff Landry, and an even bigger guest will be announced soon. Turning Point is wasting no time. They're getting back to work. In fact, they've already got dates. In fact, they're doing something today, literally today. University of Minnesota, Twin Cities with Michael Knowles. Virginia Tech, Megyn Kelly, Governor Glenn Youngkin, Utah State, Alex Clark, Mike Lee, Spencer Cox, Andy Biggs, Jason Chaffetz, Montana State with Vivek Ramaswamy, Glenn Beck to be in at Tucker Carlson, Rob Schneider at UC Berkeley, man, into the den of vipers. UC Berkeley. Rob Schneider, he's a brave guy. I wonder if they will be moving these events indoors. I think that makes sense. You think that makes sense? Yeah, maybe we need to have some of these events inside of closed auditoriums, maybe not outside. Probably a little bit safer indoors than they are outdoors. So, good. Hey, TP USA, they're plugging along. Good for them. They are not shutting down. I think Benny Johnson was hosting the Charlie Kirk show today. We'll take a look at this clip and see what they're talking about. The left is melting down, as they always are.
And there was no negative energy. Everybody was so loving to one another. It was truly a positive experience, even just being around strangers. A lot of people hate that, right? A lot of people hate going. I might be one of them, where you're kind of like, you go into a sporting event and you're like, okay, let's avoid that part. Nothing like that.
Well, I mean, that was one of the things that really ticked off the left yesterday. I was monitoring this stuff online to see this reaction to, everybody worshiping and the tens of thousands of people singing. And that really pissed off the left in this country. And they even tried to pull this stunt. I texted you about it, where they were they were making it go viral, saying, oh, no, sorry, doors are closed now, stadium's full.
Oh, yeah.
Go
and
home.
I was inside, so I texted an image to you. I'm like, this is a live look at the stadium. People are still coming in. The whole upper bowl was completely empty because they were kind of filling the stadium from bottom to top. Yeah. And I was like, please get this out. I don't know if you ended up tweeting that.
Oh, yeah, it did. I mean, it got seen millions and millions of times, and because people were sharing it because they knew what was going on. The left saw these images that we were putting out, like the drone footage and, the video that you just showed here of these endless lines of people. And they're like, oh, this is bad. This is really bad because, they're in a spiral at this point because, a lot of people, as I said, been woken up. They have seen what the left has been doing over the past week, celebrating the death of somebody as wholesome and good and well-intentioned as Charlie Kirk, that they don't know what to do at this point. So they're going to continue trying to demonize us. They wanted to be able to show pictures of a crap ton of empty seats and say, this was a failure. I guess people really didn't care that much. That was their goal. And they failed because if you looked at the arena next door too, that was packed as well.
Folks, I don't want to call this early. We are still a couple years out, so forgive me for getting a little bit ahead of myself. Some of you folks are older in the audience. This is before I was even born. This is, everybody rewind back to 1984. What happened in 1984? This is the presidential election of Ronald Reagan. Is it conceivable with everything that has been going on, the far left, the Democrats, they are just suffering loss after loss after loss after loss. Is it conceivable that we see something like this again? Do you think you can call this a national sweep other than Minnesota? It's possible. I don't know. It's hard to imagine because, these days the nation is just so polarized. It's hard to imagine California going blue. I'm sorry, going red. It's hard to imagine Washington going red or Maine. There's some of these states out here. It's pretty tough, but man, in 2024, just 10 months ago, what did we see? We saw Trump. He won every single swing state, all 7 of them, every single swing state. It'll be something else if in 2028 we see some non-swing state wins. I don't know who's going to be the candidate. Probably J.D. Vance. My wife last night, she said something to me. She said, I think Tulsi Gabbard, my wife, she said, I think Tulsi Gabbard is going to be the first female president in the nation. Could be, maybe, totally could be. And I'll tell you what, I think, I don't know. A lot of people are speculating that J.D. Vance will be the Republican candidate. That's probably right. Then the next question is who would be his vice president? Who would be J.D. Vance's vice president? Could be Rubio. Could be Gabbard. Could be Gabbard. Have another female vice president. Could be Hegseth. Could be Pete Hegseth. Could be, a lot of people are saying Erica Kirk. Could be Vance Kirk. Man, I don't know. How old is Erica Kirk? She might not be old enough. Erica Kirk does need to be. Oh, she's 36. Wait just a minute. She was born in 1988. I did not know this. I just learned something new here, folks. Erica Kirk was 5 years older than Charlie. Charlie is my age. I was born in 1993. He was born in 1993. Charlie was 31. I am 31. Erica Kirk is 5 years older. I didn't know that. Okay. So she, if I guess, hypothetically, if she wanted to be a vice president or something, I don't know. She could be, because she would be 39 or maybe 40 if she wanted. Who's to say? I'll tell you what, man, it is a big difference to be a political commentator versus an actual politician. It's a very different lifestyle. Me, I'm invested in politics, but I wake up and I never leave my house. I don't have to get on a plane and fly to Washington, D.C. and go talk to people, go talk to a bunch of leftist radical freaks in D.C. I don't have to. I'm just living in my house with my family, having a very comfy lifestyle. If you're an actual politician, you got to go to the Capitol building. You got to fly over here. You're flying back and forth. You got to have an apartment in Washington, D.C. that you can stay at when you're. It's a whole nother level. So I sometimes I see people say, Matt Morris, would you ever try to run for Congress or do this or do that? I'm thinking, man, I'm pretty comfy in my house right now. I don't know if I want to hop on an airplane 20 or 30 times a year and fly to DC. That sounds like a pain in the butt. I'm pretty comfortable how I am, but who knows? I'm young. I'm 31. Maybe I change my mind someday. I don't know, but I'm pretty fine. Yeah, you got to have a security team. Yeah, you got to worry about security. Yeah, it's a whole thing. Absolutely. Anyway, the point is it's a just different lifestyle, totally different lifestyle. Now, there's a super chat here from Patrick. I want to make sure I'm not missing any of these. Patrick says, I bet CNN has experts ready to defend autism. I don't know how you look at the rising rates in autism and you say, yep, nothing's going on here. No problem here. Nothing to look into here. Obviously something is going on, and so the question is just, what is it? Some people say it's vaccines. Some people say it's Tylenol. I don't know. One of the big arguments coming from the left is that, well, it's not that there are more autistic people. It's that people are just being diagnosed at higher rates than ever. The Democrats will come out and say, listen, there has always been this many autistic people, but now it's being properly diagnosed. Really, all throughout human history, 1 out of every 14 people have always been autistic, always. But now it's, for the first time ever, now it's being properly diagnosed. Yeah, maybe a little bit, yeah, it is true that there are more autism diagnoses going out these days, no doubt. But is it this much? Really? 1 in 10,000 going up to 1 in 36. And now, by the way, it's 1 in 14. Now it is 1 in 14. Really? That we were underdiagnosing autism by a rate of 10,000 divided by 14. We were underdiagnosing autism by a factor of 714. Really? Seriously? I don't know about that. That, to me, that's a little bit of a hard sell. I don't know if I'm going to buy that. That's a pretty big deal. Okay, now I'm going to keep on looking around and see what we have going on. By the way, thank you everybody for tuning in. President Trump is going to be speaking in the Oval Office in about 1 hour. 1 hour? Look at this. Carolyn Leavitt said this earlier today at her press conference. She said President Trump is set to sign an executive order designating Antifa as a domestic terror organization as soon as today. Folks, today we might get this information about autism today, but also President Trump might come out here and say, hey, guess what? Surprise, everybody. We are signing the Antifa domestic terror organization executive order today also. Surprise. Happy Monday, everybody. That might be a part of the show today also, so fingers crossed, and we can pray, I guess, but that might be part of it also. And by the way, let me tell you why this is a big deal. If we are officially, I think I said diagnosing Antifa as designating. We're not diagnosing them. Well, maybe we are. We are designating them as a domestic terror organization, which they are. It's a big deal because if Antifa is now categorically, definitively a domestic terror organization, what that means is the government can now subpoena. They can start issuing subpoena. They can get the information. If you're in Antifa, your bank history, what are you spending your money on? Who is sending you money? Where's your money coming from? We can get that information. You're a terrorist now. We can get that information. What are you looking at on the internet? What's your internet history? What type of groups are you a part of? What type of online far left radical groups are you a part of? All of this stuff, we can start peeling back the layers of who is funding these people. What are these people doing? How are they behaving? What's going on? Okay. That is the first step. And because we know that there are far left globalist NGOs some of which are funded by George Soros, pumping money into groups like this. Yeah, you know, Betsy Burns knows in the live chat. Yeah. Yeah. And so this is the first step. We got to take these guys seriously. They've been a menace on this country for years. Benny Johnson tells the behind the scenes story of maybe the reconciliation, the reuniting between Elon Musk and Donald Trump that we all saw yesterday. I want to play this video clip here, but first I want to say, take a look at this. This is from Ziggy Girl over in the Rumble chat. What do you think? Federal Reserve is in trouble. They need the D's to borrow $1 trillion to keep the bank alive. Another bank bailout at the taxpayer's expense. Shut it down. Well, of course, we are not the biggest fans of the Federal. I don't think anybody here is a big fan of the Federal Reserve. We got to see. I think probably the first stop is getting rid of Jerome Powell. Do we agree? Jerome Powell has got to go. By the way, Jerome Powell is going to be gone in at most. Let me give you actually. I want to get an exact number. When is Jerome Powell's term over? Real quick. Jerome Powell's term as chair of the Federal Reserve comes to an end May 23rd, 2026. So we've been having these conversations about Trump. Is he going to fire Jerome? Is Jerome going to step down? And we don't know. Maybe something does happen. Okay. But worst case scenario, Jerome Powell is gone May 23rd. What, we have another 6 months? 7 months of him at most. Okay. So, you know, the worst case scenario, I guess, is not that bad. It still is bad, but it's not like we have him for another 10 years or something. Let's take a listen to this Elon Musk thing. Also, I wonder, I have a curious thought. I do have a little curiosity here. I wonder if my beautiful, lovely wife, whose name is Kathy, I wonder if she is tuning into the show, because it occurs to me that I have not had breakfast or lunch today. My stomach is starting to rumble. I'm a little bit thirsty too. I wonder if my beautiful wife would be so kind as to bring in some little tidbit of food. That would just be the greatest thing ever. So we're going to find out. I don't know. We'll see. But in the meantime, let's hear about this Elon Musk, Donald Trump situation. Take a look.
All the cabinet secretaries got to see a lot. Elon Musk came by a couple times. And I just want to use Elon Musk as a example of the power of Charlie's legacy. Elon Musk and Donald Trump had a bit of a falling out. Maybe you've heard of it. And
by the way, I'm sorry. We had a super chat. I'm sorry. There was a super chat that popped up and it just disappeared. And I apologize. I missed the name of who that was, but I saw you mention Operation Arctic Frost. I made a video breaking down Operation Arctic Frost. That was a big deal. I have a big, probably from 5 days ago, a big expose video about that. Go check that. I appreciate that super chat. I wanted to catch that before it disappeared. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm going to play this now. I apologize.
Musk as a example of the power of Charlie's legacy. Elon Musk and Donald Trump had a bit of a falling out. Maybe you've heard of it. And that sucked, especially for guys like Charlie, who were coalition builders. Charlie Kirk was thanked on stage by Donald Trump himself for bringing together RFK Jr. and Maha movement. Donald Trump says, Charlie created Maha. I don't think Charlie ever will get the credit that he deserves for doing that. But also, Charlie Kirk brought together massive coalitions of, well, at any Turning Point event, you can find Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, and Tucker Carlson sharing the same stage, right? Maybe not together, but they're all there, right? To give an opportunity to project their worldview, right? Charlie was constantly doing that, constantly bridging gaps, constantly fusing together, because he realized that if we don't hang together, we will surely hang separately, which is exactly what Elon Musk told me. So backstage, Elon Musk embraces Erica Kirk, and she's crying in his arms, and they're hugging, and it's really profound. This was after the speeches. This was after the program. And this is the words that Elon Musk said to us in this small little group with Erica Kirk. And he said, this is why I was proud to sit with my president. This is what he called Trump, my president today. He accepted Trump's invitation to go up there, and the majority of the event Elon Musk sent sitting there with Donald Trump, chewing it up. Everyone can see here's the photos of Elon embracing Erica, and then there are photos of Elon with Trump, and they seem to be having a great time. Dana White also there. What not only was the size and scope of this and the peacefulness of it a profound eulogy for Charlie and his memory, but the cornerstone of it all, to unite the world's most powerful, richest private civilian with the world's most powerful public figure, Donald Trump. Charlie said in this chair right here, he hoped that it happened. There's a clip that went viral yesterday. Charlie saying, I pray that Elon Musk and Donald Trump reconcile. And they did so at Charlie's funeral in Charlie's memory. Mm-hmm. A profound and beautiful example of what Charlie constantly was doing for our movement. And he fused together the greatest schism that we've seen in the nascent Trump administration. He just fixed Trump and Elon together. We saw it live. And it's like the power of Charlie crying out. I mean, after death, crying out, and like still the power of Charlie, like bringing together these tectonic forces that should not reconcile. These are two stubborn men. These are two men that don't need each other, honestly. But Elon Musk told me this. He hugs Erica Kirk. He looks to all of us and he goes, if we don't hang together, we will surely hang separately. So let us unite. I was proud to sit with my president tonight. That's what Elon told us. That's what Elon told us backstage. Wow. And so, again, just as a little behind-the-scenes vignette here, what you watched yesterday, what tens of millions, if not hundreds of millions of people saw yesterday, definitely hundreds of millions saw yesterday, was a beautiful encapsulation, eulogizing, and memorial to Charlie with his energy pulsing through every bit of it.
My first thought here about this reuniting reconciliation between Trump and Musk, once again, I'm very politically minded here. The far left, they are screwed. The far left, they just cannot get a break. They cannot get a break. And it's their own damn fault too. It's their own fault. It's just loss after catastrophic loss after loss after loss. The fact that Musk and Trump are now reunited to some degree, they're probably not going to be best friends. Musk is not going to be a part of the administration again. I would doubt that, but for them to be on speaking terms and simmer things down in the name of Charlie Kirk, I think that's a huge positive. That is a big win. Now, I want to take a look at some super chats here before I miss any of these. I'm sorry, sometimes I miss them. I feel terrible when I do also. This is from Heath Cox. He says, 1984 brought a wave of patriotism and economic revival after the disaster of the Carter years and the energy crisis. History does not just rhyme, it echoes. 2028 could be another red wave. It could be. I think it probably will be. I think everything is primed up for it to be. Yeah. The reality is when you have a catastrophically terrible president, or whenever one of the parties adopts a catastrophically terrible set of political policies, yeah, there's that pendulum, it swings back. That was the post-Carter swing. And the Democrats are just hopeless right now. Heath Cox, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Think you're right. Thank you. And another one from Bubby P. Matt, do you need a moderator? I don't think so right now, but you know what? I have people that I have in my mind. If we ever need any more, I've got people in mind. I appreciate it though. I appreciate that. Really, I'll tell you, you guys might have noticed, I don't really like moderating you guys. I don't really like to tell you guys what you can and can't say. My only rule, I guess there's two big rules. You guys need to follow the YouTube terms of service. You can't be spamming racial slurs or something like that, I suppose. And I hate it when people spam, when you're spamming the same thing. Thank you, sweetheart. Thank you, dear. My wife has brought in some food. Thank you. But other than that, I really don't like having a heavily moderated chat. It's just not really my style. But anyway, now I've got people that I have. I appreciate the reach out though. I appreciate that. So here's what we need to do, folks. We have, ladies and gentlemen, we have 50 minutes. We have about 50 minutes until President Trump is going to come on out here in the Oval Office and let us know what is going on. And I want to try to quickly scarf my food before that happens. So if you guys will grant me a couple minutes, here's what I want to do here. I want to go to Fox News. Fox News. Maybe we can find some just 5-minute long or so little video here that we can watch together while I have my lunch break. That might be a good thing to do. This is embarrassing and disgusting. I want to watch this one. Let's do this.
Republican Congressman Andy Biggs of the great state of Arizona, member of the Judiciary and Oversight Committees and candidate for Arizona governor. You were also at that memorial service for Charlie Kirk yesterday. I don't know if you could hear some of the young people speaking there, but I think that the fact that the movement will go on, did you feel that there too?
Oh yes, I did, Harris. I mean, it was so powerful. I had occasion to walk out into the crowd and talk to some people. They were fired up. This is not going away. This movement is going to be stronger than ever. Yeah, a lot of young people there, a lot of old people like myself and others, a lot of middle-aged. Oh, maybe I'm middle-aged. Okay, Harris, I'm going to take middle-aged.
Yeah, I want you to back up that old. We might be the same age. No, but I hear what you're saying.
A lot of people were there, and they were just enthusiastic, Harris, and the movement's going to be stronger than ever. I really believe that's true.
You know, the importance of, and I know we kind of kid about it, but the importance of all generations being around those young people who want to carry this movement forward is that we have the wisdom to be able to help them do that. And we know what that looks like. You're running for governor of that state. It will take all of us now.
You know, the far left is screwed when they have lost the young vote. The overwhelming majority of young men between 18 and 30 are voting Republican. In fact, I'll tell you something that I don't know how you guys are going to respond to this. The overwhelming majority of young men between 18 and 30 are even more far-right, radical, whatever you want to call it, than the Republican Party. The big critique from the young men in this country right now, I would even say me included, I'm 31, so maybe I'm 1 year above this, but is that the Republican Party is not far enough to the right. So, but anyway, the point is, the far left, they are screwed. The Democrats are screwed. They have completely lost the young male demographic, and it's even starting to be young women as well. That's starting to happen now also.
Yeah, exactly right. And we had people from all over the country that I knew that came in, and just for this event because they love Charlie. But let's just put it this way: it's all hands on deck. If you really want to save the country, it is all hands on deck right now. We see more division than ever. We see more crisis than ever. But Charlie found a way to overcome that, and he was helping to bridge the gap. And that's the message, and that's the mission.
Yeah, from both sides of the political aisle, he did that. Wow, what an example. Yeah. Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett could use some schooling on that example. Instead, she's scolding her colleagues for not voting against a resolution to honor Charlie Kirk's legacy. That passed last week, and here's exactly what she said as that was happening.
I do want to point out that's not been laid out that honestly hurts my heart is when I saw the no votes, there were only 2 Caucasians. For the most part, the only people that voted no were people of color because the rhetoric that Charlie Kirk continuously put out there was rhetoric that specifically targeted people of color. And so it is unfortunate that even our colleagues could not see how harmful his rhetoric was.
Look at the number of people who voted against this. 58 Democrats. And no, they're not all people of color. They voted against that resolution. That's on top of another 60 who did not bother to even show up and vote or voted present, which is like, you know, having no courage to go either way. Here's Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, who led the charge against honoring Charlie Kirk.
Today's resolution only underscores the majority's recklessness by choosing to author this condemnation and honoring on a purely partisan basis, instead of uniting Congress in this tragedy. His rhetoric and beliefs were ignorant, uneducated, and sought to disenfranchise millions of Americans.
Ladies and gentlemen, breaking news. I have to share this with you. This is coming from the Babylon Bee. AOC loses debate against a cardboard cutout of Charlie Kirk. Breaking news. Amazing. And you know what? I would even believe it too.
So you see that. Totally on politics. Forget about the person assassinated, people killed. What did Republicans do when faced with something similar? Well, here's how they reacted to a resolution against political violence in Minnesota. Every single House Republican voted to condemn the attacks that killed State Representative Melissa Hortman and her husband, Mark, and critically injured State Senator John Hoffman and his wife, Yvette. Every single one. You want to talk about division? I mean, Congressman, that is that's embarrassing, and it's disgusting for Democrats that they would see it only one way.
Yeah, no, I mean, when I managed that resolution on the floor, and we had the speaker come down, and we're like, this should be a unanimous vote. We think this should be a unanimous vote. We're going to condemn political violence, and by the way, their mischaracterization, their attack on Charlie Kirk, actually, it shows their ignorance, and it shows their lack of goodwill, and it shows their lack of willing to bridge a gap, their lack of willingness to try to resolve issues and problems and difficulties we have in the nation. That's what it shows to me, Harris. And it was really disgusting to me that so many people voted no in the first place. But then you had the yellow votes. I call those the yellow votes because they show up yellow on the board as present only. Oh. And that means that they're too afraid to cast a vote one way or the other. Shameful. It was only a minority of Democrats that voted to condemn this killer and to recognize Charlie Kirk for who he was. And what a shameful thing.
You know, you hear Jasmine Crockett. It's not the first time she's done it. Hakeem Jeffries has done it. Others do, even in leadership among Democrats. They turn this into purely a race issue.
By the way, real quick, I just looked this up. You remember the Minnesota state-level politician Melissa Hortman, who was assassinated by that guy who was wearing a mask, who rung her doorbell in the dead of night? That was big news probably 6 months ago. When Melissa Hortman was assassinated, every single Republican in the country voted to condemn that violence. Fact check me on that. Every single Republican voted to condemn that. They had the same process here. The Republicans got together and said, we condemn this. And by the way, we can talk about why Melissa Hortman was assassinated in the first place. Melissa Hortman, I want to say 1 week, maybe it was 1 day. Gosh, it was immediately prior to being assassinated. She swapped party lines to vote with the Republicans in Minnesota against this crazy I think it was a transgender bathroom thing. She swapped actually, it might have been hormones for kids. Anyway, she swapped. She voted with the Republicans to shut down some insane transgender bill that was on the floor in Minnesota. Within a week, she was assassinated. Okay? So she was getting a lot of blowback from her fellow progressives. Okay, you say 3 days. Thank you for that. 3 days. But anyway, the point is all the Republicans in the country condemned that. These people, you've got about 100 Democrats in the House right now that refused to condemn 2 days ago the violence against Charlie Kirk. Sickening.
He said, it was because of things that Charlie Kirk said. Yet when people listen and watch what he said, it doesn't back up fully what she's talking about. So do you feel that in the House? Because it sounds racist.
Well, I think it is racist, and I think it's unfortunate. But I mean, if you listen to Charlie was he believed that race was just a social construct. We need to move beyond that and treat all people equally and as created by God. But this notion that everything's going to be race-based and every decision you make is just, that's what's ignorant. That's what's sad. And we deal with it and we move on. Yeah. But what Charlie did he loved them anyway. That's hard for me to do. As Trump said yesterday, that's real hard to do.
Congressman, thank you very much, Congressman Andy Biggs of the great state of Arizona. Good to have you.
I'm Steve Doocy.
Whoa, 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 whoa. And there you have it. Oh my gosh. Hold up. Where is this happening? Anti-ICE protests are erupting into violence.
And anti-ICE protests in Chicago turning violent. Agents had to use tear gas and rubber bullets to control the crowds. Mike Tobin live near a migrant detention center just outside of Chicago. Hi, Mike.
And Dana, bright and early Monday morning, the protesters are here. No major incidents so far this morning. A lot of vulgar language as they shout at the employees going from work. And they're heckling the agents as they arrive here. It was a different scene on Friday when the agents had to use tear gas, flashbangs, and some pepper spray to control the situation out here. The numbers vary depending on who is doing the reporting, but ICE says they picked up some 16 people on Friday. That, of course, generated criticism from the Democrat Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker, who posted on X, "We're monitoring the ongoing federal deployments that are instilling fear in our communities. Americans have the right to peaceful assembly and to make their voices heard, even if the Trump administration won't follow."
I heard a rumor. I don't know if this is true. I don't know. Full disclosure. But I heard a rumor that J.B. Pritzker has personally eaten, he has devoured 7 ICE agents. He ate them whole. He gobbled them up. I also heard another rumor that Governor J.B. Pritzker has Han Solo frozen in carbonite in his basement. That is concerning.
The law, we will. Gregory Bavino, who came here with the influx of Border Patrol agents, responded to Pritzker's criticism.
Perhaps Governor Pritzker would do well to realize the danger that his law enforcement officers are in every day because he chooses illegal aliens over American citizens. He chooses to allow illegal alien gang members by the thousands into Chicago and Illinois. That's the real danger.
Now, protesters promise that they will not let up.
What's happening in the country is terrible. We are an autocracy. We are in a fascist government. Our democracy is drifting away. It's eroding.
Now, the gates at this temporary facility have opened a few times this morning. At one point, we saw a number of agents come out. It seemed that the number of agents matched the number of protesters who were on the ground. There were a couple of agents on the roof with pepper ball guns, and about 4 vans left heading to ICE facilities in neighboring states like Indiana and Wisconsin. But again, no major incidents so far this morning. Dana?
Mike Tobin, thank you.
I'm Steve Doocy. I'm Brian Kilmeade.
What? I'm Brian who? Ladies and gentlemen, I see President Trump just posted a breaking news Truth Social post. By the way, we are waiting, guys, we are about 40 minutes away from President Trump making his appearance in the Oval Office, at which point he will talk about this breakthrough in autism or autism diagnosis or whatever has been causing autism rates to blow up across the country. Autism prevalence has increased by now well over 317% since 2000. You could see in 2023 here, it says the autism rate in this country was 1 in 23. Now I know it is 1 in 14. So he's going to drop some bombshell news about this here. In about 40 minutes, he's going to go live in the Oval Office. Now, what did President Trump say on Truth Social just a moment ago? He said, I just concluded a wonderful call with the highly respected president of Kazakhstan, Kassym-Jomart Kemaluly Tokayev. They have signed the largest railroad equipment purchase in history, $4 billion worth of United States locomotives and rail equipment. We need to support our U.S. rail industry, which has been attacked by fake environmentalists for years. Congratulations to President Tokayev on his great purchase. This country and the world was built on reliable, beautiful railroads. Now they will be coming back fast. Very nice. Very nice. This is a crazy story. You guys are not going to believe this when I tell you. I have actually personally been to Kazakhstan. I went to actually about a year ago. I was in Kazakhstan. There was a museum in Kazakhstan that what is going on here? What the heck? Anyway, there was a museum in Kazakhstan that I really wanted to go visit. And so I went on a 2-day trip to Kazakhstan, to the capital city of Astana, right here, and I visited the museum. And then I took a couple photos and I left. I'm not even kidding. I was there about a year ago. It actually is a pretty beautiful country. I was shocked at how beautiful Kazakhstan was. I don't know. Here's their Capitol building. It's kind of like the White House, I guess, a little bit. So this guy Tokayev, there is where he lives. They've got their own capital. Anyway, no, look. I thought everybody was living in Kazakhstan like Borat. I thought everybody's living in a little village and it's terrible, but no, actually it was very nice. It was clean and safe and tidy and orderly and beautiful, and everybody was healthy, and I don't know, everybody had kids. There were tons of kids running around. It was beautiful. It was great. I was actually very surprised. But anyway, President Trump has made a deal with President Tokayev of Kazakhstan. Right now, we are waiting, folks, about 35 minutes from now. President Trump is going to come on out and break down what is going on with this autism thing. What in the heck is this? A heavy metal band stages the assassination of Donald Trump, Elon Musk, and this band staged a decapitation of Elon Musk at their music festival. A heavy metal rock group called Gwar shocked their audience with a graphic depiction of the assassination of President Trump and the Tesla chief Elon Musk at their Chicago show over the weekend. The band's performance at Chicago's Riot Fest on Saturday raised eyebrows once the spectacles of the political mock murders hit social media. I'm not going to play the video. Yeah, so there's Elon Musk and they chop his head off. Yeah, okay. Once again, party of violence. These freaks are violent. They've got Donald Trump right there. Yeah, wow. Despite the flood of attacks on X, the producers of the Chicago Festival were unrepentant over the depictions of Trump and Musk's murders. Like, I know this is a rage bait engagement farming Twitter account, but Gwar crossed a major line in one of the funniest effing things I've ever heard of. Yeah, super funny. Yeah, it's so funny. Okay. So we don't need to linger on that, I guess. That's just ridiculous. Howard Stern has painted Jimmy Kimmel as a victim. He said, "I'm canceling my Disney Plus." Does anybody give one crap about what Howard Stern has to say about anything? Who cares what Howard Stern has to say about literally anything these days, or ever for that matter? Oh my gosh, Howard Stern is upset? Oh man. Oh, now I'm going to be upset too. Don't care. Longtime radio shock jock Howard Stern. By the way, I have to point out the double standard, the hypocrisy here. Howard Stern has done, over the last 20 or 30 years, has done so many disgusting, reprehensible, racist, misogynistic, sexist, making fun of people that are mentally retarded, all types of stuff like this. But nobody cares. Nobody cares. You want to know why? It's because he's on the far left. He's on the far left. That's why he's not being held accountable socially or anything or otherwise for anything that he has done. If Howard Stern woke up and said, all right, I want to be a Republican now. If Howard Stern came out and said, all right, everybody, I'm endorsing Donald Trump, you just know that they would tear this guy apart. They'd start digging through his history. And he's done a lot of just crazy stuff. You know he has. Real nasty guy. He said, I can no longer keep my mouth shut. Stern said on his Sirius XM show on Monday, I feel obligated to say something because shit is getting out of control. This involves the network ABC. They did something really dumb and effing horrible, Stern said. Everybody knows what happened with Jimmy Kimmel. The bottom line is you really don't need my voice to know something. Okay, listen, I got to show you something here. Hold that thought. What's his name? Jimmy Kimmel. We actually know his ratings. We know how many people were tuning in to Jimmy Kimmel's show, and I'm going to try to find the exact number here. Pretty much what we now know here. This is what I wanted right here. Okay, thank you for standing by here. The advertiser, I'm going to read this. This is a report on Jimmy Kimmel's ratings. The advertiser coveted 18 to 49 age group demographic has also cratered. Kimmel averaged only 129,000 viewers in that bracket in August. Last month. Guys, Kimmel was getting 129,000 viewers in the highest, in the most valuable bracket, also in the largest bracket. Folks, there are Twitch streamers that are playing video games on Twitch in a dark room with a $20 microphone and a $15 webcam. No editors, no script writers, no producers, just a 19-year-old kid in his mom's basement with $45 worth of live broadcasting equipment that are getting more viewers than Jimmy Kimmel. Like seriously, unironically. Jimmy Kimmel's ratings were catastrophically bad. Nobody was watching this guy. All things considered, okay? And so, yeah, I would bet money that Jimmy Kimmel's program was bleeding money. Probably, if I had to levy a guess, tens of millions of dollars a year were being lost on this guy's program. Terrible, terrible. Nobody was watching this guy. But of course, they have to blame the evil. They have to blame the evil Donald Trump. They have to do it. They can't accept the loss. Now, folks, we are, real quick, if you're tuning in saying, hey, what is going on here? We are about 30 minutes away from President Trump coming out and speaking to us in the Oval Office. Take a look at this. We have some new update, though. Breaking news, the Supreme Court has sided with President Trump, allowing him to fire the Joe Biden FTC, Federal Trade Commission, appointee Rebecca Slaughter, 6-3. Good riddance. Activist judges lose again, and they are reminded that they are not the president. Donald J. Trump is the president because we voted for him. So, guys, this must be, I've been trying to keep track here. This must be the 19th. I want to say 19th, maybe 20th consecutive Supreme Court victory. Since April, Donald Trump has not suffered one loss in the Supreme Court. He has, in fact, celebrated, I think, 19 or 20 consecutive, nonstop, back-to-back victories in the Supreme Court. This is number 19 or 20. Now, another little funny stat as it relates to this here is that since taking office, President Trump has suffered a catastrophic 95% loss rate in the lower federal courts. In the lower federal courts, Donald Trump has lost 95% of the time. However, the Trump team has been elevating these up to the Supreme Court, and they have since April, for 5 months now, a 100% victory rate. So this goes to show, the reason I bring that up, that 95% failure rate, loss rate in the lower federal courts, the reason why, this is testament to just how partisan and corrupt and radically progressive these lower courts are. When we're talking about judicial overreach, they want a judicial tyranny. That's what we're talking about. 95% loss rate, but a 100% victory rate in the Supreme Court. Yeah, that is what that looks like. That is proof of that. Undeniable, inarguable proof. Now, I want to see, is the Associated Press broadcast? Yeah, okay, they are live. So, guys, we have a live feed of outside the White House. Look at that big, beautiful flag. They put that in not too long ago. Okay, so this is a live feed out the White House, folks. In about 27 minutes, Trump will be going live inside the Oval Office. I have to say, guys, we still have over over 10,000 people tuning in. I want to say thank you guys very much. I have to say personally, I really like these longer, extended, kind of cozy, all-day news coverage broadcasts we're doing here. Then I really have a chance to talk to you guys. We can have a dialogue. We have back and forth. These shorter scheduled that we do at, the regular schedule, 7 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Western. These shorter, more to-the-point, concise news broadcasts. Maybe they're 45 minutes long on average. We don't really get to talk as much. It's kind of bullet point, bullet point, bullet point. So every time we have an opportunity to do one of these shows like this, I take it up. I love to do these. I like hanging out with you guys. You guys are nice enough. It's okay. You guys are nice enough. We can hang out. Now I'm going to go back to Fox News and see if we have any other stories here to take a look at. So this is what we're talking about here in about a half hour. Trump is going to reveal the medical findings regarding autism. And they've got something going on. I do not know. Modelo has been knocked off its throne as America's top-selling beer. Modelo? Who in the living hell is drinking Modelo? Modelo is the #1 beer in the country? Okay. I almost don't believe that, but now not anymore. Can I open this here? Michelob Ultra has now dethroned Modelo to become a What? I don't believe either of these things. I don't know. I suppose if you rewind a couple years ago, it was probably Bud Light. And then we all realized that if you drink Bud Light, it makes you gay. If you take one sip of Bud Light, you become gay. No, I think that's no longer the case. I think they fixed it. I think they have corrected the formula now. I think that's not a problem anymore. So now it is, ladies and gentlemen, it is now safe to drink Bud Light. You can drink Bud Light now. But anyway, I guess it's Michelob Ultra. I've never even had one of those. I'm a Stella guy. I don't really drink a whole lot, but if I do, I like to have a Stella. What does The View have to say about the Jimmy Kimmel situation here? By the way, Strawberry Jera.
We're getting married this year. Time to save wherever we can.
I do not care. Strawberry Jera. Thank you very much for the super chat. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. ABC's The View broke its silence on the Jimmy Kimmel drama plaguing the network on Monday, with host Whoopi Goldberg proclaiming no one silences us. Really? Whoopi Goldberg is, of course, another individual who no one gives a crap about. By the way, fun fact about Whoopi Goldberg. This is real. This is a true story, what I'm about to tell you. Goldberg is actually not her real last name. She changed her last name to Goldberg when she was getting into Hollywood because she thought that if she had a more Jewish sounding last name, that it would help her in her Hollywood career. I kid you not. I'm not lying about that. She adopted the name Goldberg because she thought that it would help her. It would be politically or professionally expedient in Hollywood. So okay. So anyway, that's Whoopi Goldberg. Yes, that is a real story. Yes, that's Whoopi Goldberg. The show had been conspicuously quiet on the decision by ABC to pull Jimmy Kimmel off the air following his controversial remarks about the alleged killer of Charlie Kirk, leading critics to suggest they were being pressured to remain silent by their own network. Goldberg claimed the show took a breath to see if Kimmel would publicly address his show's suspension. Here we go. Here's the quote. "Now look, did y'all really think we weren't going to talk about Jimmy Kimmel?" said Whoopi Goldberg. "I mean, have you watched the show over the last 29 seasons? Nope. No one has. So no one silences us. And to all my friends who reached out, You have to know it's okay. We're still here. We are still broadcasting. And when the news broke last week about Jimmy Kimmel's suspension, we took a breath to see if Jimmy was going to say something about it first. We did the same thing with Stephen Colbert. Then our show was on tape on Friday, but we are live here today and we're getting into it now. You know what I love to think? I have this thought to myself sometimes. Right now, folks, we've got about 10,000 people tuning into the broadcast. This is an independently run podcast here. We're doing our own news coverage. I don't have a multi-million-dollar studio production team, editors. This is literally a one-man show. If Whoopi Goldberg were to start her own YouTube podcast channel or go on Rumble and go live on Rumble, how many people do you think would tune in to the Whoopi Goldberg online podcast? Zero. The only reason why anybody cares about what Whoopi Goldberg has to say is because she is a Hollywood insider. She's an industry plant. She's being platformed by ABC. But her as an individual, literally no one actually gives one crap about what she has to say as an... No. And I can say this confidently because we've seen situations like this before. Don Lemon, he got canceled. He got kicked off his show. He made his own online internet podcast. How many people tuned in to the Don Lemon show? Zero. And by the way, he was one of the largest mainstream media political commentators there was. He was Don Lemon. He was famous. He made a YouTube channel. Nobody cared. Literally nobody cared. You know another great example of this? This one is going to blow your mind. In fact, I haven't taken a look at this here in a little while. What's her name? It's Michelle Obama. Michelle Obama. Take a look at this. She has her own podcast.
You said
the Michelle Obama podcast. Surprise. Nobody is watching. Like, guys, to put this into perspective, here, I'm just a random guy. I am getting more views on YouTube than Michelle Obama, the wife of Barack Obama. She was the first lady of the nation for 8 years. And still, we right here, right now, all of us, we've got more motion, I guess. I don't know how to put it, than Michelle Obama. Nobody gives a crap what Michelle Obama has to say. That being said, let's see what she has to say. What is this?
Okay. In my opinion, growing up in the People's Republic of Brooklyn, New York, when you're walking with someone side by side, no one... You told her that?
No.
They got the Chicago...
Who's watching this? And the answer is nobody. Who is watching this? Nobody. You think we look alike? Yeah, I hear that. I've heard that a lot. I appreciate that. She's a beautiful woman. You guys think I look like Michelle Obama? I really appreciate that. We've got the same hair, same brow line, skin tone, all of it. Same nose, beautiful nose. I have a very Michelle Obama type of nose. I really appreciate that. Folks, President Trump, I'm sorry, guys, we're doing a little bit of stalling right now. President Trump is coming on out here in the Oval Office in about 20 minutes, 18 minutes. Soon, really pretty soon. And he's going to be dropping some big time information about autism. And the rumor is that they have pieced together a pretty compelling story about what is causing autism. Why do we have this autism epidemic across our country? So we're going to be hearing about that pretty soon. In about 18 minutes, I've got it up there top in the top left portion of the, up there, top left. So soon enough. So I appreciate everybody standing by and hanging out. I really do appreciate it, folks. That's a man, baby. Yeah, I posted a pretty inappropriate joke on Twitter today. Can I show you guys? Maybe I'm going to get in trouble for this one. My wife is not going to be happy about this. Here it is. I saw this breaking news story. It said, breaking news. Bridget Macron has now provided photographic evidence confirming she is a woman. to the courts because she has this lawsuit with Candace Owens. Candace Owens has been calling her a man for a long time. I don't know about it. Anyway, allegedly, she has provided photographic evidence confirming she is a woman. And so I posted this image. And so I do need to apologize. This was maybe a little bit rude, but it also is, it's a little bit funny. It is a little bit funny, you have to acknowledge. You know, you can make jokes. It doesn't mean you're full of hate for anybody. You can make a joke. It's okay. This is the image. Okay, anyway. So Bridget Macron is now pushing back against Candace Owens, saying that she is not a man, she is a woman. She's a beautiful woman. Ooh. You know, I'll be honest with you folks. I have never really looked, I haven't followed the Bridget Macron transsexual story at all. I know that Candace Owens has been talking about that for a long time. I know. But I have personally never really looked into it. I don't really have an opinion, honestly, just because I don't have any of the information. All I know is that she is just a beautiful woman. All I know is that, man, why didn't girls like her go to my school? How come when I was in school, we didn't have girls like this? Now, I have heard that she is, speaking of at school, didn't she groom? Isn't she a child predator or something? Like, wasn't she hitting on her own student? Her own student was Emmanuel. Like, she was Emmanuel Macron's teacher when he was like 14 or 15. And then she was the teacher. And she was like grooming him or something when he was a young boy, and then they ended up getting married. Something like that. That's what I heard. I don't know. I'm sorry if I got it wrong. I don't want to get a lawsuit either. Don't sue me. I don't know. But the entire situation is weird. It is probably a little bit weird. Something weird is going on. Okay, yeah, you guys say yeah. So something weird is going on. Whether or not she's a man, I don't know. Whether or not she got an offender bender, I don't know. We can only speculate. I do not know. Now, ladies and gentlemen, President Trump is going to be coming on out in the Oval Office in 14 minutes. T-minus 14 minutes. President Trump is coming out. By the way, also, fun fact, there is a possibility that President Trump might also be signing some executive orders today, one of which is a big deal. One of which he might be officially designating Antifa as a domestic terrorist organization. That executive order might be getting signed off on today in the Oval Office. So we are tuning in live. We're here for all of it, okay? We're here for all of it. I think that it's going to be a pretty consequential meeting today. I think it's going to be a big deal. I think so. That's my opinion, at least. And right now we're keeping tabs on everything that's going on. I'm going to actually I'm going to see if I can find any other breaking news that is unfolding as we are waiting for Trump to come out, see what's going on around the world here. What is going on around the world here? Oh my goodness. Okay, are we really going to do this? This is, okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is what Stephen Miller's speech yesterday sounds like if you translate it into German.
Der Sturm flüstert dem tapferen Krieger leise zu, dass du meiner unüberwindlichen Stärke und meiner unerbittlichen Macht nicht...
Okay, all right, okay. Okay. Excellent. So that is Stephen Miller in German giving his speech. Excellent. Excellent. Then what is going on? I gotta say, you know what though? Listen, I just can't. Listen, folks, I just can't get her. I just can't get this beautiful woman out of my mind. I just cannot get her out of my mind because you have to think, what exactly did she submit a photo of? And I'm sorry to put that thought in all of your brains. What exactly did she listen? I think we need a DNA test. I think it's got to be a DNA test. It has to be a DNA test because, you know, maybe she had some type of weird reconstructive surgery. I don't know. You know, these you got all types of these surgeries these days. God, grosses me out. But anyway, I don't know. Anyway, okay, we're done. Okay, we're done with Bridget Macron. Bridget Mancrone. We're done with Bridget Mancrone. I mean Macron. I mean Mancrone. I mean Macron. I mean Bridget. I mean Bridget, sorry. We're done talking about Bridget Macron. Now we have a big super chat here. Moving on from Raya. She says, thank you, Matt. Great show. Needed to laugh again and be with friends and patriots. God bless. It has been a tough week and a half. It's been a very tough week and a half. It is important to laugh. It is important to try to live life and celebrate life. In fact, we were talking about this memorial service for Charlie Kirk yesterday. I like to call stuff like that. I like to call that it's a celebration of life. People got up there, they gave their speeches. It's a celebration of life, is what it is. And I think that's the way to do it. I think it is. So, hey, I appreciate that. Yeah, you got to remember to keep a smile on your face. I appreciate that. Thank you, Raya. It's good to see you. It is good to see you as always. Thank you very much. Allegedly, Mancrone. Folks, President Trump is on his way out here. In the next 10 minutes, he is coming out. Oh, folks, we have an emerging twist in the Jimmy Kimmel story. You are not going to believe this. Take a look. Jimmy Kimmel Live is now set to return to the air on Tuesday, says Disney. I guarantee this won't last long. They'll let him stay until his contract is up at best. Paying Kimmel is like throwing cash into a fire. We have spent the last days having thoughtful conversations with Jimmy, and after those conversations, we reached the decision to return the show on Tuesday per Disney. You know what I would bet probably happened here? I think he's right. I think it is about the contract. I think that Disney probably tried to suspend him before the contract was up. Jimmy Kimmel and his legal team, they said, listen, Disney, if you suspend us before my contract is up, we are going to take you to court. We're going to rip you open. And Disney said, all right, okay. All right, then. You come on back, you finish out your contract, and then you are gone. That would be my guess. But hey, what do I know? That's just my outside speculation. I'm just like speculating, dude. I'm not exactly sure. The one thing I am sure of here is that President Trump is coming on out in 10 minutes. That's all I know. And by the way, MPY Yeezus has become a supporter on YouTube. Guys, I got to give a shout out. We are live right now on Rumble, Matt Morris TV on Rumble, and also Matt Morris TV on YouTube. We are everywhere. I want to say thank you, folks, very much for tuning in. It means a lot. I appreciate it. I really do. We really have such a great community. We really do. Thank you. And it's not even because of me. It's not because of anything I have done. It's because of you folks. You guys are the community. So I want to say thank you. Thank you very much. Okay, I'm not gonna play that one. There's some crazy stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, 10 minutes. 10 minutes. We have a clip of Don Lemon, I guess, melting down over the Charlie Kirk memorial. Don Lemon is melting down, allegedly, over the Charlie Kirk memorial.
And these are the things that they said Charlie Kirk stood for. He was a man of faith. And the reason that struck me so is because I got a text from a friend who said, I am a black woman.
Okay.
The person who babysits my child is a black woman from Jamaica.
Okay.
And she says Charlie Kirk was a person of faith.
Uh-huh. I think he was.
And I say to them, okay, so what does that mean, a person of faith? How does a person of faith act? How does a person who really believes in what God and the scriptures say the true meaning of it, not the distorted meaning, how would they treat the least of these? So what I say now is that what happened in Arizona this weekend was not just a memorial. It was something else entirely.
They've been calling it a Nazi rally. Listen, they know that everything Charlie Kirk said was recorded. He's tweeting. It's all written down. We've got audio and video recordings. They are trying to paint this narrative that Charlie Kirk was like the leader of the KKK or something. He was not. He was a moderate conservative. He was a Christian. He was a devout Christian. He was not the grand wizard, the grand dragon, whatever the term is. He was not the leader of the KKK. He wasn't a neo-Nazi. What are you going to have us believe here?
People will tell you that it is about grief. It was about grief, about honoring a man's life, about faith. And on the surface, maybe it looked like that. Tens of thousands gathered. The music swelled. I'm sure some of you saw it. I just saw some of the sound bites. There were prayers and tears and moments of silence. But if you stayed long enough for the little bit that I could stay, and then I said, you know what, I'm out. If you listen long enough and close enough, if you stayed long enough and you listen close enough, you could feel the ground shifting beneath you, because that wasn't just about a man who died. This was about a movement claiming divine permission to rule. Can I get a witness? And all of the sound bites. And the words used will reveal to you exactly what I said. It was.
Listen, you know what? I'm just going to be honest here. When you've got one side of the aisle that is celebrating political assassinations and calling for, literally, they have been calling for violence. And then you've got another side of the aisle, our side of the aisle, that is calling for peace and love in Christ and quoting scripture and having candlelight vigils. You know what? That side does have a mandate. You know what? That side, our side, we should rule. We should be in charge of the country, because who else will be in charge of the country? The people that have been cheering on senseless political bloodshed? Yeah, no. We do have a mandate. We should be in charge of the country. Yes, we should.
It was a revival meeting.
Yes,
wrapped
absolutely.
in a memorial. I'm from the South, Southern Baptist. Went to Catholic school. You know what a revival meeting is, right? That is the holiest of holy rollers having a revival. Let the church say amen. It was a revival meeting wrapped in a memorial, a political rally dressed as church. And by the end of the night, it was clear this was not only about Charlie Kirk's death. It was about his afterlife in politics.
I mean, you know what? He's right. It was not only about Charlie Kirk's death. It was about saving the nation, which is what Charlie Kirk dedicated his entire life to, by the way. It was about belief and faith in Christ, which is likewise what Kirk dedicated his entire life to. He's right. And if that makes him upset, you're just going to have to be upset, Don Lemon. I think I'm going to be done listening. This guy is just too dumb to listen to. Now, we do, luckily, have some very intelligent super chats here. This is from Twitchy. What a guy. He says, carry on. Okay, I will carry on with your permission. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. Twitchy, I'm happy you're here. Thank you for tuning in. That lemon is irrelevant. That is one stupid lemon, I have to say. This is MPY Yeezus and Twitchy. Thank you again. Mr. Yeezus, he says, love seeing the channel grow. You speak well and have a lot of common sense. Glad to hear you went to church last week. God bless you and the USA. Hey, listen, I'm happy you're here also. I appreciate you tuning in. I appreciate the support. Speaking about the channel growing and all the support and everything else, I have to say, listen, guys, here on this channel, we have only been doing this show for 10 months. I only started making political coverage, political news coverage, commentary 10 months ago. And here we are. I have to say, if you had told me 10 months ago that this community, that this show would be where it is now 10 months later, I would have called you crazy. I wouldn't have believed you. So I really am blessed. I'm very thankful and happy that you folks are here tuning in. I appreciate it a lot, very much. It's you guys. It's more you guys than it is me. Yeah, I guess I'm running out of disk space here. You know what I can do? Before Donald Trump comes out, because he's going to come out just any second from now, what I can do is I'm gonna empty my recycle bin. That's what I'm gonna do. Yeah, there we go. I'm going to clear up some disk space in case something crazy happens. All right, okay, we should be good. All right, disk space has been cleared. Ladies and gentlemen, President Trump... Oh, there we are. Take a look at that. Right on time. Perfectly on time. All right, folks. Here we go. Coming out here any minute now, folks. And we're going to hear about what is going on with this autism situation. Really? That's what the news is about today. Making sure all the settings are good on my end. I think I'm good to go. All right. All right. So this announcement here is scheduled for right now, literally right now. And it looks like we're going to have our event actually on time today. Which is actually pretty uncommon. Normally they run about 15-20 minutes behind schedule. That's the way it is, though. I see this comment from Sailor Spirit here. He says, I drop a link to the cast any and every chance I get. Matt Morris, we the people need common sense facts and not MSN farce and banter. You know what? There is, this is worth talking about real quick. It's because of you guys. There is a word of mouth phenomenon that you guys you're spreading the broadcast out. You're sending the videos out. I can actually see that on the back end, on the analytics. You guys are spreading it out. I see that. I appreciate that. That helps a lot. I really do appreciate that. Also, shout out any of you guys that are following on Facebook specifically. I gotta say, those of you that are retweeting and reposting the videos that I've been uploading on Facebook, that helps more than you can even imagine. If you guys follow Matt Morris TV on Facebook, the Facebook page has been blowing up lately. All of you guys that retweet those videos on Facebook, oh my goodness, it actually helps a ton. Thank you. It really, really does. And so when President Trump comes on out here, I'm gonna quit my yapping and we're gonna listen to what he's got to say. I think we're gonna get some big news today, folks. Really, I think could change a lot here. Could change a lot. No, listen, Facebook is a thing. In fact, my Facebook page for the show here has about 20,000 followers, and a lot of you guys I see on there, you guys are reposting the videos. It actually, a lot of people use Facebook still, a lot of people, and it really does help a lot. Everybody reposting on Facebook, it helps a ton. I'm very lucky to have a community that is so supportive like you guys. So you might note today, Trump is not sitting down at the Oval Office desk. He's going to be giving a speech. I think that RFK Jr. is going to be here. He'll be coming out, I believe. Most certainly he will. He will. We have a super chat here from Heath Cox. He says, Will Cain on Fox News just stated that ABC is bringing the Kimmel Show back on Tuesday. Yes, we just read through that report. Yes. Probably for contractual reasons. We got to see what happens long term. But yes, that is true. That is true. I'm excited for this. I'm excited for this. This autism thing, it really is a big deal in the country. I mean these days it is, I feel like autism has become so prevalent, everybody knows somebody else that has some degree of autism these days. It's like everybody has it. Everybody knows somebody that has it. The number that I read this morning was 1 in 14. 1 in 14 young American kids have autism. And of course, autism is a spectrum. There are more severe cases and less severe cases. There's different degrees or severities of autism, right? It can be all over the place. But 1 out of 14, allegedly, is the number. Allegedly. I see this super chat in Rumble from Richard Waring. He says, will the left deny everything they release here today and refuse to have anything to do with it? Yeah, most certainly. Yes, absolutely yes. You know, whatever information the Trump administration releases today, soon, the left is going to try to debunk it and disavow it and push back against it. Yeah. Hello there, sir. Hello, sir. Goodbye. Okay, goodbye. Goodbye. Yep. There's been a lot of speculation with the hepatitis B vaccine, hepatitis B, that they've been giving to kids. They started giving that vaccine to kids in the mid-90s, I think. RFK Jr. has talked about the hepatitis B vaccine a lot and how that is allegedly linked to autism also. And so, hey, maybe... Oh. Okay, folks, we are now back outside of the White House. Now, a lot of you might be wondering why they call it the White House. Well, I can tell you why. It's because the house is white. You never would have guessed that, but that is why. Up until 2018, also, only white people were in the house. Only white, only white, did I say 2008? Up until 2008, only white men were presidents of the house. That changed in 2008. But anyway, that's not why it's called the White House. It's called the White House because it is painted white. Anyway, maybe they weren't ready, so they kicked us back out. We're coming back in at some point soonish. I'm not sure. Racist, yeah. Has anybody else here? You've just like become numb. I know you were joking, so it doesn't matter. But it's people on the far left, the radical left. You're a Nazi. You're a racist. You're a this. You're a that. It's like yeah, whatever. Yeah, sure, okay. Oh, you called me a racist? Oh no. Anyway, now what? It's like, okay, well, anyway, I'm gonna carry on with my day now. Oh, you called me a Nazi. Anyway, I'm gonna go make myself a sandwich and have lunch or whatever, It's like, it just doesn't really matter. So, anyway, who cares? So we were inside of the White House here. They kicked us out. You know what I want to do? I want to take a look at the official White House page. Maybe they're going live here. Yep. Oh, yep. This is the official White House live broadcast. I'm going to keep that open. So this show is beginning any minute now, folks. Any minute now. Transphobic, bobic, and all the other trophics. Yeah, there you have it. You love bacon. Yeah, me too. Bacon is good. That's right. Revive Studios. Hey, I like the name. Let me read off the super chat here. Thank you very much. It says, donating because I want to, not because I feel obligated. Well, hey, I appreciate that. Keep up the good work, you magnificent AI son of a bitch. Been subbed for a while, and I really enjoy the coverage. Keep up the great work. Thanks for the time, my dude. Man, I wish I was AI. If I was AI, I could be taking a nap right now in bed. I would never have to get out of bed. I would just flip on the AI broadcast, and I'd be on vacation all year round. I have to say, man, I am very blessed. I love what I do. I love, if you can call this a job, whatever you want to call this, making my videos and going live and doing the news coverage with you guys. I love what I do. I love what I do. Every day I wake up and I look forward to it. I'm very fortunate to be able to do this. So hey, thank you for the support, for the super chat, all of you folks for tuning in. I appreciate it. I really do. I really do. No, the official broadcast is still on standby. Stand by. Any minute now, folks. What in the living heck am I looking at here? Old woman wearing a Be Kind shirt while she's decapitating a Donald Trump effigy. Yeah, the shirt says Make America Kind Again. Yeah, Make America. Do these people have no self-awareness? Do they not understand how twisted they are? These people are just insane. These people are just insane. They are like literally. This is pure unbridled. Where was our broadcast? There it is. Pure unbridled, unadulterated mental illness. Okay. Well, we are back inside the White House here. We're back inside the White House here. And this thing is set to kick off any minute now. We're going to get to the bottom of this autism, if you can call it an epidemic, whatever you call it. We're going to get to the bottom of this and see what's going on here. German Shepherd Siblings with a super chat says, Charlie Kirk would approve of what you do, Matt. Oh, hey, I appreciate that. I appreciate that. Okay, well, hey, we are back outside the White House again. I never met Charlie Kirk or interacted with Charlie Kirk. In fact, frankly, I've never really met anybody or interacted with anybody in the political realm. I just kind of keep to myself. I kind of do my own thing, but in some ways we were kind of doing the same thing, and in other ways we're kind of doing different things, but needless to say, no doubt we suffered a big loss with the assassination of Charlie Kirk. No doubt about that. No doubt. Real quick now, we have a super chat over here on Rumble. Shout out the Rumble guys again. Matt Morris TV on Rumble. This is Greg. I'm sorry, this is Gerp Gork is your name, I think. He says, the left use the 7 deadly sins as their commandments. Prove me wrong. Okay, let's get a true or a false in the live chat. True or false? The left use the 7 deadly sins as their 10 commandments. Could be true. I think you might be onto something there. I think you might be onto something there. True? I think that might be true. Folks, right now, President Trump is coming out any second now. We are about 12 minutes behind schedule, but you know what? That is the way that it goes. That's how it is. We are living on Trump time. Trump is not living on our time. I keep seeing these clips of Don Lemon on Twitter here. Don Lemon is having a complete and total crash out. Lemon said Trump called Charlie Kirk a martyr, as if the passing of the man had lit some sort of sacred fire. It was religious nationalism on full display. The language was clear. Take the nation back for God. Yeah. True. Yeah, let's go. How about yeah? Good point, Don Lemon. All right, let's do it. Excellent point, Mr. Lemon. Sounds good to me. Sounds like a plan. And right now, folks, any minute, it's funny, we have been inside the White House, we got kicked out of the White House. We went back inside the White House, we got kicked back out of the White House. So now we're just waiting. We're going to be talking about the drastic increase in autism in this country. It is just through the roof. In 1970, 1 out of every 10,000 children had autism. In 2023, see up here, in 2023, 1 out of every 36 kids had autism. Now, 2025, that number that I've seen is 1 out of every 14. 14. 1 out of every 14 has autism. It's a... It is a tough problem, a curious dynamic, and it seems like the Trump administration has figured out what the problem is. Seems like they've got an answer. I hope. Hey, I hope so. I hope so. We're taking a look at the White House lawn right now. These people, they just cannot help themselves. This self-identified they-themer on TikTok posted a video threatening to, quote, do something terrible to white Christians. One of his comments was removed for saying he was manifesting Charlie Kirk's death. Another comment suggests that he has a manifesto. Drop the manifesto. Don't tempt me. You've got another insane, unhinged lunatic on TikTok is threatening to, quote, do something terrible to the white Christian community. What is wrong with these people? Just sickening. Thank God, so they got a hold of the FBI, or they at least they alerted the FBI. Just insanity. Complete and total insanity. Brainwashed kids. Yep. Yeah. I think you're right about that. And that person seemed to be transgender. Called themselves a they, them. They, them. I'm more of a he, him myself, personally. I'm more of a he, him type of guy. Just kind of keep it basic. We like to keep it simple. Folks, any minute now, President Trump is going to come on out. You know what I want to hear more about here is this H-1B dynamic. Howard Lutnick and Trump 3 days ago came out and they were talking about H-1Bs. They were going to increase the price of an H-1B visa application up to $100,000 for all. They said for all H-1B visa applicants. Then a couple hours later, I guess they walked it back. They said the $100,000 H-1B application fee is only a one-time fee for new applicants, and it is not going to be a recurring fee every year like they originally said it was. So it's one time only for new applicants, but that current H-1B visa holders, they don't have to pay this, and it's also not going to be yearly. In my opinion, I think we just should shut down the entire damn program. That's my opinion. Listen, like we have an entire generation of STEM university degree graduate young American men, women, primarily young white men that have been, thanks to programs like DEI and affirmative action. You have an entire generation of young American white men that have been systematically discriminated against, that have been not given jobs, American men being not given American jobs in America by nature of their skin color. Instead, they've been given to Indian H-1B visa holders. Listen, the jig is up. Shut it down. Get these people out of the country. Bring back the American workforce. I'm sure you guys know too. I have personally known numerous very intelligent young American men, numerous in real life, in person. I've shaken hands with them that are like, yeah, I just can't get a job. Yeah, I graduated. I'm a 3.9 GPA in, computer, science or whatever the hell the degree's in, whatever they have, some advanced degree, some STEM degree. And they're just like, yeah, I'm just not getting hired. I can't get a job. I just can't get a job. Right? That is a problem. Meanwhile, Microsoft and Intel and all these other companies are industrially hiring up H-1B visa holders, 70% of which, the reason I say Indian, is because 70% of H-1B visas are going to India, to Indians from India. Shut it down. Shut it down. We have a problem. We have a crisis. Shut it down. The H-1B visa, if I recall, was implemented in 1990. Our country was pretty damn good before 1990. Okay? It's not like we needed H-1B visa Indian slave labor to build the country. We were fine enough without them. Our country was built by Americans. And I think, by the way, similarly, I think relying on Americans to save the country and build the country up going forward, that's probably the best play. I'm going to bet on the Americans. I'm going to bet on the American workers. That's where I bet my money. Also, as some of you guys have said, I made a video about this H-1B thing a couple days ago. Talked about this also. A lot of these H-1B visas are being given to individuals, foreigners, that are lying about their credentials. They're lying about their credentials. In India, specifically, there are fake university. These are degree mills. They're churning out fake degrees. In fact, I was considering trying to buy a fake Indian doctorate. I was considering, I've got $5,000. I could spend $5,000 buying a PhD. I could buy an Indian PhD for $5,000. That sounds, yay. And then I could be Dr. Morse. Hey, Dr. Morse here, graduate of East Mumbai, New Delhi University, of Punjabi University, graduate, PhD. Nice to meet you. My name is Dr. Morse. That sounds like a good deal to me. Dr. Morse here. Hello. Nice to meet you, Dr. Morse here. No. No, President Trump is coming out here pretty soon. He is a little bit behind schedule. He is 21 minutes late a little bit. So we are on standby right now. We are waiting. But he'll be out any minute, and then we're going to, you could call me Mumbai Matt. In fact, I'm going to show you guys a photo from my old student days. This is me back when I was a student. Back when I was a student, back in my university days, I was getting my degree, my PhD. I totally forgot when I got my PhD. I took all these photos. Really handsome young man. Handsome young man. You can't deny. Anyway, so President Trump is coming out here very soon, and then we're going to talk about this situation with autism. What is going on with autism in the country? I don't know. Something is going on, most certainly. Doctor. Holy cow. Yeah, holy cow. Yeah, that's what I said. I know. Any minute now, folks. It seemed like they were getting ready to go live with the event, and then they had to delay for a couple minutes because, we were inside of the White House, and then they kicked us out. The official White House broadcasting page, they went live 25 minutes ago. So it'll just be any moment here now, folks. That's what I think. Get married, have children, build a legacy, pass down your values. I think that's pretty good advice. I think that is pretty good advice. In fact, I was speaking to my wife not too long ago. We've got 2 beautiful young children right now. I think we're gonna work. We're gonna do our best here. 4, 5, maybe we're gonna have 5. It has started. It has not started yet. Not yet. It's happening soon. Soon, very soon. It has not happened. Anyway, yeah, we're going to have maybe 5, 6, maybe 1 million kids. I'm not sure. Something like that. So, folks, today, President Trump is going to be coming out and giving information about this just really crazy autism epidemic that has taken over the country. In 1970, the rate of autism in this nation was 1 in 10,000. And as of this year, 2025, that number is now 1 in 14. 1 in 14. In 2023, it was 1 in 36. So just real quick, think about this. Between 2023 and 2025, the rate of autism has doubled. Doubled in 2 years. That is pretty nuts when you think about it. I mean, it's like, dude, by the year 2030, 5 years from now, literally everybody's going to be autistic. The rate will be 1 in 1. One out of 1 people in the country have autism. If we don't figure out what's going on here. Out of every one person has autism. We got to do something. Folks, we are back inside of the White House. And Trump will be coming out any minute now. I would suppose. We are back in. Yeah, you know, everybody's got their speculation about what the cause is. Some people say vaccines. Some people say, you know, specifically certain vaccines, like the hepatitis B vaccine. Some people are talking about Tylenol. If you're a pregnant woman and you take Tylenol, maybe it does this, maybe it does that. I've seen some people talk about fluoride. If you take fluoride in the drinking water, it does this or it does that. And this is really why we're tuning in today, because President Trump has put together a task force to get to the bottom of this. What is the deal? What is going on here? Could be something in the air, some chemicals in the air. I don't know. Maybe it's the chemtrails. I don't know. Don't know. What is this? Somebody shows evidence of Charlie Kirk being shot by somebody else. I'm going to be honest. I just don't really care about any of the conspiracies. Honestly, I have yet to see anything that is really compelling to me personally. I am an official narrative believer with this. There are some conspiracy theories I do really follow that I believe in, but this one with the Charlie Kirk assassination, I just haven't really seen anything super compelling outside of the official narrative. But, you know, everybody has their opinion. You can come to your own conclusion. My idea here is that this is just genuinely a radicalized far-left freak who was also probably working alongside a couple other radicalized far-left freaks. And it also must be acknowledged here that this nation as a whole has a big problem with radicalized far-left freaks. The country that is a national crisis. Violent, radicalized far-left extremists that are more than willing to kill people. You must acknowledge that. We have seen this type of violence happen over and over and over again. It is a problem. These people are in our country. It is a problem. Now I see a big super chat here from Derek Rogers. He says, true, there are so many of them where I live. So many violent far-left freaks, radicals. I hope not. I think you're talking about something else, though. I'm not sure. But hey, I appreciate that. I appreciate the super chat. I wish I caught that when it popped up. That's on me, because now I forget what we were talking about when you threw that in. Thank you very much. Thank you. Hopefully you're not surrounded by violent far-left crazies. Yeah, folks, we are about 28 minutes behind schedule here. But you know what? Hey, that's the way that it goes with these live events. This is Uncle Sam's misguided child. He says, God bless you and your family. Been following you since the jump. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. I appreciate that a lot. I appreciate that a lot. This guy Schizosaurus in the chat has been complaining about advertisements. He says, bro gets super chats and still make ads interrupt the stream. Yeah, YouTube has ads. Yeah, well, yeah. You have posted 7 different messages complaining about it. Yep. That's the way the world is. That sucks. I know. You could become a channel membership. You could get YouTube Premium. You could get an ad blocker. There are different ad blockers you could get. You could do that. But yeah, that's the way that it is. Yep. That's the way it goes. Also, we are live on Rumble. We're live on Rumble right now, which doesn't have as many ads. There are like 5 different things you could do that are not complain and whine in the live chat. You have some options here. That's what I'm trying. You have a couple different options other than complaining. So there you go. Now I see a big super chat from Sherry Zylak. Sherry, I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for sending that super chat, even though there are ads on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Thank you. She says, how many of the far left are on the spectrum, especially those that have attempted assassinations? Oh, I don't know that. You know what I have seen? It does seem as if there is a strong link between transgenderism and autism. Not, and it's, how can I put this? Not that every autistic person is transgender, but almost every transgender person is autistic. That, you can say, that is true. In fact, now I'm curious, what percent of autistic people total are transgender? I think probably not that many. I'm gonna try to get the data on this real quick. I have seen that. What percent? Because most aren't. Most are not transgender. But it is true. Almost all of the trans are autistic. It goes that way. Okay. Out of all the autistic people in the country, 0.5% to 1% identify as transgender. So 0.5% to 1% of total autistic people are transgender. Now I'm going to flip it. I'm going to flip it the other way. What percent of transgender people are autistic? Eleven percent. 11. So it is not the majority of them, but it is an extreme overrepresentation. So we can say that transgender people are autistic at a rate that is 1,000 times higher. Yeah, 1,000 times higher than the general population. To put this into a nice, concise statement, transgender people are autistic at a rate 1,000 times higher than the general population. There you go. That, at least that's what I see. I pulled up a couple studies here. That's what I have found. So, yeah, I would say it's curious. That's maybe concerning. Yeah. In fact, maybe we're going to talk about that today. Maybe we'll talk about that today. That is a little bit of a curious stat. Some of you are saying it's 25%. 25% of transgenders are autistic? Could be. Could be. I bet this is one of these cases where it depends on which study you look at. I see a different clinic-based study has them up to 26%. Some other surveys have them at 11%. Okay. I'm sure it depends on which one you're looking at. Anyway, extreme overrepresentation. To say the least, extreme overrepresentation. Curious. But still, if you flip it, you know, only 1% of autistic people are trans. Well, okay, what is going on here while we wait for Trump? I guess we have some updates about Candace Owens and Bridget Macron. Candace Owens has rejected Bridget Macron's move to present photographic and scientific evidence that she is a woman, insisting, quote, "The court-mandated discovery process does not allow Bridget to just submit evidence." I actually don't know if that's true. I've never stepped foot inside of a courtroom. I don't know. Owens, who has been pushing the conspiracy theory for months that Bridget is the French president's biological father. What? Wait, that is the conspiracy? That Macron is in a gay, transgender, incestuous relationship with his own dad? I haven't heard about that one. That is nuts. I didn't hear about that one. Okay. I guess I haven't been watching enough Candace Owens. I do not know. Candace Owens went further, demanding that Bridget sit down for an exam with an independent doctor and declaring, "We are coming for her medical record." Huh. So this news is following some other news that we got about 2 hours ago that said Bridget Macron has submitted a photo to the court that proves that she is a woman. Presumably a photo of her lack of a penis, presumably. But I don't know. I think, you know, I personally, frankly, don't really care a whole lot about this. Honestly, I haven't really followed this. However, I don't think a photo is good enough. I think you got to take a DNA test. Don't you agree? You got to do a DNA test. You know, you could have some crazy surgery, I don't know, to make it look like you've got something you don't. I don't know. We're living in crazy times. You got to do a blood test or a DNA test, man. You got to figure that out. It could be artificial intelligence. Yeah, you're right. Good point. Yeah. You got to submit some DNA, lady, man. Hey, dude. Hey, dude. Let me take a look at those chromosomes. That's what I want to see. And I don't want to see anything else. I don't want to see anything else other than the chromosomes. You can keep the pictures to yourself. I do not want to see them. Keep them away. No, thank you. Oh, man. What a story. What a story. My Lord. Good Lord. And any minute, President Trump is coming on out here. The bromosomes. She doesn't have chromosomes. She has bromosomes. Good one. Hey, good one. good one. Oh, Lord. This is breaking news coming out of the Department of Homeland Security. Earlier today, Governor Gavin Newsom passed California state legislation preventing ICE agents from wearing masks while inside of the state. The Trump administration, the DHS, they have said, yeah, we're just not going to comply. Yeah. Yeah, we saw the legislation you passed, Newsom, but we just don't care. We're just going to keep on wearing masks, and there's nothing you can do about it. What are you going to do? Arrest us? So they're just not going to do it. It goes on to say, ICE law enforcement officers have faced a 1,000% increase in violent assaults, and their family members are being doxxed and targeted by radical far-left freaks. So yeah, they are not taking the masks off. They're not doing it. Goodness. Folks, President Trump is coming on out here. Any minute now today, any minute now. We are about 39 minutes behind schedule. I guess I was optimistic. I said, man, I think we're going to be on time today. Nope. Nope. I don't think so. Hello, hello. Everybody, welcome to the show. Right now, we are live on Rumble, Matt Morris TV, YouTube, Matt Morris TV. We are about 40 minutes behind schedule. President Trump is going to come on out and give us information about this autism situation. Allegedly, they have cracked the code. They have figured out what's going on here. Guys, I have some breaking news about Charlie Kirk's memorial that took place yesterday afternoon. Check this out. 277,000 cell phones were geotagged at the Charlie Kirk event yesterday. For reference, the single biggest MAGA event ever was 97,000. They have clocked over 100 million viewers across all of the live streams. Wow, the arena workers said they received more press inquiries than the Super Bowl. So when we say this was one hell of an event, yeah. This was one hell of an event. And you know what, I gotta say, Charlie Kirk is able to put together a crowd bigger than even Donald Trump himself. About almost 3 times as big. Gotta give credit. Trump is always talking about his crowds. We have the biggest crowds. Hold on, President Trump. Charlie Kirk. 3 times. Huge. Bigly. That's right, bigly. Now, folks, once again, any minute here, we're going to get to the bottom of this autism situation. Matt, remember what happened last time he was delayed? Yeah, last time President Trump had an event get delayed, we found him 3 hours later in downtown Washington, D.C. at a seafood restaurant. at Joe's Fish House or whatever. Do you remember that? We were sitting here for hours. Any minute he's going to come on out. Any minute. And then we had live footage of him downtown as he was walking into the seafood restaurant. Okay. That must have been like a week ago. Okay. And President Trump has been spotted entering Joe's seafood restaurant. Well, I think that's not going to happen today. I think it's not going to happen today. I hope. We have a message from Matt Walsh. I'll take a look at this. Not like we're doing anything else important right now. Leftists are enraged by the spectacle yesterday. They are calling us Christian nationalists. They say that we want to usher in a new era of Christian nationalism. They claim that we are more radicalized than we've ever been, and they are 100% correct on all counts. There you have it. A lot of people, I mean, hey, you guys saw it live yesterday. A lot of people tuned up yesterday. Tuned up, turned up. A lot of people turned up yesterday. Really, just astounding how many people showed up to this. And you know what? I didn't actually get to say this yesterday. It was such a long broadcast. I was so tired by the end of it. Let's just all be thankful here for a moment that nothing bad happened. We had so many people in this arena, so many innocent people. We had senior ranking members of the government, the Kirk family, all different types of people, for people traveling in from all over the world to come and pay their respects here in Arizona. And thank God some terrible, tragic event didn't take place, some terrorist attack or something. It went off perfectly without a hitch. Everything was fine. It was beautiful. It was a great memorial, a great celebration of life. So I think we can all be very thankful. Going into it, they had a couple of security concerns. They apprehended that one guy, right? He got a felony. He was walking around 2 days before the event with a gun and a knife and fake police credentials. Who knows what that was about? But anyway, nothing bad happened. Nothing bad happened. Nothing at all. And so right now we are waiting. Right now we are waiting for President Trump. We are, I hate to say, I regret to say, about 45 minutes behind schedule. I just want to get to the bottom of this autism thing. We have a new video of Nancy Pelosi. What's going on here?
Injustice, and again, the food security issue. He's been spelling that out the whole time. I want you to...
Okay, it's actually Maxine Waters? Maxine Waters, are you okay? Oh my gosh. Anyway. Well, folks, they are starting to put up some of these pictures, and there is President Trump. All right.
Thank you very much. So I've been waiting for this meeting for 20 years, actually. And it's not that everything's 100% understood or known, but I think we've made a lot of strides. Wish it was done a long time ago. Today, we're delighted to be joined by America's top medical and public health professionals as we announce historic steps to confront the crisis of autism. Horrible, horrible crisis. I want to thank the man who brought this issue to the forefront of American politics along with me. And we actually met in my office, is it like 20 years ago, Bobby? It's probably 20 years ago in New York. I was a developer, as you probably heard, and I always had very strong feelings about autism and how it happened and where it came from. And he and I don't know, the word got out, and I wouldn't say that people were very understanding of where we were, but it's turning out that we understood a lot more than a lot of people who studied it, we think. And I say we think because I don't think they were really letting the public know what they knew. Thanks as well to the director of the National Institute of Health, Dr. Jay Bhattacharya, FDA Commissioner, Dr. Marty McCary. These are great people. Administrator of the Centers for Medicine and Medicaid Services, Dr. Mehmet Oz, and Acting Assistant Secretary of HHS, Dr. Dorothy Fink. So thank you all. Thank you, Dorothy, very much. The meteoric rise in autism is among the most alarming public health developments in history. There's never been anything like this. Just a few decades ago, 1 in 10,000 children had autism. So that's not a long time. And I've always heard, they say a few, but I think it's a lot less time than that. It used to be 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000. And I would say that's probably 18 years ago. And now it's 1 in 31, but in some areas it's much worse than that, if you can believe it, 1 in 31. And I gave numbers yesterday. For boys, it's 1 in 12. I was told that's in California, where they have, for some reason, a more severe problem.
Wow.
But whether it's 1 in 12 or 1 in 31, can you imagine? That's down from 1 in 20,000, then 1 in 10,000. And now we're at the level of 1 in 12 in some cases for boys. 1 in 31 overall. So since 2000, autism rates have surged by much more than 400%. Instead of attacking those who ask questions, everyone should be grateful for those who are trying to get the answers to this complex situation. And the first day all of these great doctors behind me were there, I told them, this is what we have to find out. Because when you go from 20,000 to 10,000 and then you go to 12, there's something artificial. They're taking something. And by the way, I think I can say that there are certain groups of people that don't take vaccines and don't take any pills that have no autism. That have no autism. Does that tell you something? That's currently, is that a correct statement, by the way?
There are some studies that suggest that, with the Amish, for example.
The Amish. Yeah, virtually. I heard none. See, Bobby wants to be very careful with what he says, and he should, but I'm not so careful with what I say. But you have certain groups. The Amish, as an example, they have essentially no autism. First, effective immediately, the FDA will be notifying physicians that the use of let's see how we say that. Acetaminophen. Is that okay? Which is basically commonly known as Tylenol. During pregnancy can be associated with a very increased risk of autism. So taking Tylenol is not good. All right, I'll say it. It's not good. For this reason, they are strongly recommending that women limit Tylenol use during pregnancy unless medically necessary. That's, for instance, in cases of extremely high fever, that you feel you can't tough it out, you can't do it. I guess there's that. It's a small number of cases, I think. But if you can't tough it out, if you can't do it, that's what you're going to have to do. You'll take a Tylenol, but it'll be very sparingly. It can be something that's very dangerous to the woman's health. In other words, a fever that's very, very dangerous, and ideally a doctor's decision, because I think you shouldn't take it. And you shouldn't take it during the entire pregnancy. They may tell you that toward the end of the pregnancy, you shouldn't take it during the entire. And you shouldn't give the child the Tylenol every time he's born and he goes and has a shot. You shouldn't give a Tylenol to that child. All pregnant women should talk to their doctors for more information about limiting the use of this medication while pregnant. So ideally, you don't take it at all. But if you can't tough it out, if there's a problem, you're going to end up doing it. The other thing that I can tell you that I'll say that they will maybe say at a little bit later date, but I think when you go for the shot, you do it over a 5-time period. Take it over 5 times or 4 times, but you take it in smaller doses and you spread it out over a period of years. And they pump so much stuff into those beautiful little babies. It's a disgrace. I don't see it. I think it's very bad. They're pumping, it looks like they're pumping into a horse. You have a little child, little fragile child, and you get a vat of 80 different vaccines, I guess, 80 different blends, and they pump it in. So ideally, a woman won't take Tylenol. And on the vaccines, it would be good instead of one visit where they pump the baby, load it up with stuff, you'll do it over a period of 4 times or 5 times. I've been so into this issue for so many years just because I couldn't understand how a thing like this could happen. And it's artificially induced. It's not like something that when you go from all of those, healthy babies to a point where I don't even know structurally if a country can afford it. And that's the least of the problems. To have families destroyed over this is just so terrible. Yep. I also, and we've already done this, we want no mercury in the vaccine. We want no aluminum in the vaccine. The MMR, I think, should be taken separately. This is based on what I feel, the mumps, measles, and all the 3 should be taken separately. And it seems to be that when you mix them, there could be a problem. So there's no downside in taking them separately. In fact, they think it's better, so let it be separate. The chicken pox is already separate because when that got mixed in, I guess they made it 4 for a while, it really was bad. Oh. So they make chicken pox. Individually, they're okay. When you mix them, something maybe happens. So there's no downside in doing it. It's not like, if you do it, bad things. No, it's only good side. And it may not have that much of an impact, but it may have a big impact. So let those be taken separately. And then hepatitis B is sexually transmitted. There's no reason to give a baby that's almost just born hepatitis B. True. So I would say wait till the baby is 12 years old and formed and take hepatitis B. And I think if you do those things, it's going to be a whole different, it's going to be a revolution in a positive sense in the country. The FDA will be updating the label of an existing drug to reflect potential benefits in reducing some autism symptoms. This gives hope to the many parents with autistic children that it may be possible to improve their lives. That's one of the things that I'm very, very happy about. I mean, this was mostly going to be on how not to have the child affected, but we've learned some pretty good things about certain elements of genius that can be given to a baby, and the baby can get better. And in some cases, maybe substantially better. Not going to be easy, but be a lot easier if it didn't happen in the first place, as these great parents fully understand, right? They fully understand. I feel so terribly I have so many friends with autistic children. It's a tough situation. Finally, to help reach the ultimate goal of ending the autism fever, the NIH will be announcing 13 major grant awards from the Autism Data Science Initiatives. And to be honest with you, to me, that's the least important. It's not even a money thing at this point. There's so much money, but they have to do, and they have to move quickly. When the alternative is that nothing bad can happen, let's do it now. I was just saying to Bobby and the group, let's do it now. Nothing bad can happen. It can only good happen. But with Tylenol, don't take it. Don't take it. And if you can't live, if your fever is so bad, you have to take one because there's no alternative to that.
What about
Sadly,
aspirin?
First question, what can you take instead? It's actually, there's not an alternative to that.
Can I take aspirin?
And as you know, other of the medicines are absolutely proven bad. I mean, they've been proven bad with the aspirins and the Advils and others, right?
Okay.
And they've been proven bad. So I'd like to ask Bobby to get up to the podium and say a few words, and then Dr. Bhattacharya and Dr. McCary, Dr. Oz, Dr. Fink, followed by 2 incredible mothers that have experienced firsthand what this country is going through, what parts of the world are going through. And I will say there are parts of the world that don't take Tylenol. I mean, there's a rumor, and I don't know if it's so or not, that Cuba, they don't have Tylenol because they don't have the money for Tylenol, and they have virtually no autism, okay? Tell me about that one.
Wow.
And there are other parts of the world where they don't have Tylenol, where they don't have autism. That tells you a lot. And I want to say it right now. And, you know, the way I look at it, don't take it. Don't take it. There's no downside in not taking it. So I'd like to ask Bobby to come up and say a few words. I hope I didn't ruin his day, but that's the way I feel. I've been very strong on the subject for a long time. You know, life is common sense, too. And there's a lot of common sense in this, and I wish things like this were brought up. And this group has worked so hard on it, but I'd like to be a little bit more, a little speedier in the process of a recommendation, because there's no harm in going quicker. There's absolutely no harm. At worst, there's no harm. Thank you very much. Bobby, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. To meet the President's challenge, I ordered HHS to launch an unprecedented all-agency effort to identify all causes of autism, including toxic and pharmaceutical exposures. At President Trump's urging, NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS are turning over every stone to identify the etiology of the autism epidemic and how patients and parents can prevent and reverse this alarming trend. We have broken down the traditional silos that have long separated these agencies, and we have fast-tracked research and guidance. Historically, NIH has focused almost solely on politically safe and entirely fruitless research about the genetic drivers of autism. And that would be like studying the genetic drivers of lung cancer without looking at cigarettes. And that's what NIH has been doing for 20 years. As a result, we don't have an answer to this critical question, despite the cataclysmic impact of the epidemic on our nation's children. We are now replacing the institutional culture of politicized science and corruption with evidence-based medicine. NIH research teams are currently testing multiple hypotheses with no area off limits. We promise transparency as we uncover the potential causes and treatments, and we will notify the public regularly of our progress. Today, we are announcing two important findings from our autism work that are vital for parents to know as they make these decisions. First, HHS will act on acetaminophen. The FDA is responding to clinical and laboratory studies that suggest a potential association between acetaminophen use during pregnancy and adverse neurodevelopmental outcomes, including later diagnosis for ADHD and autism. Scientists have proposed biological mechanisms linking prenatal acetaminophen exposure to altered brain development. We have also evaluated the contrary studies that show no association. Today, the FDA will issue a physician's notice about the risk of acetaminophen during pregnancy and begin the process to initiate a safety label change. HHS will launch a nationwide public service campaign to inform families and protect public health. FDA also recognized that acetaminophen is often the only tool for fevers and pain in pregnancy, as other alternatives have well-documented adverse effects. HHS wants, therefore, to encourage clinicians to exercise their best judgment in the use of acetaminophen for fevers and pain in pregnancy by prescribing the lowest effective dose for the shortest necessary duration and only when treatment is required. Furthermore, thanks to the politicization of science, the safety of acetaminophen against the risk of neurodevelopmental disorders in young children has never been validated. Prudent medicine, therefore, suggests caution in acetaminophen use by young children, especially since strong evidence also has associated it with liver toxicity. Some studies have also found the use of acetaminophen in children can potentially prolong viral illnesses. FDA will drive new research to safeguard mothers, children, and families. In addition to a possible acetaminophen connection to autism for pregnant women, infants, and toddlers, our research has revealed that folate deficiency in a child's brain can lead to autism. We have also identified an exciting therapy that may benefit large numbers of children who suffer from autism. Ooh. Peer-reviewed literature has documented that up to 60% of folate-deficient children with ASD can have improved verbal communications if given leucovorin. I have instructed NIH, FDA, and CMS to help doctors treat children appropriately. Jay will help tell that story, which started with sound science, the kind that restores faith in government. This announcement also represents a historic collaboration between NIH, FDA, CDC, and CMS. We expect this to be the first of many announcements over the coming years that deliver actionable information to parents on underlying cause of autism and the potential paths for prevention and reversal. Finally, autism is a complex disorder with multifactorial etiology. We are continuing to investigate a multiplicity of potential causes with no areas of taboo. One area that we are closely examining, as the president mentioned, is vaccines. Some 40 to 70% of mothers who have children with autism believe that their child was injured by a vaccine. President Trump believes that we should be listening to these mothers instead of gaslighting and marginalizing them like prior administrations. Some of our friends like to say that we should believe all women. Some of these same people have been silencing and demonizing these mothers for 3 decades because research on the potential link between autism and vaccines has been actively suppressed in the past. It will take time for an honest look at this topic by scientists. But I want to reassure the people in the autism community that we will be uncompromising and relentless in our search for answers. We will perform the studies that should have been performed 25 years ago. Whatever the answer is, we will tell you what we find. We are researching this issue to all 3 agencies. Jay will discuss one of our research initiatives at NIH. This model of unleashing unbiased, depoliticized, gold standard scientific research and academic freedom to deliver actionable information to prevent and reverse disease will be a model for the framework to deliver similar results for many other chronic conditions that plague Americans. Jay?
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy, and thank you, President Trump.
Thank you very much.
I'm proud to announce today that the NIH has launched the Autism Data Science Initiative to turbocharge autism research, devoting an additional $50 million to the cause of studying autism. Nearly 250 research teams from across the country applied, sent in their applications, and were peer-reviewed by the NIH review panels. The NIH peer reviewers chose the 13 best projects focused on root causes and therapies, with replication and validation studies to guarantee gold standard science. The studies feature a new kind of science called exposomics, where scientists consider environmental and medical factors, nutrition, events during pregnancy, in combination with biology and genetics to answer vital questions about autism. Science like this, conducted in partnership with families and physicians, is the best way to arrest and reverse the autism epidemic. Autism spectrum disorder encompasses a very wide range of symptoms, ranging from mild difficulties with social interactions to profoundly autistic children who experience severe disabilities in speech and behavior. Given this wide range of symptoms across the spectrum, it seems certain that there will be a wide range of biological contributors to explaining the cause. The great thing about the new NIH initiative on autism is that scientists will use rigorous advanced methods in causal inference, machine learning, organoids, and other fresh approaches to the problem. The sharp rise in the prevalence of autism deserves an urgent response by the scientific community. As Bobby said, the NIH has invested a lot of money to study autism over the years, but the research has not produced the answers that families and parents of autistic children deserve, and autistic children themselves deserve. For too long, it's been taboo to ask some questions for fear the scientific work might reveal a politically incorrect answer. Because of this restricted focus in scientific investigations, the answers for families have been similarly restricted, often pointing families to behavioral therapies that don't work for every kid or suggest non-modifiable genetic factors as the cause. But genetics alone can't explain such a sharp rise in autism prevalence over the just a few decades, as the president said.
Yep.
In coming months and years, as NIH scientists learn more that can help autistic children and their families, we won't delay. Like scientists often like to do. I can say as a scientist myself, it's really tempting to delay, but but in face of a problem like this, you have to move fast. But we will not delay before telling American people about what we find, and we will win the public trust with transparency and rigor. Already, our broadened focus on autism research has pointed to 2 items that will help families prevent and treat some cases of autism. I'll leave the good news on these 2 items to my close friends and colleagues, Dr. McCary and Dr. Oz. We've been working together closely on this problem for the past 6 months, and our cooperation represents an unprecedented collaboration with Secretary Kennedy's Department of Health and Human Services and with President Trump. I'm delighted to introduce Dr. Marty McCary, Commissioner of the Food and Drug Administration, who will tell you about these announcements of practical help for families with autism.
Great, thank you, Dr. Bhattacharya. Mr. President, this is the start of a historic shift in medical culture. This administration is working together to ask big questions about why our nation's children are getting sick so fast. Too often, medicine is doing small little studies, giving us answers we already knew. But we've got to make a difference. You've given us a charge to identify root causes, and we are not going to stop so that we can end the suffering we are watching. And if you've seen a kid with autism, with severe autism, it's hard to watch. Kids get frustrated, they get angry, they can be crying because they want to speak and they can't speak. It's hard to watch, and it may be entirely preventable. For an epidemiologist, that child is an expanding statistic. But for a child, it can be brutal to have autism. Today, the FDA is taking action to update the label on acetaminophen and sending a letter to all U.S. doctors letting them know about the risks in pregnancy. We now have data we cannot ignore. There's a very large study, the Boston Birth Cohort, with researchers that have, from Johns Hopkins, my former institution, and Boston University, found quote-unquote consistent associations between acetaminophen in pregnancy and autism. And the Nurses' Health Study with researchers from Yale, Columbia, and Harvard looking at 9,000 kids found that acetaminophen use in pregnancy was associated with neurodevelopmental disorders. And 4 weeks ago, a Mount Sinai Harvard study reviewed all the existing literature and found the overwhelming body of evidence points to an association. Sure, you'll be able to find a study to the contrary. That's how science works. But to quote the dean of the Harvard School of Public Health, there is a causal relationship between prenatal acetaminophen use and neurodevelopmental disorders of ADHD and autism spectrum disorder. We cannot wait any longer. And honestly, there's been this perfunctory, reactionary, mindless practice in medicine. I learned it in medical school and residency. Just treat all fevers, low-grade fevers, treat them with acetaminophen. Why? What are we doing? A study out of Hopkins actually showed that treating a fever can prolong the duration of illness in a young kid. Maybe that's because a fever is a body's natural way of ridding an infection.
Correct.
When my wife was pregnant and delivered our son a few months ago, they pushed her to take acetaminophen for a low-grade fever. She said no, and then they looked to me and I said, absolutely no. I'm also here to announce good news. Today, the FDA is filing a Federal Register notice to change the label on an exciting treatment called prescription leucovorin so that it can be available to children with autism. You know, autism may also be due to an autoimmune reaction to a folate receptor on the brain, not allowing that important vitamin to get into the brain cells. It's a fairly established, mature pathway. Again, we have a duty to let doctors and the public know we are going to change the label to make it available. Hundreds of thousands of kids, in my opinion, will benefit. One study found that with kids with autism and chronic folate deficiency, 2/3 of kids with autism symptoms had improvement, and some marked improvement. Mr. President, you told us to do what's medically right, to go bold, and not worry about the corporations and the lobbyists. So that's what we're here doing today. Thank you, Mr. President.
Good, thank you. Thanks, Marty. I think you all appreciate the passion
Big day.
in the president's voice. We've been hearing that since the inauguration. In fact, even before the inauguration, the president was upset about what he spoke to today. And so together with Secretary Kennedy, who's made it his life's work to address some of these challenges with autism, they challenged us. In fact, they were harsher than that. They wanted no silos to break down what the NIH would do, what the FDA would do, what CMS would do. They insisted that the physician leaders bust through the clutter because their agencies had the power. If we didn't do what every other prior administration had done, which is to let people function within their siloed environments. Because of that, in historic fashion and a very accelerated manner, we have a response today to the autism crisis. It is the first of several chapters, but this is breaking news. You've heard some of it. The response to the autism crisis is going to continue to come to you under Secretary Kennedy's leadership, and the president wouldn't have it any other way. As you've heard, the FDA, based on NIH research, is approving prescription leucovorin for treatment of autistic children.
Ooh.
Now, if you're following the script, there should be two questions that you have, two questions that should come to your mind. The first is, how will patients and parents get access to the treatment? I'll tell you how. Over half of American children are covered by Medicaid and CHIP, government health insurance, over half. And therefore, because they're covered in Medicaid and CHIP, upon this label change by Marty, state Medicaid programs in partnership with CMS will cover prescription leucovorin around the country.
Wow.
It's yours, but you have to go to a doctor to get a prescription because they know your child, they know you, and they know the medication. States will also have tools to monitor its use and ensure appropriate utilization. That's important for a bunch of reasons, because we want the right kids getting the right prescription medications. We believe private insurance companies will rapidly follow our lead if they have not already done so. And again, to make sure that this is safe and effective treatment, you need a physician to prescribe the medication because it's on prescription. Second big question. How are we going to collect clinical data to answer the big questions that the president's asking and the secretary insists that we offer? CMS is also issuing guidance to convene states and existing research networks to support NIH and FDA in their research efforts of prescription leucovorin, while also maintaining the privacy of all patients, all health information of our beneficiaries. Collecting real-world data, which is what many of you have been asking us to do in the community, is fast. It is life-saving, and we'll get answers based on what happens over the next few months with this approach. The aggressive approach, and it is aggressive, demanded by the president and by the secretary, have already identified risk factors and opened the door for the first FDA-recognized treatment pathway for autism. It is the first of its kind, and it wouldn't have happened without the leadership of the president and the secretary. The fivefold increased prevalence of autism over the past 25 years demands a rapid response. The average clinician, researcher, we spoke to many, thought it would take 5 years to get this data. Parents are unwilling to wait 5 years. The president is unwilling to wait 5 years for these results. So the president and the secretary are acting today with this tri-agency move. The administration's bold actions investing in groundbreaking research follow the science. They restore trust, which has been lacking, and they will change the trajectory for millions of American families. Mr. President, God bless you for being brave. So let me introduce Dr. Fink, who's acting administrator, and after Dr. Fink, we've got some wonderful women, Jackie and Amanda. I know it's going to be tough, but if you can make some comments about this historic day, God bless you.
Thank you, Mr. President, for this opportunity to speak with all of you today. As a pediatrician and mom, I'm here today to talk about what this announcement means for the millions of moms and dads who are faced with the choice of whether to take acetaminophen during pregnancy. It's hard to hear information that challenges the status quo. We are sharing this information not to confuse, but to empower parents to make the best choices when taking medications during pregnancy. We are all concerned about the rising rates of neurodevelopmental disorders, including autism. President Trump and Secretary Kennedy are dedicated to radical transparency so that patients have the best, most up-to-date information. We are also sharing this information with our nation's doctors, and we encourage you, as always, to consult with your doctor to make the best decision for you. All too often, it's easy to think that medicines we buy without a prescription pose little to no risk for the mom or the baby. As you heard today, pregnant women who need high fever or pain reduction during pregnancy should take the lowest effective dose of acetaminophen for the shortest possible duration. Most women will not meet these indications during their pregnancies. I am encouraged by these developments today because it is another example of our commitment to the American people to leave no stone unturned in improving the health of our nation's children. Next, I'm going to turn it over to some incredible mothers who are going to share more about their stories, and we're so grateful to have you here today.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. President and team, for all your work. This is an historic day, and I'm thankful to be here. I have a son who's 5 who is profoundly autistic, and you've probably heard if you've met one autistic child, you've met one autistic child. It's a spectrum, which I don't think the spectrum is helpful, but that's another conversation. He is an amazing little boy, a blessing from God. He's marvelous. He can count to 1,000. He knows all of his letters and the sounds they make and a word for each one. But he also has a lot of obstacles. He is nonverbal. He can say those numbers and letters, but there's no communication. Unless you've lived with profound autism, you have no idea. You have no idea. He, like you said, he will get frustrated because he can't speak. It's not even that he can't speak. Sometimes he just doesn't understand what I'm saying. He understands the word no, but he doesn't understand the why behind the no. And that's a huge part of discipline. That's the discipline. So it's very hard to discipline a child with autism so you have these behaviors. And it's a very hopeless feeling. It's very isolating being a parent with a profound autistic child. Even just taking them over to your friend's house is something we just don't do because, again, they're going to be met with no, 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 and no understanding of why. And then there's a meltdown. And then you're in a situation where you're just helpless and you're just trying to protect your kid. So it's just better not to do it. You learn your limits, and it's been really hard. This is amazing that we're here today. And no one has been able to point to anything to say this is what caused it. And you can't point to that and say it didn't cause it. I have no idea. I'm completely open. I'm not blaming anything, but I'm open to the discussion and the fact that there's work being done to find answers. I'm very grateful. I was already excited to vote for Mr. Trump anyway, Mr. President. But when we got word of RFK doing his work, I was ecstatic. I could not wait for this work to be done, that somebody would try to find us some answers. I'm just very grateful. I pray for my son every day and hope that he can get the help that he needs. And just thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Donna. You take care of yourself. Thank you.
Hi, my name's Jackie. I'm also extremely grateful for the opportunity to be here and share my son's story. My son is Eddie. He's 11. He's on the opposite end of the spectrum from what Amanda just explained. He's considered high functioning. He was not always high functioning. He was nonverbal till the age 4. We've had quite a hard time to get to the place where we are today. I am just so grateful to President Trump and the entire administration for finally listening to moms who have been crying out for help, for answers for years. I've met so many other moms with children on the spectrum in the 9 years since my son's diagnosis, and they all have very similar stories. And they've all just wanted somebody to listen, to not ridicule them or look at them like they were the crazy people. It's hard when you don't have doctors that take the time to really listen and find out when the change happened and what change happened. And it's just, I've been praying for this day for 9 years, and I'm so thankful to God for bringing the administration into our lives. And I'm speechless. This day is a day I never thought would happen. I thought that we would never have an administration that was courageous enough to look into things that no prior administration had. So I'm just here to express my gratitude, and I am looking forward to what comes from this, and hopefully we just get more answers. So thank you.
Thank you very much. So I just want to say acetaminophen is basically Tylenol, essentially, because I noticed that term is used throughout this conference. So it's essentially Tylenol. And I just recommend strongly that you don't use Tylenol unless it's absolutely necessary. I understand it's maybe 10% of the women that are pregnant are, would perhaps be forced to use it. And that would mean you just can't tough it out. No matter what you do, you can't tough it out. So that's up to you and your doctor. But there's a very strong recommendation, maybe stronger from me than from the group, because they're waiting for certain studies. I just want to say, I want to say it like it is. Don't take Tylenol. Don't take it.
Damn.
If you just can't, I mean, it's fight like hell not to take it. There may be a point where you have to, and that you have to work out with yourself. So don't take Tylenol. Other things that we recommend, or certainly I do anyway, is, and it's so important to me to see the doctor 4 times or 5 times for a vaccine. Don't let them pump your baby up with the largest pile of stuff you've ever seen in your life going into the delicate little body of a baby. Even if it's 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, you just break it up into, I would say 5, but let's say 4 visits to the doctor instead of 1. And certain things I think you should do. We've already taken out and are in the process of taking out mercury and aluminum now. You know what mercury is. You know what aluminum is. Who the hell wants that pumped into a body? And there were rumors about both of them for a long time. But we're having them taken out. We're having them taken out of the vaccines. Hepatitis B, again, that's sexually transmitted, and we think you should wait. I think you should wait till 12. I'm just making these statements from me. I'm not making them from these doctors, because when they talk about, different results, different studies, I talk about a lot of common sense, and they have that too. They have that too, a lot. But I recommend the hepatitis B. Take it at 12. Sexually transmitted. You don't have to give it to the baby when the baby's 2 years old. And there are a lot of theories on that, but not when they're 12. Doesn't seem to be a problem at all. The MMR and the chickenpox. Chickenpox has already been broken out. It's a singular shot. But the MMR is not. And I've heard for years that there's a problem with it. But they say that there's no problem if you do each shot separately, not put together. So an MMR, go out and do it separately. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby after the baby's born. Every time the baby gets a shot, the baby gets a shot. They say, here, take a cup of Tylenol. I've heard that for years. Take Tylenol. Don't take Tylenol. Don't have your baby take Tylenol. Now, Tylenol is fine for people that aren't pregnant, that aren't in the situation that we're talking about. One very specific situation. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. When you have your baby, don't give your baby Tylenol at all, unless it's absolutely necessary. Don't do it. Break up your visits to the doctors. Break them up. Do it in 5 if you can. Now, it's inconvenient. It's inconvenient. Oh, you have to go back another year later. You're going to go back each year for 4 years, 5 years, 3 years. Just break it up. Break it up, because it's too much liquid. Too many different things are going into that baby at too big a number. The size of this thing, when you look at it, it's like 80 different vaccines and beyond vaccines, and 80. Then you give that to a little kid. I mean, I can tell you that I had a woman who worked for me, a beautiful, wonderful woman, worked in Trump Tower, and she had the most perfect child, beautiful, just perfect. And I remember this little blonde-haired boy running around the lobby of Trump Tower, so healthy and so vibrant. And I said, that's great. And one day I came in and she was crying her eyes out behind the counter. She worked at the front desk. She was crying her eyes out. I've never, as much as I've ever seen anyone distraught, she was. I said, are you okay? What happened? My boy, I've lost my boy. What does that mean, your boy? My boy, you know him, sir. You've seen him grow up. He was so beautiful. And I took him for a vaccine, sir. And he developed this unbelievable, I think she said 107, 108. You know, it goes well beyond when this happens. It goes up to 106, 107, 108. You know, we hear 105 and you're in trouble, but it just goes up to a level that you never hear about, but it goes up very high. And it's fried. They get fried. She said, I took him, he developed an unbelievable temperature. And I've lost him, sir. He's gone. And then I saw the boy. It was so tragic to see. Oh. That was the following day. That was the following day after the vaccine. And I've seen it 2 other times, and I think 3 other times, but 2 other times, where they go to the doctor and they get the vaccine, they get the shot. The kid is, badly hurt. Let's be nice, badly hurt. And just do it. Break it up into 5, break it up into 4, break it up into 3 if you have to, but go to the doctor 4 times instead of once, or 5 times instead of once. And for some reason, they insist that you put it all into the body, and maybe that's the drug companies that make more money that way. Maybe it's the doctors because they don't want to be, doing this so much. Maybe it's the doctors. They get maybe more money. Who the hell knows what it is? Don't do it. Get them broken into 4 or 5 visits. Do it 4 or 5. That means you have 20%, 25% what you're putting into the baby's body. It can only help. It can only help. And the other things I told you about, just the word tough it out. It's easy for me to say tough it out, but sometimes in life with a lot of other things, you have to tough it out also. Don't take Tylenol. Don't give Tylenol to the baby. When the baby's born, they throw it at you. Here, give him a couple of Tylenol. They give him a shot. They give him a vaccine. And every time they give him a vaccine, they're throwing Tylenol. And some of these babies, they're long born, and all of a sudden they're gone. And it doesn't hurt not to do it. It doesn't hurt. There's no downside. There's no downside at all. And break up MMR. Break it up. It's practically a known fact that if you break it up, you're not going to have a problem. But for years, we've been hearing how bad MMR is as a combination. And I'm very happy that you broke out chickenpox, because that was really a problem. And there are other things. It's interesting because there are other things, we were talking about it, other different drugs, pills that you take that we know are so bad and they don't take them anymore. But for some reason, with this, they keep taking it. Don't take Tylenol. There's no downside. Don't take it. You'll be uncomfortable. It won't be as easy, maybe, but don't take it. If you're pregnant, don't take Tylenol. And don't give it to the baby after the baby is born. And you know what?
He is being super clear about this.
More than 3 years left.
Do not take it.
And I told Bobby and the doctors behind me, and they are so committed to this. I told them that this is the number one thing I want to do from you. And, we have something else called Favored Nations, where I'm going to be reducing drug prices by 1,000%, by 900, 600, 500, 1,200. We're going to be reducing drug prices at levels never seen. It's called Favored Nations. We're going to be paying right now, we're like the garbage can for the rest of the world, and we have been for forever. We pay much higher for drugs than the rest of the world. We subsidize the rest of the world. We're not doing that anymore. And that's a big thing. That's a big thing. That's bigger than anything. I told the story the other night that I was so proud in my first term that for the final year, drug prices went down 0.25%. And I was so proud. I said, why? I'm the first one to do it. I think it was 28 years, they said, where drug prices went down from the beginning of the term to the end. And I was so proud. I called a news conference. I said, Drug prices have gone down. First time it's happened in 28 years. You know what it was? 0.25%. I was so proud. Now we're going to have them go down from $100 a pill to $9 a pill. From $1,300 for a shot of like an Ozempic or the fat, I call it the fat pill or the fat drug. Sometimes it works, I guess, for people. The ones I've seen, it hasn't worked so well. I got a lot of friends that have fat. They said, yeah, I lost some weight. I said, you don't look it to me. But they paid $1,300, $1,200, and they go to London and they pay $88. And they call me, they go, what's this all about? We're subsidizing the rest of the world stupidly because we have a lot of stupid people in this country running things. And how big is that? But to me, that's nothing compared to autism. I see that gorgeous boy. I have a big present for him in the back. You know, you bring him back. We're going to bring him into the Oval Office. I have the best present he's ever going to get, okay? A big one. I saved it for you, okay? Because I heard you were coming. Look how beautiful he is. So.
Nice guy.
That's it. There's nothing much to say. Don't take Tylenol if you're pregnant. And don't give Tylenol to your child when he's born or she's born. Don't give it. Just don't give it. And we're going to have, I think, really, if you do all the things that I say, break it up. Just break it up. Break up the shots with the doctor. MMRs, as I told you, separate, separate, separate. Chickenpox already separate. You do these things. I'm telling you, I want to, when I leave office, I don't want to have, it's going to be the kind of number that we're hearing where it's 1 in 32 or 1 in 10, because I've heard 1 in 10 also. And in California, it's really bad. I want it to be, let's get it back to maybe 1 in 10,000 or 1 in 20,000 or maybe none in 20,000. And the only way you're going to do that, because this is artificially induced. This is induced by something. You don't go from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 10,000, then to 1 in 10. That means you're taking something and something's wrong. And I feel very certain, and I know I'll be criticized. Someday they'll look back and they'll say, well, it wasn't, but I think it will. I think we're going to have a tremendous, this is the most important thing. There's nothing more important than me. We cured inflation that Biden gave us. He gave us so much inflation, the biggest ever in history. We got inflation done. We brought prices down. We gave you the largest tax cuts, all that stuff. It doesn't mean a thing compared to what we're doing today. This means everything. So we're going to save a lot of children from a tough life, really tough life. We're going to save a lot of parents from a tough life. Okay, how about a few questions? Let's just make it on this subject. This is so beyond as a subject that I'd rather not talk about, you know, some nonsense on the economy. And I will say this, the economy is unbelievable. The stock market just hit another record high and all that stuff. This means more to me. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, I have one on your announcement, one on vaccines that's also related.
Yes.
Why do you think we haven't heard more previously about the tie to autism and acetaminophen?
Nobody knows. I don't know. Not only that, when you say it, you get attacked. I was saying something similar, not as strongly, because now facts are on our side. But I was saying it with Bobby 20 years ago, and I was attacked. I said, whoa, what was that all about? I had no idea. You get attacked. I don't know. The medical community, the drug companies, doctors, I don't know what it is. All I want to do, I don't care about being attacked. It doesn't matter to me. I believe that the numbers at the end of our term or shortly thereafter could be really phenomenal. I want it to go up just like it came down to this horrible level. 1 in 10, 1 in 12. I was told 1 in 10. I was told 1 in 12. Today I heard 1 in 31 if you add the girls and the boys together. It's crazy. And it was 1 in 10,000 and 1 in 20,000. It's not even sustainable for a country. You want to know the truth. And there are other places that don't have it. And they have things in common. And that's called medical research. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, I'm curious as you look at the trend lines,
yeah,
how much of this is the causation of acetaminophen and how much is sort of better diagnosis, doctors, researchers having a better understanding of what is on the autism spectrum?
Do you want to do that? Sure, go ahead.
That's one of the canards that has been promoted by the industry for many years, that it's changed diagnostic criteria, better recognition. But there's been study after study done of that completely debunks that. One of them by the Mind Institute at UC Davis, University of California. But also it's just common sense, because you're only seeing this in people who are under 50 years of age. If it were better recognition or diagnosis, you'd see it in 70-year-old men. I've never seen this happening in people my age. I've never seen a case of full-blown autism, and that means profound autism. I want to be very careful. Head banging, stimming, toe walking, nonverbal, non-toilet trained. I've never in my life seen a 70-year-old man who looks like that. You're only seeing it in the kids. It's an epidemic.
Thank you, Mr. President. I was hoping that you could clear up confusion for moms and dads across America, many of whom voted for you. There's a statement that was put out by the American College of Obstetricians and Gynecologists, and in their statement, they write, acetaminophen remains a safe, trusted option for pain relief during pregnancy, and that's at odds with what you said and with what many of the experts say. How do you clear up this confusion?
That's the establishment. They're funded by lots of different groups. And you know what? Maybe they're right. I don't think they are, because I don't think the facts bear it out at all. They're fighting for something that, in my opinion, they shouldn't be fighting for. But here's the thing. There's no downside to doing, other than a mother will have to, as I say, tough it out a little bit. There's no downside to doing this. It's not like, oh, if you do this, you're going to die. There's no downside. There's no downside to going over a 4-year or a 5-year period or a 3-year period, or even if you space them out for 6 months, you space it out. There's no downside. And that's why I will say the gentlemen behind me, they have very strong views, and they feel that we're right, but they'll have more research done over the next 2 months. I said, well, 2 months is a long time. A lot of people could be saved, and there's no downside to doing it. Everything I said, there's no downside to doing it. It can only be good. And I think you're going to see very good results. That's establishment stuff, and we've been reading that about a lot of things for years. And you know what's happened? We've gone from 1 in 20,000 to 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 32 to 1 in 10. Think of it. 1 in 10 or 12 or 1 in 31. Think of it. 1 in 31 people, young kids, get autism? What is it, Jeff?
My question is about leucovorin. You mentioned that as part of your plan. That is also a chemotherapy treatment. Have you been in touch with the drug companies to increase production about that? And I'm going to throw in my follow-up at the same time. Dr. Oz mentioned that this will be available with CHIP, children who are on CHIP. But the big beautiful bill reduced funding for CHIP and Medicaid by $1 trillion over the next 10 years. Are you concerned that that will impact your ability to get this drug out?
I'll explain it to you in a second, but please go ahead.
Thank you.
Thank you. Leucovorin is not a chemotherapy, but it is a vitamin given with chemotherapy sometimes. And the idea here is that the folic acid receptor in the brain is blocked by some antibody response. It might be 20, 40, 50% of kids with autism. And leucovorin will bypass that blocked receptor. And that's why so many doctors are probably seeing so much clinical improvement on kids with leucovorin.
So are you going to increase production?
Yeah, we've been in touch with the companies, and they are prepared to ramp up production. And we actually talked to them about a month ago.
And on your second part of your nasty question, the number is that the great big beautiful bill, which is the greatest, I think one of the best things ever passed in the history, with the tax cuts and regulation cuts and all of the things it does, no tax on tips, no tax on Social Security, no tax on overtime, all of it does. It also gives $200 million, as just explained by Dr. Oz, and I'd like you to explain that to exactly what you're saying.
The Big Beautiful Bill actually increases Medicaid spending projected over the next 10 years by $200 billion. There's also a $50 billion rural health transformation fund, which will allow a lot of these programs to get in the rural parts of the country that the president and Congress are handing to governors to start distributing. Those grants have already gone out. The money will be allocated by the end of this calendar year. And I want to point out that the ability of NIH to do research that feeds and hands the ball to the FDA, which then can change labeling to allow Medicaid programs in states to fund this program, will ensure that the things that President Trump and Secretary Kennedy desire are financially affordable for the families around America.
You mentioned CHIP, sir. That's why I asked that question. You mentioned that CHIP would fund this for children.
Well, most of the kids are on Medicaid, probably 43% on Medicaid, another 8-10% on CHIP. And all the programs in general are being evaluated. Most of what the One Big Beautiful Bill was seeking to do was to remove fraud, waste, and abuse. But the programs themselves should stay financially intact for the people for whom they were designed, and in this case, for children.
And the only thing we cut, so that's $200 billion positive. The only thing we cut was for fraud, waste, and abuse, of which there was a lot in this country, and nobody minds that. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, you said that there is no reason to give newborn babies hepatitis B vaccines. But hepatitis B can be contracted not just through sexually transmitted diseases, it can come from needles to open wounds. So when you say you feel, is that appropriate to be telling?
I think it's absolutely appropriate. I think they should wait till they're 12 years old. Yes, please.
Mr. President, thank you all for being here. You've
Shut
been
up.
talking about reducing
Shut
autism
up.
by spacing out vaccines. Would you like other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out like MMRV?
What is this again?
You've been talking.
Speak up, please.
Sir. You've been talking about reducing autism by spacing out vaccines.
Right, correct.
Would you like the other combined vaccines babies receive to be spaced out like MMRV?
I would say yes, but that just is, for me, it's a lot of common sense involved in this. It's a process, but we're looking, but it should at least be given separately. Now, it's possible that you can reduce them and I'd give them in small doses, but it's possible maybe in that particular case, the MMR wouldn't work in small doses, but you can certainly give them as separate shots. It's been proven to be very safe when you give them in separate shots instead of mixing. So I don't think there's any reason to do that. Do you agree with it? I'm not a doctor, but I'm giving my opinion. I don't think there's any reason to do that. So it's been proven to be safe when you break them up. But MMR by itself, I've heard bad things about it for many years. Yes, please.
Mr. President, is the spectrum too broad, in your opinion? For research purposes, you are dealing with a population of children who might have social boundary difficulties, and then you have children who are, going to grow up to be adults in diapers. I mean, what do you think?
We don't know how broad the spectrum is. We don't know exactly where it starts and where it ends, but we do know what we're going through. We're going through some very serious trouble, and we know autism. I mean, it could be bigger, it could be small, a little bit smaller, but the number is unacceptable. And the number, the way it's come down, because the spectrums remain the same, the number, the way it's come down is just unacceptable, meaning come down to that level of 1 in 10, 1 in 12, 1 in 31.
Mr. President, medical professionals.
Go ahead in the back.
President, this question is more directed towards Secretary Kennedy. It was talked about that we're just kind of finding out about the fact that babies are affected this way. Is there a concern that information is being suppressed right now within HHS, and could an investigation perhaps be launched seeing any more information?
Well, I think information has been really not given out very freely over the years, absolutely. And I think that's by drug companies and maybe doctors, but I certainly think that over the years. I think this is a different group. We have a lot of information. And that information, I mean, it's the information that we have that we're making these statements. And I'm making them out front, and I'm making them loud, and I'm making them strongly not to take Tylenol, not to take it. Just don't take it unless it's absolutely necessary, and there's not too many cases where that will be the case. And again, what's the worst? The worst is nothing can happen. It's very positive. That's a positive thing. But I don't believe I don't actually believe that's possible. I think the results are going to be amazing. I want to see amazing results by the time I leave this beautiful building. And I will consider this, I believe, with the wars, I've stopped 7 different wars. I've saved millions of lives. I've done a lot of things. This will be as important as any single thing I've done, because I know ladies, beautiful ladies just like this that are going through the same thing. And it's not easy, and I admire you for being able to do it. But I admire him too. I wish I had a face that looked like that. If I looked like him, I would have been president a long time ago.
Is widely used in other countries too. As you make this announcement, do you expect your decision may affect
I
other
hope they
countries?
follow it, yeah. I hope they follow it. Yeah, other countries are, sell Tylenol. Some countries don't. I mean, I hear Cuba, now, again, you'll have to check this out, but I hear Cuba doesn't have it because it's very expensive. And they don't have the money to have it, or they don't want to spend the money to have it. They don't have Tylenol. And I hear they have essentially no autism. So you'll have to check it out. Yeah, right.
Medical professionals have warned for decades.
I said, no, not you. You're CNN. You're fake news. Go ahead, Brian.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to go back to the Amish community, if I can, just for a second. I recently saw a man from Minnesota, an Amish man from Minnesota, on a podcast. And the host asked him what the rates were for like ADHD and autism, and he had no idea about ADHD, didn't know that it existed, and certainly didn't know of any cases. What are they doing?
It doesn't exist with the Amish community, and they don't take all of this junk. It doesn't exist. That tells you, doesn't that tell you? That's like, that's like certain countries where it doesn't exist and they don't take it. Would you like to make a comment about that, Mark?
The Amish population, a very mixed group. So there's a subset that take vaccines, a subset that does not. And we know they have very low rates of chronic disease all across the board.
Please.
Thank you, Mr. President. Should the establishment media show at least some openness to, trying to figure out what the causes of autism are?
I wish they would, yeah.
And why are they so closed-minded?
Well, look, it's not only the media, in all fairness, it's some people. When you talk about vaccines, they go crazy. And, I'm a big supporter of vaccines. I got a certain vaccine approved in 9 months that would have taken from 5 to 12 years. I'm very proud of it. A lot of people think it was one of the greatest things I've done, and some people think, mostly Republicans, actually. I'll tell you, the Democrats think it was, they think Operation Warp Speed was one of the greatest things any president has done, any president. It's, we're very proud of what happened. We got hit with something that came from a place that shouldn't have happened, but it did happen. Those things take place, and you're very unpleasantly surprised. But no, I'm a big believer in vaccines. The polio vaccine, big believer in vaccines. I know Bobby and you guys have it out a little bit, but he's a believer in vaccines too. But I've seen how great vaccines can be, how incredible they can be. So I'm a believer. Yeah.
Sir.
Yeah, please.
Your comments made about MMR and hepatitis B, and you
Right.
said those were your suggestions, but have you spoken with Secretary Kennedy about actually making those changes?
I have, yeah, I have. I've spoken to all the doctors about it, and doctors that are not here right now. I've spoken to many doctors about everything we're talking about. And, the Tylenol has started to be spoken of over the last period of time, but we've been doing the research. A lot of what they've been speaking about comes from right here, by research done by these people. And I just say it again, don't take Tylenol. Don't take it. And don't give it to your child after your child is born. And do all those other things, little things, just spread out your visits, et cetera, on the vaccine. And I want to thank everybody. This is a very important day. Thank you very much.
Will you meet with the Democratic leader, sir?
All right. They're going in the Oval Office.
He's not going to answer my
That was the CNN chick.
He's not going to answer my question. He's not going to answer my question.
Yeah, because you are fake news. So, ladies and gentlemen, I was curious when acetaminophen, the primary form is in Tylenol. The brand name is Tylenol, but there's different off-brand products that carry acetaminophen. I was curious when acetaminophen really started hitting the American market. It was in the 1950s is when acetaminophen really became readily available for Americans. Pretty much every single year since the 1950s when acetaminophen became readily available. the use of acetaminophen has increased every single year up into the modern era. So for like 75 years, Americans have been taking more and more and more and more acetaminophen. And so I've seen some people in the chat, they're saying, well, it's been around for a long time, and well, therefore it can't, because it was available in 1957. Well, listen, the rate at which and the volume at which Americans are taking this drug has been going up and up and up and up for 75 years or 70 years. Okay, through the roof. So yeah, it would make sense that the rate of autism would go up. That is if Tylenol really does, or acetaminophen, lead to autism in some cases, it would make sense. You would see more autism manifesting more frequently as more people are taking more acetaminophen. I think that makes sense, right? So that's one thing I saw. Now, I was also curious who owns Tylenol, like which company, owns this brand. It's a company called Kenvue Inc. Kenvue Inc. is going off of a cliff. The stock price right now is just absolutely cratering out. It was people have been kind of talking about this Tylenol thing for a couple days now. This news has been kind of circulating, and so it tanked out 3 days ago when the news of this Tylenol stuff first hit the airwaves, and it has just continued to go down. I mean, they've lost probably like 20%, maybe a little bit less, 15% maybe. This, I'm actually not exactly sure why. Oh, it's because we're after hours. That's why. This is speculative, why this part of the chart is gray, because the stock market is closed for the day. So I would imagine when the market reopens tomorrow morning that it will crater out even more. It's going to keep on going down, all the way down. But the market is closed right now, so. Trump also talked about vaccines. He talked about specifically the hepatitis B vaccine. RFK Jr. has talked about the hepatitis B vaccine for a long time. He was on the Tucker Carlson and the Joe Rogan podcast, RFK Jr., talking about the hepatitis B vaccine. And yeah, it seems like, that vaccine is probably a little bit problematic. It's causing autism, maybe. Seems to be a little bit of a linkage there. And so Trump was talking about that also. He said, wait until you're 12. Wait until you're 12 is what he said. I guess the notion here is that, a vaccine might interact with you one way if you're a newborn baby, if you're an infant, but it'll kind of hit you in a different way if you're a little bit older. So delay your vaccines is kind of the idea. Okay. And then the other thing you said, does anybody here have a child? You have a young child. One thing they do, they want you to bring your kid in, I don't know, when they're about a year old or something like that. And then they shoot the kid up with like 4 or 5 different vaccines all on the same day. They hit him up with a big battery of vaccines. And so Trump has also said with one of his doctors here, listen, rather than getting all of those vaccines on the same day, all 4 or 5 of them, spread those dosages out over a couple months or a couple years. In fact, I remember this to me seemed like common sense. I remember this is when we had our daughter. She was 1 year old. She's 4 now, so a couple years ago. And we took her in for her little baby checkup at the doctor. She was a year old. And I remember I actually had this exact conversation. The doctor, they wanted to do all 4 or 5 of these vaccines on the same day. And this was my just like default question. I said, well, would it make sense to actually spread this out and do it over a couple months as opposed to doing all of them at once? And I'll never forget, the doctor said, well, why would you want to do that? And I said, well, just in case they have some weird kind of, effect. If you're taking too many at once, you might, they might, kind of bounce off each other and do something unintended. And I kid you not, the doctor, he said, oh, I've never thought of that. Oh, first he said, well, why would you want to do that? And then the doctor said, this pediatrician, oh, I've never thought about that. And I'm sitting here like, sorry, this is me when I was Indian, sorry. And I'm sitting here like, what do you mean? What do you mean you've never thought of that? You're the doctor. You went through like 8 years of medical school. What the hell? What do you mean you've never thought about that? Huh? What do you mean you never thought about that? That's like the first thing that popped in my head. So, I don't know. I have to say, you know what? I'm going to say this. My grandfather and my uncle both have PhDs. My grandfather is a PhD in dentistry. And my uncle he's an actual doctor. He's a practicing doctor now. As I've gotten older, as I become a parent, I get older. Every year that goes on, my respect for doctors goes down and down and down. Have you guys had that experience? I remember when I was a kid, I was like, oh, doctors, you have to be a super genius. You're probably a genius. Oh my gosh. But as I get older, I'm like, I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure. You know, most certainly there are some very genius doctors. I'm not saying every doctor is a moron, but, you know, I'm like, man, I think there are a lot of dumb doctors. I think there are a lot of stupid doctors out there, man. I don't know, dude. We've started, this was when we were living in Washington State, Washington. We started getting doctors that like barely spoke English. Like I don't know if they were on H-1B visas or what, but very clearly they were foreigners. They spoke rudimentary English, and they were in the doctor's office with us in the clinic room, like Googling things and plugging questions into ChatGPT. I'm like, dude, really? Like, first off, you barely speak English, and you are chat GPTing all of our questions. Seriously, dude. I could do this at home. I could just not have insurance and I could just Google everything on my own, dude. So I don't know. There's my spiel. Of course, I also remember 4 years ago during early COVID when our daughter was born. She was an infant, a newborn infant. We were still in the hospital. She had been alive for like 18 hours. And the hospital staff, they were trying to get us to inject our 18 hour. They were trying to get us to inject our 18 hours old infant with the COVID vaccine. And I'm like, no, you are not going to inject our newborn infant who has been alive for less than a day. You are not going to inject this baby with the damn COVID vaccine. Shut the hell up. Get out of the room. They tried to get my wife to wear a mask. I kid you not. They tried to get my wife to wear a mask when she was squeezing a baby out of her body as she was giving birth. They're like, put your mask back on. I got involved. I'm the father. I'm like, I said, sweetie, take the mask off. I looked at the nurse. I said, sweetie, take the mask off. She's not wearing the mask as she is, deep breath, sweetie, push, pushing a baby out. We're taking the mask off. So anyway, this is really big news for people that this impacts. Doesn't impact me, I guess. President Trump is now greenlighting this drug, leucovorin, which I guess in clinical trials has had a positive impact on 60% of kids with autism. They take leucovorin, 60% of them, it helps them out. And so Trump is greenlighting this drug. He's going to include this new autism drug called leucovorin in Medicaid. So you can get this drug for your child if you have an autistic child, and hopefully that will help you. That's really big news also. The other thing that popped in my head as I was listening to this is that, Trump is saying, do not take Tylenol. Do not take Tylenol. I'm thinking all of the far left nut jobs, they are going to start taking Tylenol. They are going to say, screw you, President Trump. Now we're taking 10 times as much Tylenol. Now we're buying up all the Tylenol. So the question is, are you going to have these far left idiot nut jobs scooping up Tylenol, taking a bunch of Tylenol as a form of protest against President Trump, guess what? They're all going to become autistic, I guess. Now, listen, hey, give it 5 years, give it 10 years. Everybody on the left is going to be autistic, and everybody on the right is not going to be autistic at all. Every kid on the left will be autistic, God forbid, and everybody over here is no autism at all. Because you know how these people are. Listen, if President Trump said, Americans, make sure to drink 2 glasses of water a day, the left would say, all right, we're never drinking water again. All right. In fact, drinking water makes you a Nazi, makes you a fascist, because President Trump was advocating for water. They just literally will do the opposite of whatever he has to say. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I have been live here with you folks for 5 hours and 22 minutes exactly. Guys, we've been live on Rumble. We've been live on YouTube. I want to say thank you all very much for tuning in today. I am going to wrap it up. I'm getting a little bit hungry. So I'm going to wrap up the show and go spend time with my family and then do some other work. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. We will be back tomorrow, I think, at the regular time, 4 p.m. Eastern, 4 p.m. Western, 7 p.m. Eastern. I think we'll be back tomorrow at the regular time. Thank you all very much. Everybody make sure to like and to subscribe and to comment. It means a lot. And have a great night. Have a great morning. And I'll see you folks tomorrow. Thank you, everybody, very much for tuning in. Wait, hold up. Wait a minute. I realized I almost missed a big super chat. Sherry Zylak, I did not forget about you. I want to make sure I get this one. Sorry, rewind. I just saw this. She said, Trump has thrown all in. Listen to this. He is sharing, caring. My gosh, could autism be a weapon? They will know they are looking. This is the best I have ever seen of Trump. He friggin' cares. You could tell when Trump was talking to that child over there that had autism on the side of the room. I mean, he is an empathetic guy. Trump is an empathetic, caring man. It's true. You can tell when he has kind of these moments like that. You're right. So I think you're right. Sherry. I'm sorry. I almost missed it. Thank you very much. Okay, now I'm going to wrap it up. That's a big super chat. I wanted to make sure I do not miss that one. Thank you very much. Have a great evening, everybody, again. And I'll see you folks tomorrow.